Good afternoon, guys. These are my predictions for the Backlash. I think CODY RHODES wins because, Brock Lesnar, he's been back to put people over. He beat Omos, but, come on, everybody's going to beat Omos. Then I think Sami, Kevin, and Riddle, I think they're going to win against the Usos because they got bigger dongs. It's Canadians, they got big dongs. Kevin Owens, he's country, he's packing, country strong, So, and Riddle, you can see, the shorts he wears, he's clearly packing a boa. And then the Usos, they're flipping all the time, and you can look at their package bulges and tell that, they're not going to do it. And then I think Bronson Reed wins the three-way because he's a bigger guy, so he's got less of a dome. So, I think Lashley and Theory are, they're all muscular and ripped, so theirs are way too tiny. They take steroids, and that just makes them tiny junk, sorry. Then I think Io Sky is going to beat Bianca because Io Sky, Bianca's been champion for a while and no one really cares anymore. And Io Sky would be amazing just because she's underrated. Everybody's just like she's not going to win. So I think she's going to win it. And then I think Rhea Ripley retains because, she has been champ long, and the fact that everybody's told me that she's going to win, so I'm just going to go with everybody else and say she does. I think Seth Rollins beats Omos because he's just a big guy that put people over. It's kind of like doing the Brock thing. It's like if you get beat by Omos or Brock, it just doesn't matter because they're so big and they're just so mean that it's that's what they do. I think. And then on the last one, Bad Bunny sucks. The match is going to suck because, I'm not a Damian Priest fan, but celebrities always win, and I'm just not a fan of that. And the whole Bad Bunny jumping around, and he's going to use weapons, and there's weapons available, so some Judgment Day is going to help, and then it's just going to be horrible. And then it's going to be like, Snoop Dogg is going to jump in and just smash him with a chair or something. Like, Snoop Dogg. It's going to be like rappers versus wrestlers, and sadly, the rappers are going to win. So, those are my predictions. I'm going to go back to sleep, and these are my nice, this is what I sleep with. So I can do my little cocoon. My silk pillows and silk blanket. It's kind of like a Yokozuna type thing, I guess, but it's so comfortable. Good night, guys.
Alright, days. Alright, chat. It's Ashton here, and I'm here to do my Backlash predictions. First match, Rhea Ripley, Zelina, Vega. For me, I think Zelina's only here for LWO connection, so I think that she doesn't really stand a chance, to be honest. And for me, Rhea Ripley, she's now going to be on Raw, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with the exchange titles, because obviously the Becky and Charlotte wasn't the best last time. But yeah, Rhea Ripley. Next match, Seth Rollins, Omos. Seth just needed a match, I think. I think they just wanted a match for Seth and thought, let's get a guy that looks good on the posters in Omos, because we all know that he is not good in ring. For me, easy, Seth Rollins. The next match I'm going to go with is Austin Theory, Bobby Lashley, Bronson Reed, which is very easy to predict now, since, you still get two superstars, but considering the title's got to Smackdown, Bronson Reed's on Raw, I think that cuts him right out. And I also think that I don't see Bobby Lashley winning. I just think that it's deserved that Austin Theory wins and just continues his reign, because I think it's been quite a decent reign, and I'm happy to see it on a pay-per-view, because I'd like to start seeing the US titles and IC titles on every pay-per-view again like it used to be. So yeah, next match, Bianca versus Io. Easy Bianca. I think they're leading up to Bailey turning, and obviously Io has went to Raw, so Bianca with a victory, and I think it'll be due to Bailey, and I think that'll start a feud between them, and Damage Control will break up. Next match, Damian Priest, Bad Bunny, Puerto Rican street fight, and obviously Bad Bunny is in Puerto Rico, which may them let Bad Bunny win, but for me it's got to be Damian Priest. The Judgment Day began to find form again after obviously Rhea losing, Balor losing, but Rhea did win. But if they can get Damian Priest to win, Rhea to win, start building up back momentum, and see what Finn Balor could be doing with the World Heavyweight Championship. The next match we're going to go with is Sami, KO and Matt Riddle versus Bloodline. For me, Sami, Riddle and KO. It's been a good build up to this match, a lot of brawls. I just think the Bloodline are crumbling. So for me, Sami, KO and Matt Riddle. The main event, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes. Now, I think that if they want this to be more than a one-off match, they'll get Brock to win by like DQ, or maybe Brock just bats and loses by DQ. But I think it's just a one-off match. So for me, it will be the winner, Cody, the American Nightmare, Rhodes. And yeah, I think this is a pretty solid card. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what goes down. And yes, this has been my Backlash predictions.
Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to Wrestling Days Live. We are live for Backlash, and a big thank you to the members of the channel that sent in their predictions there. I thought they were good, interesting. Also, in William's case, horrific, shocking, appalling, but also very funny as well. So big shout out to William and Ashton, and really appreciate them sending those through. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited. Hope you're looking forward to Backlash. It should be a good show. I mean, certainly looking at last night and Smackdown and just how great that crowd was. Really looking forward to seeing that crowd again. Obviously, they were super pumped, as you would imagine, for Bad Bunny. That territory is not a massive territory. So for them to have one of the, I think, the biggest music stars in the world, like the pop was insane, man. That pop for Bad Bunny was absolutely monstrous, as you would expect. And so, you know, that crowd's really brought a great energy. And it's going to be there again tonight. I'm looking forward to watching a show when you've got a red-hot crowd like that. It always makes a big difference. Could the card be a little bit stronger? Yeah, maybe, sure. But I do think Cody Brock's going to be a lot of fun. We might see Solo turning on the Usos. We might get a new champ somewhere. I'm feeling pretty good that both the women are going to retain. Just because both women, I don't think, I mean, like Rhea's only just won that belt, so I really can't see her losing that. And in regards to Bianca, I don't know. I mean, I think Io's got a better chance than Zelina, but I think that Io is probably going to move on to a bit of a feud with Bailey. Like, it feels like Damage Control are splitting up. And so I think we could be looking at the end of Damage Control. And I don't know if a belt's going to be involved in that. There's been a few little teases and things like this. You could definitely put the belt on Io. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. She's very, very credible. She's a great wrestler. Someone that I think will be a world champion. So you can absolutely do it. But I don't know. It doesn't, thinking that Bianca has managed to get past Becky and Bayley, and she's got past Alexa at the Royal Rumble, and she's managed to get past Asuka at WrestleMania. Does this feel big enough? Like, have they built this up enough for her to now lose the title? This is an incredible reign that she's on, So, yeah, I mean, she said that she'll be the longest reigning women's champion of the modern era, which I don't quite understand, because I don't know what we're classing as the modern era. I think she probably means since these two belts came into existence. I'm guessing that's what she means. So that would be a hell of an achievement, if so, for her to be the longest reigning champ of this kind of run. Right, let's get to some of these. I can see people firing in super chats and stuff, and I want to make sure that I'm staying on top of these things. Shout out to WWE and AEW fan. Appreciate the support, bud. GS Dub Brandon. Shout out to you as well, my friends. I've got another one. Pens Girl. Hello, Days. Hello, Pens Girl. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. Hope everyone had a good day, actually. I saw a bit of the coronation. It was pretty cool. I didn't watch much of it, to be honest. I was doing a bit of work. I do have some short videos that are going to start dropping on the channel next week. They were meant to drop this week, but what with Backlash, they've just been pushed back a week. So they will drop. So I've just been working on those. So, yeah, my day's been pretty good. Pretty productive. Caught a bit of the coronation. Looked all right. And then I had something to eat. Now I'm here. So, yeah, not been much going on today, unfortunately. And not much in the way of wrestling news either. I wish I could bring you, like, oh, my God, have you heard? Vince has exploded or something. I don't know. But no, not really much in the way of wrestling news, to be honest. I had a scan through the news sites, had a scan through Fightful. There's not loads out there. We ain't going to struggle for stuff to talk about. There's so many, what about this, what about that, theories, thoughts, so much to go through. So, yeah, we'll be absolutely fine. But, yeah, sadly, just nothing juicy today. But that's all right. Juicy things, hopefully, on the way. Alfie said, yes, Days. Are you all right? I'm good, thank you. It's been a fun day. I hurt my pinky. Sorry to hear that. Sunburnt neck, and I'm tired, but I'm going to pull through for this. I hope this goes well for everyone. Have lots of fun. Love to you all. Alfie, shout out to you, buds. Lovely message. Lovely positivity vibes being sent through there by Alfie. I'm sorry to hear about your injury. I hope it's healing up well. JB said, Io hasn't been presented as credible on the main roster. She's done nothing of note. There needs to be some sort of chase and actual build before she dethrones any champion. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that what I would say is that she has started to do some stuff. So she's obviously a women's tag champ on the main roster. She's been part of Damage Control. She's been involved in a lot of pay-per-views. So they have done a few things with her, but I understand what you're saying. They haven't done anything particularly focused just on her for her to be a world champion. I totally get that. What I would say is that I think we are starting to see stuff. So I thought that was a big segment. Was it the Raw after WrestleMania? I can't quite remember. I think it might have been Raw after WrestleMania, where we were backstage and Bayley came out of, was it Adam Pearce's office, saying that she'd got an opportunity. And then Io was the one that started like having a go at her, like really ranting. And Dakota like had to translate, and she was like, I think what Io is saying here is, you've already had your chance. What about our chances? And, Io starting to stand up to Bayley, Dakota kind of following behind a little bit, but just those little seeds starting to be planted. So I agree. I don't think there's been enough there to take the belt off Bianca, unless you're going to do it as a shock. unless you're gonna like, everyone's sleeping on it, and then boom, you do it, and everyone's like, oh my god. And then, like, obviously we'd see the fallout, how would Bianca would be like so bemused. Bianca would be confused and bemused that she's now lost the belt. You'd have, obviously, the whole damage control situation. The thing is that Bianca's going to SmackDown, so is EO, because damage control are going over there. So it's not like it can't happen. It's not like damage control are staying on Raw or anything. But yes, it would only be like as a big shock kind of a thing. There's not really anything in the builds that says to me that we're going to go in that direction, so yeah, interesting. Anna, shout out to you. I heard Brea's got new writers working on material for him, said Zokiller. Yeah, so that's an interesting one actually, because I think it's good and bad news. We have touched on it already, but it is, yeah, it's good and bad news. It's good and bad news because I think that he is someone that enjoys telling his own story, and I think is quite protective over his story. But I don't think I'm being unfair when I say that his most recent story hasn't been as captivating as The Fiend and the Funhouse. And I think there's been a bit of disappointment. I think Pitch Black Match was a bit of a disappointment. That's not Bray's fault, because Pitch Black Match was not his idea. That was a sponsored match from Mountain Dew, and from what I understand, they just gave it to Bray. Here, look, Pitch Black, you do something with this. And they, came up with what they came up with, which I actually thought was okay. I know that the match itself was not anything that special, but I thought the look of the match was... You got to remember, we watch so much wrestling, that to see something different that you don't normally see is, very much appreciated, to be honest. And so this was, okay, the match was not good. The actual contest between the two of them was not good. But the visuals I thought were quite impressive. So I actually really don't mind that match. It's maybe not the great classic that people were hoping for Bray's first match back. If you think the last match he wrestled was all the way back at WrestleMania 37, and we haven't seen him since then, and then his very next match is the Pitch Black match, like, maybe we needed to get a couple of matches under his belt first, get him up and running, get people used to seeing him, and then you could do something like the Pitch Black match and make it a little bit more of a contest. But yeah, it was what it was. But I think, like, that's a downer that someone's going to come in and tell him his story now, or give him the story, or he's not going to have total say on it. Some of the stuff that gets created will come from this new writer. But equally, I think that's a lot of pressure off his shoulders as well, because that is to actually perform it and then have to go away and write it. Most wrestlers just turn up and get told what to do. Do you know what I mean? Whereas he's got to actually go away, write his story in his spare time, and then go to house shows, do the shows, actually perform it. The extra workload involved there, you're doing two jobs. He's doing two jobs. He's doing the creative side and the performing sides. So that's a big ask, man. That is a big ask. That's a lot of work. So I think for them to bring in a writer is hopefully going to just ease some of that burden. So it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Some of it's really good news. Some of it, maybe it means that part of the stories that get told haven't come from his mind. But if it means that we can get back up and running again, get some of that burden off his shoulders, brilliant. Let's go. Aaron said, just want to say you're awesome and I am excited for today. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I agree with everything you just said there. And I am also very excited for today. What match are you guys looking forward to the most? Out of all the matches today, what's the one that you are really looking forward to? What's the one that you're hyped for? Because I think for me, it's probably Cody and Brock, but I do think the Solo and the Usos dynamic has definitely got my interest there as well. It is a shame there's no big championship match, no big Roman match. Does feel like the card is potentially missing that. I would say the kind of hype around this show feels probably the lowest out of any of the premium live events we've done so far this year. I think they are leaning a lot on Bad Bunny. He's the one that I see mostly on the posters. And I just don't know. I mean, I really don't think that wrestling fans are clamoring to watch him wrestle. I don't think people are clamoring to watch him compete. So I don't know. That's a tricky one. That is not a match that I personally care for, but it's, it is what it is. I'm equally not crying about it because, you saw the reaction that he got. He's like a god to the people of Puerto Rico. And I think if he was going to do a show in Puerto Rico, I mean, it makes sense to include him and use him, doesn't it? So Zelina winning the SmackDown Women's title would get a huge pop, said Chris. It would. But Solo's going to turn. Just you watch, said Shift Gods. Joanna said, how many matches in total tonight? How many matches in total? I think there's 7. Let me double check this. I think it was 7 last time I looked. I don't think anything extra has been added. 7 matches tonight. Cody versus Brock. Riddle, Owens, and Sami versus the Bloodline. Bianca versus EO. It says with damage control at ringside. Seth Rollins versus Omos. Theory versus Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega. And Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest. So those are the 7. How much say do you think Roman has when the Bloodline breaks up? Do you think Triple H creative have talks with him about the story, or does he just get told when it's ending? I think he'll just be told when it's ending. I think that he will have a say. I don't think he is steering the story, nor do I think he wants to steer the story, to be honest. I think that there's a creative department, and I think that he has his input. I think Heyman has his input. I think the skeleton of the story is created, and then they come and look at it and they just put a few little flares to it, and, propose a few little tweaks and changes, whatever. But by and large, it's done by creative. And I would imagine Bloodline breaking up will probably be around the time he's looking to just go away for a while. And I would imagine that's when the Bloodline would kind of look to split. So, I mean, I really could see, and I think the cleanest thing I can see is we start the split tonight. We have a summer of Usos and Solo and Roman and all this kind of stuff. Like we have like a bit of a internal Bloodline war. We build towards SummerSlam. Roman loses the belts. Roman is defeated. He's lost the titles. He goes away, and that's done. Then when he comes back, the Bloodline the story will have been told. So I don't know if he comes back and reunites with Solo. And I mean, I don't think there's any other Anoa'i members that are in the system at the moment. There's so many Anoa'i family members, but I don't think there's any down in NXT that we can go and get. I mean, there are some that are wrestling, though. I mean, obviously, everyone thinks of Jacob Fatu over in MLW, but that just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So I wouldn't expect him to come back with Jacob Fatu. But apparently there are some other Anoa'i family members that are in training at the moment, whatever. But I don't know. It feels like they're probably going to be a little way off. I think anyone that comes in is going to have to go to NXT first, just like Solo did. So yeah, I think we're probably staring down the barrel of the end of the Bloodline. It feels like we're getting to a conclusion, doesn't it? Certainly feels like Solo's going to turn on the Usos. I'll be shocked if he doesn't. It might not be tonight, but it does. It's been teased so much that it just feels like it's coming. And again, tonight could be another tease. It might the trigger might actually not get pulled tonight. It could be that we have to wait that little bit longer. You know what they're like, teasing and building, and just like the other day on SmackDown when Solo was heading to the ring and then Riddle came out of nowhere and stopped him. And so, was Solo about to attack the Usos then? And it was only last night on SmackDown that he said, I'm going to take care of my business. You'd better take care of yours. And, he's taping up, and it's all right there, isn't it? We can all see the exact same thing. So, yeah, I feel like this turn is coming. But is it tonight? We're going to have to wait and see. But Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. I will get to your comment in a second. I've got a few other ones just to try and get to first. So Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. GS Dub Brandon, shout out to you. Said, side note, who do you think wins tonight out of Cejudo or Sterling? Good question. To be honest, I haven't really dug into it because we're not doing it. So normally I go back, I watch the old fights, I watch old interviews. I try to get my head around kind of where we are with both fighters right now. And I just haven't done any of that work because I know we couldn't do that show tonight. What I would tell you is I'm expecting Aljamain Sterling to win. I'm expecting Sterling to win because I know Henry Cejudo has stayed active and has done a lot of training and everything. So he's kept in shape, but it's one thing to stay in shape and it's another thing to have fights. I think for him to have been outside the octagon for as long as what he has and to stay at the very peak, at the very top, like, I don't know if he should be coming back and having a warm-up fight first to come back and just go straight after the belt. I don't know. I mean, it's. I suppose it's all or nothing, isn't it? Go big, go home. I admire that, but I think Aljamain Sterling was very impressive in his victory over Jan. Jan, there's question marks around Jan, isn't there? Because he's lost a few fights since. So all of a sudden, like, is a win over Jan as great as what we thought it was? So it's tricky. It is tricky. I mean, back in the days, Henry Cejudo would have won this. But I just think that time out the ring might just give Aljamain Sterling the edge. So I'm leaning Sterling. I think that I don't know if it's going to be decision or if he'll find the finish. I don't know if he'll just pick up rounds and get the decision or if he finds the finish. The way that he gets it done, I think, will be tricky. But I'm leaning Sterling.
I never needed you at all.
So GS Dub, shout out to you.
I never needed you.
But Mitchell said, Days, I think tonight will be fun. An underrated show. The crowd should be fun. Is there a match you're excited for? Mine is CODY's. Also, excitement level, I'm at a 7. Mitchell, I'm probably very similar, but I'm probably a little higher than a 7. Just because it's a premium live event and we don't get them that often. So we're in Puerto Rico. We know the crowd's going to be red hot. CODY's match is probably the one I'm most looking forward to, but Solo and Usos, Bloodline, and the potential split. I mean, to be honest, I don't even care who wins. That is a bit of a problem with that match. Like, if the Bloodline beats Sami and Kevin, I don't care. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean anything. It feels, I wish there was a stipulation. I wish there was something at stake. Because, if the Bloodline beats Sami and Kevin, it doesn't really do anything. Equally, if they lose, you could argue it doesn't really do anything. I think they've done a good job of really building up the fact that Solo could turn. He probably won't turn if they get the win. But if they lose, then he'll probably turn. So I will admit they've done a decent job of building that aspect of the match. But there's no, that's like a little side thing that might or might not happen. I think this match would have benefited from something happening, like there being some sort of stipulation, like maybe if the Bloodline win, the Usos could get their belts back. Maybe we put the belts on the line, but in a weird 6-man tag match rather than a traditional tag team match, it could be, it could be that Sami and Kevin were goaded into putting their belts on the line. So this way, Riddle could be pinned and they could still lose their belts. And then that would have, Kevin would have been like talking to Riddle, I think, a lot more, desperately trying to get through to him. And that could have been fun, actually. Could you imagine Kevin trying to talk to Riddle and, stressing how important this is, and Riddle just kind of going off on one, and Kevin Owens just getting really frustrated? Like, I think we could have got some humor out of that. It would have added an extra stipulation. We could have had, made it very clear you get those belts back or don't come back. Which, as we said, they've kind of done a decent job of doing anyway. But I don't know. It feels like we could have done a bit more here to make this match feel even bigger. I think Cody and Brock, I would love for that to feel a bit bigger as well. Ultimately, if Brock beats Cody, does anything change? This is part of the problem again. What does it matter if Brock beats Cody? If Brock beats Cody, then what? We know that Cody will end up finding his way to a title match at some point. Even if this is a setback, they'll probably just do the rematch at Night of Champions. And even if this isn't what people are necessarily thinking, I do think that it maybe subconsciously is there. Do you really need to watch this match? Do you really, really need to watch this match? It's been built all right in the sense of, there's been pull aparts and all this kind of stuff. And it was the turn of Brock on Cody I thought was good. But again, I think it would be better if the loser was not allowed to compete for a world title for the next 12 months. So that would include WrestleMania 40. So, even if it had that sort of stipulation, whoever loses cannot compete for any world championship in WWE for the next 12 months. All of a sudden, then, you've got much more reason to watch this match, because imagine if Cody loses and he can't compete for a world title for the next 12 months. That would include WrestleMania 40. So forget SummerSlam. Forget WrestleMania 40. If he loses tonight, they're out the window. And all of a sudden, then you're like, okay, I need to watch this match. But it doesn't have that stipulation. That's a stipulation we've just conjured up out of thin air. So this is my point. I feel like even the bigger matches, we could have gone a bit further with. We could have done a bit more with. We could have raised the stakes a bit more. As I said, for me personally, I think Zelina's, I can't say 0%. I'll give her the 1% chance, but I think it's close to 0. I know that we're in Puerto Rico. I know that if she won the title, it would get a huge reaction. But guess what? Sami winning the title in Montreal would have got a huge reaction. It didn't happen. Drew winning the title at Clash of the Castle would have got a huge reaction. It didn't happen, right? Zelina getting a title off Rhea, who has only just got that belt at WrestleMania. And Rhea, who, let's be honest, she is just being presented like a monster. She's stepping up to Solo Sikoa. Who did she step up to the other day? Last night, she stepped up to someone. She was like, how about me and you go at it? I think it was Ray, wasn't it? Wasn't it Rey Mysterio that she was stepping up to? So, they are all in on Rhea. I just give Zelina no chance, to be honest. So you kind of look at that and think, well, I really don't see a title changing hands there. And I think that's probably hurting that match a bit. And then the EO one's quite interesting. The EO one is quite interesting because EO, I think, has a little chance. But we spoke at the start about how we haven't done loads with her. It doesn't feel like she's about to become a world champion. And I would agree. I would agree with that. It doesn't feel... I just wonder if the draft's getting in the way a little bit, Because we know that the whole roster, everything changes Monday. Everyone's moving around and everything's changing, new feuds and all this kind of stuff. So I think that's probably playing a part as to why this doesn't feel bigger, Mitchell's at a 7. This is a premium live event and the excitement level is a 7. So, like, you know, you'd ideally want that to be higher, of course, because we only have, 12 a year, if that. Like, tonight should be a massive night, should be a night that, you know, could potentially change the landscape of WWE. And I suppose in a way it could. It just doesn't feel very likely that it will, unless Solo turns on the Usos tonight, and then that would be something very significant. So I must admit, I mean, I'm hoping that does happen. I would love to see something like that. I'd love to see something go that way, you know? I'd love to see that kind of a Royal Rumble moment, you know, where Sami finally turned on Roman. Imagine if Solo finally turns on the Usos tonight. JB said, what are your thoughts on Rhea getting cheered when she was part of a heel faction? Is she not trying hard enough to get heat? I can't say I heard her get cheered, to be honest. Was she cheered by the Puerto Rican fans? I mean, what I would say is that, is she trying hard enough to get heat? She could probably do with getting a bit more heat as a heel. You know, she could probably do with attacking a few more people, disrespecting the crowd a little bit more. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because I think if you look like Rhea, who is obviously an attractive woman, and not only that, she is jacked. She, you know, works out a lot. She's got some size to her. She's got some muscle to her. She looks like one of the biggest badasses on that female roster. I think she's cool. I think that's what it comes down to. I think Rhea Ripley is cool, and I think it's going to be hard for people to really boo Rhea. Maybe the kids would do it, but I think a lot of the adults, certainly the guys, going to be like, damn, man, she's cool. That's, you know, I can't boo that woman. I just can't bring myself to do it. So I don't see it as a big problem, as long as, you know, as long as she's not muddying the water by coming out with any lines that a face would say, you know, as long as she's still being a heel, you know, doing the mammy stuff, talking down to Ray, got Dominic by her side, like, you know, she's with the Judgment Day, they're still attacking people. She's still part of those attacks. She's still doing distractions. You know, she's still doing her heel work. But I just think it's difficult to bring yourself to boo Rhea, because she just is cool. It's a little bit like Stone Cold, isn't it? Stone Cold is hard to hate because, you know, he's cool. He's just cool. He comes down, he's out for himself. He doesn't care what anyone thinks. He's the kind of person that I think that attitude is the attitude that a lot of people wanted. I think, the reason the Attitude Era was so successful, or one of the reasons, was because Stone Cold was standing up to his boss. And I think a lot of people, kids wanted to stand up to their teachers, and people at work want to stand up to their bosses that give them grief. And, you know, you've got Stone Cold out there on TV basically doing what a lot of people wish they could do as well, which is stand up to that authority figure in their lives. And, that's cool. He's cool. And the fact he was so cool meant that he sold tons of merch, got loads of support. And, you know, you try and turn him heel, he's a hard person to boo. And in a way, I think Rhea is a little bit similar. I'm not saying she's identical. I'm just saying she's a little bit similar. Not that she stands up to authority, but she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She looks awesome. She looks like a badass. And, you know, she's a good-looking girl, as we said. So I kind of think that it's tricky. I can't say I've noticed people cheering her. They might have last night. They might have done that. But it's not something that I would particularly worry about. You know, there's plenty of people that have got acknowledged, there's people in our chat that constantly tell me to acknowledge Roman, right? So think about how much of a heel Roman is. Yeah, you get people throwing up the wands. You get people saying acknowledge him. You got Austin 316 being a simp. Austin 316 hashtag 1000 days Roman in the chat on screen right now. So there we go, you know. I think that if you're a heel and you're cool, then you're always going to attract followers and support, you know. James said, but in real life, you get arrested for giving your boss a Stone Cold Stunner. All I would say, James, is give it a go, buds. Give it a go. See how it goes. Let us know. Let us know how you get on. That would be a good experiment. Try it on a police officer. Next police officer you see, James, give him a Stone Cold Stunner and then report back to us as to what the results were. Honestly, that, my friend, is science. So, do you know what I mean? They can't say anything. They can't stand in the way of science. So, I'll be interested to know your findings come Monday. Thank you. Delwyn said, Bad Bunny and Damian Priest rivalry has been a good story going into Backlash. It feels big time. I'd like to see them main event tonight. I think they will. I think they will, because I think it'll be hard for anyone to follow them with the reaction that Bad Bunny is going to get tonight. If you look at the reaction he got last night, you know, we were talking actually during Smackdown, you're going to need a buffer, because if you do Bad Bunny against Damian Priest and then do like Cody Brock, the crowd could be burnt out. So what you're going to need to do is put a bit of a buffer match in there. So it'll either be Bad Bunny versus Damian as the main event, or my guess is that it'll be the third match from the end, because you'll do Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest. You'll want to do it as late as possible. But then you do a quick little buffer, a quick little match, probably Seth against Omos. And the crowd can have a little bit of a sing-along. Match won't be that long. And it just means that the crowd can just settle back down. You know, I can't imagine Seth versus Omos is going to be a thrill ride, right? I would imagine it's going to be pretty paint by numbers. We're all kind of expecting Seth to get the win, and to do it in relatively quick fashion. You don't get long Omos matches. So I would imagine that it would be a case that Seth will get the win, match will be short. And it'll just allow people just to get their breath back, just recharge, and then you could go into the main event. But I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm probably expecting it to be Damian Priest, Bad Bunny that does main event this one. Judgment Day is my second favorite of the factions behind Bloodline, said Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed the show, buds. As we said, it should be a good one. I mean, there's definitely some intrigue tonight. I will give it that. We've spoken a bit about how I think they could have turned it up. I think they could have added some stipulations. They could have made it a bit more engaging, a bit more exciting, but still a premium live event. We know the crowd's going to be red hot. A couple of women's titles on the line. The United States title's really interesting. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'll put that up as a poll, because this is one that I really don't know. My question is this: who leaves as US champion? It's a triple threat, and honestly, I think you could make an argument for any of them. I think you could argue that Theory retains, because I think we could continue to build him. I think you could make an argument for Bobby Lashley, because he really feels like he needs some. I mean, he didn't even get on the WrestleMania cards. He's felt a little bit directionless as a result. Now he's in this match, which is cool, but it's a mid-card title. You know, you would think that Bobby would be one of the names going for the world title. So there's probably a chance that Bobby, I'd say of the three, Bobby is maybe the one that I least expect to win this. But he still could, because they might want to give him the US title, so that he, you know, when he doesn't win the world, because I don't think he'll win the new belt, at least he's already a champion. You know, he's someone I think they like to have around championships. So Bobby, there's definitely an argument he could win it. Theory could retain, but equally he could lose it and then go off for the new world title. Bronson Reed is interesting because he doesn't feel ready to be a world champion, right? But is he ready to have a run with the US title? Like, yeah, probably. So Bronson, I think, is a very interesting option. So I don't know. I'm going to put it in the chat. Who leaves as US champ? And we'll see what you lot think about this. And we'll just keep an eye on that. Right, it's in the chat right now. I want to make sure I get to these super chats before they disappear off screen. Day, shout out to you, my friends. Michael, shout out to you, said, good afternoon, Days. Afternoon, buds. Hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to the show. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, if Solo does turn on the Usos tonight, will it be the first time in history for a heel to turn on a heel? Would it be the first time? Nah, there's no way it'd be the first time in history that a heel would turn on a heel. Can I give you an example of a heel turning on a heel? What about Bayley turning on Sasha when they split up? I think they were both heels. When that happened the other year, Bayley turning on Sasha. Remember, they then started their feud, but they had been tag champs together. They'd been heels together. So I'd have to go back, double check. I mean, there might have been the odd little, glimpse that Sasha was starting to show signs of being a face. Certainly she went face after. But I'm pretty sure they were both heels when Bayley turned on her. But there definitely will be examples of heels turning on heels. But that would be the one that I would probably. Well, that's the one that I've thought of first. And there could be more. I'm sure there is more. Io doesn't feel ready to be world champ yet. Bianca wins, so she can be the longest reigning champ in the modern era, not counting Asuka's NXT title reign. Yeah, what is this modern era? What is modern era? What's modern era? Is that are they saying modern era? Because modern era has been used so many times, and I think it's used for so many different things. Modern era in the past used to refer to since Vince took over, right? That used to be what the modern era was, because a lot of the long title reigns are from before Vince was the guy in charge. Before Vince was in charge, Vince's dad was in charge up until 1983, right? It was Vince's dad that was in charge. But since Vince took over, the company has still continued, and it's still the same company, but that historically was known as the modern era. Now it seems like that's been changed, and I don't know, no one's told me that it changed. But now I think they're referring to since these belts came in, since these belts arrived, the current belts, the SmackDown and the Raw Women's Championships. I'm thinking we're referring to those. But, that's interesting because does that mean that the modern era is different for women's wrestling compared to men's wrestling? Is there a different modern era for men's wrestling? Because modern era for women's wrestling feels to me like it's since the Raw and the SmackDown women's titles were introduced. Well, that'll be a very different timeline from the men's modern era, wouldn't it? Because, I don't know when... I know, was it WrestleMania 32 that the Raw women's title came in? I can't remember. I think 2016 for the SmackDown women's title. I think 2016 for the SmackDown women's, and I think it was maybe 2016 for both, actually. Maybe 2016 for both, because WrestleMania 30 was 2014. So WrestleMania 32 would have been 2016 as well. So I think modern era for women's wrestling goes back to 2016. Well, I don't think you would say the modern era for men's wrestling would go back to 2016. That is when the Universal title came in, though. Some very interesting comparisons to what we're going through now and what we're going through in 2016. That's kind of interesting. 2016, we saw the introduction of a lot of new titles and a new Universal Championship. And obviously, we've just seen the introduction of a new World Heavyweight Championship. So, yeah, that's interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. That was something I was thinking about the other day. Like, we were talking about modern eras and what is the modern era. When she said that last night on SmackDown, it started a bit of a conversation. And I think it means going back to when those titles came in, which I think is about 2016. But then that raises the question of, is the men's and the women's different time frames? Right, Aaron said, what are the thoughts on SmackDown being a part of the tournament? In my opinion, it makes the draft a bit pointless. Raw superstars should be the focus, guys like Judgment Day. Yeah, so I don't disagree, to be honest. I feel like this is a little bit of a problem when it comes to creative and wrestling creative. I think that plans change and they sometimes have to change as, you know, there's just different things that kind of crop up. This is a tricky one because, like, Cameron, shout out to you, dudes. Really appreciate the support. I'll get to your comment in a sec. I think it's a tricky one because Triple H was very clear during the draft that this was for Raw and it's going on the show opposite to Roman. And then all of a sudden they announce a tournament on SmackDown. And of course, everyone's question immediately is going to be, well, what happens if the SmackDown person wins, right? Now, I think he could have been clearer at the press conference because it would have been nothing for him to have said, if the person from SmackDown wins, they will be drafted to Raw. I mean, that would have cleared everything up, wouldn't it? If he'd have said that, if the person from SmackDown wins the title, we want to give everyone the chance to win this new belt. You know, if you was drafted to SmackDown, we understand. If he was to just say it better, if he was just to come out and say it better, it would have been much better. If he had to come out and said, we want to make sure everyone outside of Roman, of course, who's already a world champion, but everyone outside of Roman, we want to make sure they've got opportunity to compete for this title. We want the best, right? We want the best. We want the best on SmackDown, and we think we have that in Roman Reigns, but we want the best for Raw. And, you know, that way we have to include SmackDown in this. So this is what we're going to do. That belt is a Raw World Championship. It lives on Raw. If the SmackDown person wins, they will move to Raw, but we want the best for this new title, right? If he'd have said something along those lines, I think everyone would have gone, that makes sense. That makes sense, doesn't it? They want the best. And, you know, if you've been unfortunate to be drafted to SmackDown, well, you know, that I understand that. I understand that. You know, imagine that you want to get your hands on that new belt, but are unlucky you've gone to SmackDown. So, you know, I think the idea of opening it up to everybody, for me personally, I don't mind. It's really not a problem because I think, yeah, let's find the best. Let's find the person that should wear that. And if that person currently is on SmackDown, well, that's fine. I mean, we move them, of course. You know, we trade them potentially. Maybe they switch with Cody, which could be very interesting. And they get traded over to Raw. Or we just move them over to Raw. I mean, look, I think the end result is they're not going to have both of these belts, this new one and the undisputed that Roman's got, on SmackDown. I mean, it's not going to happen. That's the whole purpose of this title, is to be on the brand opposite to Roman. So SmackDown being involved must mean, it's got to mean, that the winner gets drafted over to Raw. It's got to. But they haven't said that. That's just us speculating as fans. And it would have been nothing for Triple H to have clarified that position. It would have been nothing for him to have said that. I did say in my little 1 minute review, they're not really reviews. I tried to not put opinion in them, to be honest, because I just think, like, we do a lot of opinion during the watch-alongs, obviously. And I think that I think there's definitely space in the wrestling world to have some opinion-free content. And so I tried to make those recaps, basically. This happened, that happened. Did you notice this? Try to put those kind of things in there. But the one thing I did say in that little 1 minute SmackDown recap thing that went out was, I think this is what they're going to do. I think that they're going to have, if the SmackDown person gets to the final either won't win it, and so the Raw person will win it. So the SmackDown person either won't win it, or they will win it and they'll get moved over to Raw. So yeah, is it confusing? Definitely. Is there a reason to do it? I think there probably is. Could it have been presented better and explained better? Yes. I feel like, though, he had opportunity to explain this at the draft. He had opportunity to explain this when they unveiled the title, right? When they showed off the belt, easily could have given the rules as to what's going to happen, right? But maybe you don't want to do that because you want to announce that further down the road. Okay, I understand, right? But then during the draft, he could have, because he had to talk about the title, and he said that it will go to the brand opposite Roman. So he had an opportunity there to talk about how we were going to crown the new champ. Didn't do it. All he did is double down on the fact it's going to the brand opposite to Roman. Okay, got it. But then at the press conference, he does go into detail, and all it seems to do is confuse a load of people. All I was getting yesterday was like, what do you think about the SmackDown people being involved? I thought this was meant to go to Raw and all this kind of stuff. So, which is totally understandable, because my reaction, I hadn't seen the press conference, still haven't actually. My reaction was perhaps he made a mistake. Perhaps like, he misspoke, didn't mean to say what he said type thing, But then obviously I heard it had been at a press conference. I saw the video clip of him saying it, and it's like, it wasn't a mistake. And I get it. It was confusing. And still is confusing. I mean, I could be wrong. What I think's going on might not be going on. So it's at the end of the day, it's all good fun, isn't it? I think that we find the best. Let's find the best. Let's find the right person for it. Do a big tournament. I'd be open to NXT people being involved as well, I'd be open to like a real big tournament. Let's find the best. Imagine if someone from NXT like Bron Breakker got to the semi-final, rather than 2 triple threat matches with the winners, going from Raw and SmackDown. Imagine if that tournament was just a bit bigger. Maybe you do, I don't know. Maybe you do like some sort of tournament to find 8 people, I don't know how that would break down though, to be honest. I mean, you'd want maybe 3 from Raw, 3 from SmackDown, and 2. That would be all right. 3 from Raw, 3 from SmackDown, 2 from NXT in a tournament. And then like you go through like a knockout tournament to try and find the new champ. Someone like Bron Breakker gets to a semi-final, that could have been pretty fun. But they haven't done that. It's going to be 2 triple threats. The winners of those 2 triple threats will face each other later on Raw and later on SmackDown. And then the winners from those triple threats go into a grand final at Night of Champions. So, I mean, I would argue, I know I'm pretty down on things at the moment, but I would argue that could be better as well. I would argue that 2 triple threats are on a Raw, right? I mean, the problem they've got is we don't have loads of time. After Backlash, there's not loads of time till we get to Night of Champions, right? We haven't got loads of time. So, like, maybe it's a case of perhaps it just should have had a bit more room to breathe. Perhaps we shouldn't rush this. Do you know what I mean? We're crowning a new world champion. It is kind of crazy if you think that, like, you have to win a Rumble to main event WrestleMania, to then get to WrestleMania to get your title opportunity, or win an Elimination Chamber to try and compete for a title or something. Whereas here it's like, win a triple threat, win a match, go to Night of Champions, win that match. I mean, I suppose in a way that's 3 matches. Got to win 3 matches. Got to win the triple threat. You got to win the main match, main event of Raw or main event of SmackDown. You got to win at Night of Champions. I suppose you got to win 3 matches to get your shot, haven't you? Bit conflicted on it. I think we could have done more. I think it could have been bigger. I think it could have, because 2 triple, that means that's only 6 people from Raw and 6 people from SmackDown. Could we have included more people? Could we have included more from NXT? Could we have made it a bigger bracket? Imagine a bracket that had like 32 names either side, 64 people competing knockout tournament, massive knockout tournament that takes place over, 4 or 5 weeks of Raw, SmackDown, NXT included as well. And we've got our brackets and we're following it along, and, we could make our predictions. I think they'll beat I think they'll beat them. Like March Madness. How many teams are involved in March Madness? Why have we not got like something like that? Why have we not got this big bracket and we can work it out? Like one of my favorite things to do during a World Cup is actually look at like the knockout stages and predict, I think they'll beat them. I think they'll beat them. Okay, if England beat them, they've then got them. Or don't want them, hopefully they lose. Then if they beat them, they get them. Think of, like, fans would love that. Fans would love that. Sitting down and looking at a bracket of, like, 64 names going, if Johnny Gargano gets past Bronson Reed, he's then going to have to face either Austin Theory or, oh, man, that'll be juicy. That'll be a good match. Just think about how much fans would love to be like, oh, that would be good. Imagine if Solo gets through there. You'd have to face Jey Uso in that round. Like, people would love that. But no, we can't have nice things, can we? We've got to do some triple threats. 2 triple threats on Raw, 2 triple threats on SmackDown. The winners face each other, then the winners of that night are champions. That's it. Forget about it. And right now, we don't even know who's in those triple threats. So you can't even do that speculating. I do find this with Triple H. With the draft, I felt he could have done more. With night after WrestleMania, I felt he could have done more. And if anyone wants to come at me and say night after WrestleMania was Vince's fault, you can do one, right? You can do one, because there is no evidence, not one piece of evidence that said that show was going to be drastically different until Vince made a couple of minor changes, right? Did he change things? Yes. What did he change? The reports are he added Omos against Elias. The match was all of 5 seconds long. And he changed a couple of women's triple threat matches. What people wanted were returns. They wanted title changes. They wanted NXT call-ups. Vince did not take any of those things away. They weren't happening. It wasn't happening. They were never planned. It was never happening, right? So if Vince hadn't have stopped by and made a couple of minor changes, you largely would have still got the show you got. And I think it shows in the draft. I think the draft could have been more dramatic. I think this world title tournament could be more dramatic. I think the Raw after WrestleMania could be more dramatic. We couldn't even get LA Knight onto the WrestleMania card. I mean, I don't know, man. I like Triple H. I think that he's doing a good job. And I'm excited for the future. But one of the kind of recurring themes that I am finding with his booking is that I just don't think he goes far enough. I don't think he does enough. He seems to just be really holding back a lot of the time. And I thought it might be because like he's waiting for the draft. And then that's when he's going to do what he wants to do. And maybe that is the case. But this is a golden opportunity for him to do what he wants to do with this crowning of a new champion. But it's also rushed. And it's quick, isn't it? It's all like, we're just doing this like tournament thing. I feel like we could go bigger. I really do. I think we could go bigger. I don't know why the brakes are on. I don't know why like we're holding back. I feel like we could definitely do more. That's my rant over. It's not really a rant, to be honest, because I do like where we're going. I like what we're doing. I like the Bloodline story. I think we've got some good, credible champions. I think there's some good stuff. There's some good emerging talent. It's actually a time to be optimistic. It's a good time in WWE, but it's also a very interesting time in WWE with a lot of change. And I think it's right that we just talk about like, how do you think about this? How do you think about that? What do you think about, this title tournament? What do you think about how Raw after WrestleMania went? What do you think about WrestleMania? What do you think about the draft? These are all questions that we've been answering and wrestling with over the past few weeks because we've had a lot of stuff in the past few weeks. And what I would say is, if I was to mark him, it would be good, but can do better. It wouldn't be awesome, amazing. That wouldn't be the score that I would give Triple H. It would be good, maybe very good, but also could do better. Cameron, shout out to you, said, I've seen some reports that WWE wants to have more modern, long title reigns. Usos are the longest reigning champs. Bianca, if she wins tonight, Theory will become the longest if he keeps it till November, and Gunther till September. Yeah, this, I think, is very much a Triple H thing. And I'd say it's a Triple H thing that I think he's doing very, very well. And that is longer title reigns. I think belts only feel important if they are changed once in a blue moon. I think if you're doing title changes on a regular basis, the belts lose their importance, because in order for a belt to feel important, it has to be an OMG moment when they change hands. If they're just changing all the time and there's not much of a reaction, right? Like if you think about the Intercontinental title when it was going between like Sami and Nakamura and Ricochet. Do you remember Ricochet had it for a while and it was just moving around a bit? I mean, like I don't even think I was doing videos on it. You know, look, if someone wins or when they win the Undisputed Championship from Roman, that's going to be a massive talking point, and I will do a video on it, right? I'll be like, sorry, guys, I know we're doing a live stream, but I really need to do this video. And we'll do a video going, guys, the reign is over. Like, the historic reign has ended at 999 days or whatever it is. So, yeah, you know, that's going to be a big moment. Whoever beats Gunther, that is going to be a big moment. Listen, if Io beats Bianca tonight, it's going to be a big moment because Bianca has held that title since WrestleMania 38 and has had some decent matches, man. She, you know, had some fun matches with Bayley. And as we said, that couple of great matches with Becky at WrestleMania and SummerSlam. And the Alexa thing maybe wasn't quite what people were hoping for. The Asuka match at WrestleMania I thought was all right. I didn't think it was a terrible match by any means, but it certainly wasn't a show stealer that we've come to expect. So, yeah, but either way, it's been a good reign, and it's been a decent and a long reign, and when she loses it, it's going to feel significant, and that's good. I mean, it's good. Theory hasn't had it all that long. He won it at Survivor Series, so, I mean, I suppose a bit of time has gone by. Will it be significant if he loses it tonight? Don't know. Don't know that one's been quite long enough yet. Don't know if that one's been quite long enough. So that's interesting. And Rhea, obviously, she's only just got hers. So, I mean, that would be significant because I don't think anyone, well, I say not anyone, but I'd say the majority are not expecting Rhea to lose. So if she did lose, that would be very interesting and noteworthy. But yeah, I think that's definitely a signature of Triple H's booking is longer title reigns. And we saw it down in NXT as well. I mean, if you think about how long some of those title reigns were that his NXT champs had, and certainly look at NXT UK, you know, Pete Dunne, amazingly long title reign. Gunther or Volta, when he was NXT UK champ, amazingly long title reign. Kaylee Ray's NXT UK title reign, I think, was like record breaking as well. I mean, she had that belt so long in NXT UK. And then look at Mandy Rose. Mandy Rose was NXT UK, NXT women's champ for a long time. Yeah, I mean, longer title reigns is something which I think he's always gravitated towards and presented so that the belts feel more important. He spoke a lot about wanting those belts to feel important as well. So, as I said, look, he's doing some good stuff that we can definitely sit and criticize and pick out a few things and go, I wish you'd do this, I wish you'd do that. I think this is something he does well. This is something he needs to improve. But I would say how he treats the belts and the importance of the belts, I think, is definitely a positive compared to Vince. So it's an excellent point, Cameron. It's an excellent point. I think that is something he gets right. So shout out to you, bud, and really appreciate the support as well. I hope you enjoy Backlash. Is Brett going to show up tonight, says Wiley? What? Bret Hart? Bret the Hitman Hart? I haven't heard any rumors about Brett showing up tonight. JB said, WrestleMania 40 pitch, Bianca versus Rhea. 2-year title reign versus a 1-year title reign. Iron Woman match, 60 minutes. Winner takes all. Huge stakes. I don't mind that at all. I really don't mind that. The only thing I would say is that we've just got to get there without either of these women losing the belt. And that might be a bit tricky. Not impossible, but maybe a bit tricky. Because I think there's people that are looking at EO and looking at Raquel Rodriguez. And, you know, there's Liv fans that really want Liv to win the belt. There's Alexa fans that want Alexa to win the belt. So it's going to be difficult to get them through that, navigate that, get them to WrestleMania. But if you can do that match, that is the match. That is the match. That is, do you know, I mean, in many ways, it's a bit Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, isn't it? It is like these two have always sort of been around each other. I remember there being a segment going all the way back to WrestleMania 36 where Charlotte turned up at NXT because her challenger at WrestleMania 36 was the then NXT Women's Champion, Rhea Ripley. And Rhea Ripley had goaded Charlotte into picking her. Now, at the time, I even said, it's a bit silly, because if you win the Rumble, surely you win the Rumble and you want to go after a world champion, right? It's all about becoming, 16 times, 17 time, 18 time world champion. Well, Charlotte's got the opportunity to challenge a SmackDown or a Raw Women's Champ and to win and add to her number, right? She doesn't do that if she wins the NXT title. If you win the NXT title, it's not classed as a world title. So I could not get it to make any sense as to why. And I don't think they did a great job, to be honest, of convincing me that it was the right choice for Charlotte. But she was goaded by Rhea to pick her. And in the end, she did. And so we did get Charlotte Rhea at WrestleMania 36. But there is a segment in the build where Charlotte goes to NXT and you've got Charlotte, Rhea, and Bianca all in the ring at the same time. And it's just a nice little moment because it was quite clear they saw a lot in Bianca. Bianca did not need to be a part of that. She had no part to play in that feud. That was just between Charlotte and Rhea, but they made sure to get Bianca involved because even back then they obviously saw big things for her. And so Bianca was, a part of that when Charlotte came down to NXT. So my point is that Rhea and Bianca have been around each other throughout their careers in WWE. And, there was that great moment where they were the final two at the Royal Rumble. Do you remember Rumble back in 2021, I think it was? And it was the final two, and it was Bianca and Rhea. And one of them was going to main event WrestleMania, and it was Bianca that ended up winning. There's a brilliant moment. It's actually one of my favorite recent moments that no one talks about. And it's just where you get down to those two and they run at each other and they just launch at each other and they do like a bit of a Matrix collide and spin in midair. It's an amazing spot. It's an amazing spot. They just look at each other and they just run at each other, lunge at each other, grab, and they like spin round in the air. And it's just like these two women just battling to show that they are the next one. They are the next queen that needs to be crowned. And, only one person's going to win this match. Only one person's going to WrestleMania. They want it so bad. They're like lunging at each other. It was a real great spot. I love that spot because of what it represented and how hungry they both were. And like they'd go in head first at each other. And I love that. And obviously Bianca won. She went on and, she's killed it. Rhea has struggled. I mean, Rhea found herself like teaming with Liv at WrestleMania 38, I think it was. You've got to say, I mean, Rhea really, until she... Did she team with her at 38? Yeah, I think she did. She beat Asuka at 37. But then at 38, I think she was in a tag team with Liv. And you've got to say, like, Rhea really struggled to kind of have that same momentum as Bianca. And I think that it wasn't until she joined the Judgment Day, because she'd been teaming with Liv, and only for a short time. But, you know, before that, she'd been teaming with, I think, Nikki. Do you remember she had a team with Nikki ASH? Nikki and Rhea. And then it was Rhea and Liv. And it's just, she was faffing around in the tag division. It wasn't until she joined Judgment Day and Dominic and all of that it kind of felt like her momentum really got going. And now we're at the point where, yeah, she's the rightful champ. Bianca's the rightful champ. I would argue they're the two biggest women's stars outside of Bayley. Outside of Bayley, Charlotte, and Becky. I would say Bianca, Rhea are the biggest. And they felt like the future. They're now the present. Yeah, build it, collide it. It's the match that I probably most want to see in the women's division is those two face each other. Whether we can get there, whether the plan is to get there, I really don't know, but I hope it goes that way. So, in short, I completely agree, JB. I completely agree. It's a match I would love to see. Right, JB, lovely. I'm up to speed. Let's try and blast through some comments. Dana says, hope you have a great stream. It's Sunday in Vietnam. Are you waiting for any mind-blowing moments tonight? That's a great question. I'm hoping to see the solo Usos moment. I think that would be big, significant. So I would love to see that moment. Where they turn or Solo turns on the Usos. That would definitely make tonight worth watching. Just if that happens, I would feel like, yeah, tonight was worth it. I think if we get the end of like either a Rhea title reign or a Bianca title reign, that would feel mind-blowing and big. So I really don't expect either to end, as I've kept saying. But I'm just being honest. I don't expect either to end. So if either of them did, it would legit catch me by surprise. I don't know about the US title. We've put a poll up. You can see we've had about 500 votes or so. Keep your votes coming in. And we'll keep an eye on that. Where are we with it, actually? That one, my mind won't really be blown whichever way we go on this, to be honest. I don't know that if any of these... I suppose if Bronson wins, that would be a big signal that there's a big new superstar that's arrived. Bronson sort of feels like he's got potential, but if he was to win the US title, that potential would definitely start to be realized. That would be a big statement from Triple H, and he could do it. He could do it tonight. He could put the belt on Bronson. And as we said, I think that would be a big statement by Triple H of, yeah, we're bringing through new stars. This is a new guy. You need to pay attention to this guy. In many ways, Bronson's gone a little under the radar, but he is the closest we've got to a Bam Bam or a Vader type. And in fact, his ring gear used to be Vader. I remember him wearing a black singlet with the red kind of triangle on the front, the Vader time thing. He has wore that down in NXT, so those are very lazy comparisons because they're comparisons that he has made, and I'm sure many people have made. But it is also true, like he feels like the closest we've got to that kind of a superstar. And I love Vader, I love Bam Bam, So I think Bronson is someone that's kind of intriguing. I would be totally down for him winning the US title tonight. I think that would be really fun. And it would, as I said, legitimize him, and maybe it would free up Theory to be involved more in this new world's heavyweight championship, Would my mind be blown if that happens? No, my mind wouldn't be blown, but it would be cool. It would still be cool. And that's about it, really. I don't think it really matters who wins out of Cody and Brock, unfortunately. I just think that if Cody loses, there's probably a good chance we just do the rematch at Night of Champions. But I'm still really looking forward to seeing that match, I'm not expecting any returns. I don't think anyone's expecting any returns. I don't even know who could return. I mean, Big E is potentially rumored to be coming back some point soon, but I don't think it'll be on this show. I'm certainly not expecting Bray or Alexa or anything like that. There's been no teases. There's been no rumors. There's been no reports. So I'm not expecting anything along those lines. So I suppose in a way it's a bit tricky to find where the mind-blowing moments might show themselves. But I think Solo would be the top one for many people. Solo finally turning on the Usos tonight. I think that would be the mind-blowing moment that I think most people are anticipating the most. Great question, though, buds. Triple H is 2002. Never forget his reign of terror. XFL Championship, May 13th, says Keewan. Trini says, you blow my mind. 1 minute you're sure Triple H has been consulting with Vince. Next minute it's all Triple H. Vince wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. No, I don't doubt for a second that Vince talks to Triple H all of the time. I don't doubt that they talk on a daily basis. I don't change my mind on that. I think that Vince constantly is hitting up Triple H. But this is the closest we're going to get to Triple H booking, right? This is the closest I think we'll get to Triple H having freedom in the creative team whilst Vince is still alive. And I think that a lot of the kind of smaller details, I think, are left to Triple H. Do I think Vince told Triple H how to present Grayson Waller, for example? No, I don't. I think that's on Triple H. For some reason, Triple H didn't think he needed Grayson Waller to be at Raw or SmackDown. And for some reason, he felt that just announcing Grayson Waller on SmackDown Lowdown or Raw Talk would be enough, right? Which I think, for one of the bigger NXT stars, I think was a real shame, and I think it was a missed opportunity. And I cannot see Vince saying to Triple H, like, I want you to put Grayson Waller on SmackDown Lowdown or Raw Talk or whatever it was. Don't you dare have Grayson Waller on Raw or SmackDown and introduce him that way in the draft. I just can't see some of that detail coming from Vince. I think when we talk about how Triple H talks to Vince, I think it's all about what's happening with the titles, maybe feedback from the shows. You know, I'd imagine Vince keeps an eye on the shows, probably gives his thoughts. I suppose in many ways, I can see Vince being a bit of a consultant, actually, but only a consultant where you really do have to listen to what he's got to say. And actually, you know, he might even be insisting on certain things, like, say, Seth and Omos. Like, Vince totally could have gone, where's Omos on the cards for Backlash? And Triple H could have been, he's not there. Okay, well, get him there. I want Omos on that card. And I can see that kind of stuff happening. But those things, that doesn't affect how the draft felt underwhelming. That doesn't affect the fact that I don't think Triple H had bigger things planned for the Raw after WrestleMania anyway. That doesn't affect, like, the fact that I think this tournament could have been a bigger deal. I really don't think Triple H had a plan for a big tournament for this new world title, and Vince turned around and went, no, I just want it to be 2 triple threats, and that's it. I don't think that happens. I could be wrong, but I don't think that happens. I don't think Triple H goes far enough with these things. I think he could go further. I think he could go bigger. I think he could be more exciting. And I don't even think that he needs any extra personnel to be more exciting. I don't think he needs... I'm not even sat here saying we should have had Bray, we should have had Big E, we should have had Alexa. I'm only talking about the people that we use and have anyway. You know, we've got loads of male wrestlers on the roster, loads. So why can't we have a big tournament? Why have we got 2 triple threats on Raw, which is 6 guys, right? 6 guys on Raw, 6 guys on SmackDown. Have you seen how big the rosters are? The rosters are massive. Yeah, there's 12 guys involved in this tournament. I just think we could go bigger. Just why haven't we gone bigger? And I really don't think it's Vince that's stopping that. I really don't think it's Vince that's stopping that. I think Vince might have a say on who becomes champion, I think Vince has a say on that. I think Vince might have a say on when Roman's title reign is going to come to an end. I think Vince has got a say on that. But I don't think Vince is planning out every little detail. And I think the details, the little things are the things that they can just be a bit irritating. But I still stand by everything I said. I think that Vince and Triple H talk on a regular basis. Vince is never going to not be involved. He will always be involved. Whilst he's alive, he will always be involved. This is his life. He loves this. This is all he has. This is all he knows. So I just can't see him stepping away. But the idea that everything that's bad is Vince's fault and everything that's good is Triple H's fault is just so bizarre to me. That's just bizarre. I can't get my head around that. Equally, not everything good is Vince and everything bad Triple H. To me, it's a case of I think Vince is involved in the big stuff, and I think a lot of the little detail stuff is Triple H, but it's the detail stuff that I've got problems with. Not totally. As I said, I'm not even down on the current products. I really like it. I like what we're getting. It is an improvement, but there's no contradictions here. I feel pretty clear about what I think's happening, but I could be wrong, couldn't I? I'm not in there. I'm not in amongst it all. What's actually happening and going on behind the scenes. You're just having to kind of decipher and decode from the reports that we get and the things that we see. So. Godfather So said, Days, I'm wearing my sombrero and nothing else. Here we go. Let's go. Puffin that Puerto Rican rah-rah. Nice. Big Latinas tonight. Doo Brown. Touch the ground. Thank you. Thank you, Godfather's Ho. Thank you. Do you see Solo attacking the Usos or walking out on them if they lose tonight, said Supreme Rose. Do I see them attacking the Usos, walking out tonight if they lose? I think it's tricky because I think it's been teased, and I think it could absolutely go that way. But equally, it might not go that way because we know the money is in the chase, right? And that is something that I did take into consideration when it came to Cody. But I still thought that the WrestleMania stage was the right stage to put the belt on him. But it is true, and we have spoke about it, the money is in the chase. And we've told the story before about how Daniel Bryan wanted obstacles to be put in his way. He just kept wanting them to make it harder and harder for him to win the title. Because Daniel knew that the harder it was to win the title, the bigger the reaction when he finally got there. And, I mean, it was right, wasn't it? It was completely right. And you can make the exact same argument for Cody Rhodes, right? So I'm not down on what happened at WrestleMania. The fact that Roman retained, fine. I didn't think it would happen. I thought Cody would win, but I'm not down on it. It doesn't bother me. I'm not crying about it, right? It's as we said, the money is in the chase. And I sort of think that the same thing is here as well. With this Bloodline story at the moment, the intrigue is in Solo and Usos, and everyone's waiting for Solo to do this, right? So the money is in the chase. The money is in him actually doing it and building towards him doing it. So how long do you keep teasing it for? How long do you keep teasing it for? How long do you keep saying to people, he's going to do it? He's going to do it. It's a balancing act because you don't want people to get bored and just go away, right? So it is a balancing act. But you could make the argument that there's more that you could do teasing-wise, You could make the argument that it doesn't have to be tonight. Could be tonight. Doesn't have to be tonight. And you could make the argument that we could just, we could get the Usos panicking. We could have Solo getting real close. I mean, what if Solo goes for it and misses because, someone gets distracted, turns, and Solo misses with the Samoan spike or something. And then, the Usos see the footage, they're really concerned. all of this is, you're still building it and teasing it, and Solo can, Paul Heyman can try and find a way of spinning it in his Paul Heyman type way, So there's maybe a bit more mileage in the tease and not just paying it off tonight. But equally, you could do it tonight. I mean, it's been teased. We've had a bit of a tease about it. It's, something that we've seen coming for a little while. So yeah, I'm a bit torn. I think you can. I think it's one of those where honestly, you could, if someone was to say to you, right, we're going to do the turn tonight. I want you to write the script for the next 4 weeks of SmackDown as to how this story goes forwards. You could do that, right? If someone said, we're not going to do the turn tonight, I want you to write the next 4 week scripts going forward, you could do that as well. I think we are at a crossroads. I think it's no problem which direction we take. I don't think it has to be tonight. I think we've got plenty of shows coming up where it could be. It could be on a SmackDown. It could be at Night of Champions. Like, I think there's it could be at SummerSlam. Who knows? We could really stretch it out. So it's one of those where I think if we pull the trigger tonight, brilliant. I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Let's go. If we don't pull the trigger tonight, it's fine. There's plenty of shows coming up, and we'll enjoy it further down the road. So didn't really answer your question though, did it? Really, it didn't really answer your question of like, do I think it's going to happen? I will say yes, but that's just a guess. Cameron said, did you see my super chat? I did. Just went through it. I don't know. Did you send another one that I might have missed? I am pretty rubbish when it comes to super chats, but I think I did just read yours, didn't I, Cameron? Let me know if I didn't. If I'm losing my mind, I thought I'd got it. Cynthia said, I pulled an LA night last night. When both Priest and Ray were talking in Spanish, I was like, the hell did he just say? Yeah. It was there was times last night where they were talking a lot in Spanish, and I didn't mind it, but it was like, you did definitely feel like a little bit on the outside, because there was no subtitles or anything. It was all live, so there was no subtitles or translation or whatever. So you were just having to wait for the English part. And I don't even know if the English part ever came, to be honest. I don't know if they ever gave us the English translation of what was said at times. But I mean, look, you're going to get that, aren't you, when you go to different countries that obviously have different languages and everything. In a way, it's different, isn't it? It's just different. I like that. I think I'm someone that wants a different flavor, a different experience when we go to these different places. And if that means that there's going to be large periods of the show or chunks of the show that I'm not going to understand because we're going to be like talking in a different language, then, that's something that I am happy to accept. I wonder if there's a way around it, though. I wonder if we could have had like a translator, that could have just jumped on and just told us what was being said live, a live translator that was in the building that could have just translated for us. Because, there was nothing. There was no commentary that was translating. Michael Cole clearly wasn't going to be able to do that. And so there was no, and I don't think Wade Barrett could either. So there was no translation coming from the English commentary. There was no translator or there was no subtitles or anything like that. It wasn't long in all fair. I'm making out like it was the whole show. It wasn't. We're only talking about a few minutes, but it's like, I don't know. I just think going forwards, if we're going to go around the world, is that something we need to think about? Is that something we need to look at, Because I want us to go around the world. I want us to go to these different places. So this could be a barrier or a slight problem, an obstacle that we are going to encounter on a consistent basis. So maybe it's something we need to think about. But I love it. I love that we're in Puerto Rico. I think it's and it feels different as well, doesn't it? With the set out and everything, the way the arena is structured. Like the entry, it feels a little bit, as I've said before, it feels a little bit SummerSlam, feels a little bit Royal Rumble with that ramp walkway, and like the screens being in that kind of real narrow tunnel. It does feel very different to a normal show. Days, hope you're doing well, said Harry. I'm good, thank you, buds. I hope you're well. I've just seen, what have you seen, Harry? What have you seen? The news. Apparently Cody will be squashed tonight by Lesnar. I'm frustrated. Cody doesn't deserve to be squashed. Thoughts? I've not seen this news. So, I mean, if that is like news that's doing the rounds, then I haven't seen it. It's funny you should say that, though, because someone did raise this yesterday as a point in regards to Cody being squashed. I can only give you the reaction I gave yesterday, and that would be that if it's going to happen, there's a reason for it happening. And I will go on record quite happily right now and say it has nothing, zip, zilch, zero to do with AEW. Nothing. I feel very, very comfortable, confident about saying that. Because you don't have Cody win the Royal Rumble and you don't have him main event WrestleMania if you want to hold him back. Like, you are building him as a star. You put him over Seth Rollins 3 times last year. You then brought him back with incredible video packages, very emotional video packages, showing him recovering from surgery and everything. I mean, don't forget what he did at Hell in a Cell as well, with that big bruising patch and everything, you know? That big patch of bruising, I mean, that image is like one of the iconic images of the past few years of him then competing. I mean, like, WWE know what they've got with Cody. They've got someone that's moving merch, someone that's got a connection with the fans, someone that I think has got a story that needs to be finished. And I think it will be finished. I expect Cody to be a world champion. I just think that the money is in the chase. The money is in him trying to get to the belts. So I think any obstacle they put in his way is a positive thing. And honestly, if he's going to lose by squash tonight, I think that's going to be, I'm going to say it's a positive. I'm going to say it's a positive because do you know what's going to happen? Everyone on Twitter is going to get upset and everyone's going to cry and everyone's going to say that he's being buried and everyone's going to say it's because of AEW and everyone's going to hate on Triple H and they're going to hate on Vince, and we might have hashtag fire Vince, we might have hashtag fire Triple H, we might have hashtag cancel the WWE network and all this kind of stuff. And do you know what WWE will be doing? They will be laughing, right? They will be laughing because that is the exact reaction they want. That will be the exact reaction they want. If you are going to squash Cody, you know what the reaction is. I mean, we know what the reaction is. I've just sat here and told you what the reaction will be. Do you reckon everyone will just shrug their shoulders and go, oh, it's all right? Cody just lost by squash. Is that all right? Yeah, no, it's all right. If you squash a babyface that people care about, like Kofi, people are going to be upset, right? And that is the reaction WWE will want. And the reason they will want that is because you knock someone down, you knock them down, and then you build them up, right? So Cody can talk about hitting rock bottom. He can talk about coming back, meant to finish the story, struggled against Roman, cheated out of the belt at WrestleMania. Then he met the Beast and he was destroyed. And, you know, the story, it just doesn't look like it's going to get finished. And everyone's going to feel sorry for him. And it's going to build up that support for him. And then, you know, oh, my God, he gets a win. Oh, God, he's going to SummerSlam. Oh, God, look at that. He's won the belt. Oh. So, for me, it's, you know, if they do squash it, it's not a problem. People will be upset about it, just as they were upset that he didn't win the title at WrestleMania. But if the long game, the long goal is that he is going to become world champ, which I, you know, hold me to it. Hold me to it. Feel free to hold me to it. Just how Austin holds me to the fact that I thought Cody would win at WrestleMania. And I have no problem with him doing that because I did, right? You can hold me to the fact that I think Cody will be world champion in WWE. I think he will be world champion. And if it never happens, feel free to come back. Give me all the grief in the world. But just as Austin does. But it's I really think he'll be world champion. I don't think there's conspiracy. I don't think that they're holding AEW against him. I don't think that pettiness exists in a how many $billion company? $7 billion company, whatever it is, right? They are looking at ways of making him a bigger star than he is. And if they think squashing him is going to build that sympathy up so that he can then do the rematch and, imagine this. He loses by squash. Yeah, he loses by squash. And then immediately he wants the rematch. I can do this. I can beat him. I know I can beat him. I want the rematch, Night of Champions. We go to Night of Champions. It's a lot more competitive. Cody just gets the win. That's going to feel like a real achievement for Cody. Because we know he can lose. He lost at Backlash. But he's had to dig deep. He's had to dig real deep. And, boom, here he is, getting that result, avenging that loss, moving forwards. And as we said, eventually going on to the world title. So I definitely understand people saying that they would hate him to lose by squash. They're burying him. I understand people saying that. But I have confidence that it would not be that case, and I have confidence that it would be a bump in the road, and that it would be a way of making him a bigger star in the long term. Right. I don't like Vince. We all know this. He didn't spend millions to bring Cody back to break him down in spite, says Trini. He's going to make Cody a star. I have that much faith in WWE. Trini, good point. Knight Rider said, I don't think we get the rematch immediately. No, that's fair. That's fair. And actually, do you know what? Think about this. Because you could be right, Knight Rider. What if he loses to Brock by squash? Yeah? Picks himself up, wins a few matches, gets to SummerSlam, wins the title at SummerSlam. Who's his first challenger? Brock Lesnar. Oh my God. Do you remember what happened at Backlash? He destroyed him. Brock's going to get the belt from Cody. Brock will get the belt from Cody. At least that's what they want you to think. And then the match happens and he doesn't. Cody wins. But the only way that they can set that up is if he's beaten comprehensively tonight. If he's beaten by squash comprehensively tonight, that then, that will set up the story further down the road if Cody wins the title and the first challenger is going to be Brock Lesnar. Honestly, if it is a squash tonight, get your popcorn. Yeah, this is my advice to you. Get your popcorn. Get yourself a nice drink. Whatever you're drinking. Get your popcorn. Go on Twitter, right? Just have a great time. And I'll join in. That's my favorite thing to do. Join in. I like to go on Twitter and be like, I can't believe this. It's the biggest outrage I've ever seen. #fire Vince. And then just look at the responses. Have your drink. I'm crying right now. I'm actually crying right now. Why have they done this to Cody? Crying emoji. GIF of someone crying. Send. One of my favorite things to do, to be honest. I've said Cody winning Money in the Bank and cashing in for SummerSlam for ages, says James. You could be right, but honestly, I do think it should be announced in advance, though. I do think it should be announced in advance because I've said before, I don't think Cody should win this first title by, running down, sneaking in, doing it that way. A lot of people would be all right with it, but I just think this is about his family being good enough. This is about how Dusty wasn't quite good enough to win that title. Yeah. Not that he wasn't good enough, but he never achieved it, right? He never managed to reach the mountaintop. He was good enough to get to the mountaintop, but he never did it. And so as a result, he never showed that he was good enough. Was he good enough? Of course he was good enough. Same with Goldust as well. You know, Goldust, very controversial figure. Certainly at the start. Had we have kept him edgy, and I think there was too much pressure though, to be honest. He was so edgy at the start that I think it was really hard to keep him the right side of controversial. And as a result, there was so much pressure that they had to like dumb it down, and it kind of lost its way. But had he have stayed as controversial as they wanted him to be, then it would be quite interesting to see if we could have got him and built him up to like a main event kind of level, you know? But cut a long story short, he never did it. He was never world champion. So Goldust, Dustin Rhodes didn't do it. Dusty Rhodes didn't do it. It's down to Cody now. Cody is the latest Rhodes to give it a go, you know? And he's got a great chance. He's got as great a chance as any of them to finally win that world title. And I kind of feel like for the first one, it's going to be about proving that the Rhodes family is good enough. And I think for him to come running down with the briefcase and to win it that way, I don't think it proves that they're good enough. It just proves that he's lucky. Just proves that he was in the right place at the right time. And sometimes in life, that's all you need to be. Sometimes in life, you only have to be in the right place at the right time. And for a lot of people, good chunk of people, that'll be enough. Doesn't matter, you know. Is he champion? Yes, he is. Done, right? For a lot of people, that'll be it. For me, I just think that the Rhodes family deserve better than that. I think the Rhodes family deserve not only to be seen as champions, but to be seen as worthy champions. You know, anyone can come down with a briefcase, cash in at the right moment. That doesn't necessarily mean you are the best person to be champion at that point. But it's, you know, I think for Cody, he is there or thereabouts. Cody is one of the best people at this point to be champion. He deserves to be champion. So I agree with James. I have no problem with Cody winning Money in the Bank. I have no problem with Cody cashing it in. The only thing I would just say is I would have him do it in advance, which I think James has said before. I don't want to put words in James's mouth, but I know this is a conversation that's been had on the channel before. I would do it in advance. I know people don't like it. I know people are like, they love the moment where someone runs down. You can still have that with the women. Whoever wins the women's can do that for you. So you can have that moment. I'm not going to take that completely away. But I think for Cody, I think it's right for the story that he announces in advance, gets the main event of SummerSlam. And I mean, it'd be good, wouldn't it, if Roman was to say to Cody, you've had your shot. You'll never get another shot of this whilst I'm champ. And then Cody wins Money in the Bank, cashes it in. Roman's annoyed because now he's got to defend against Cody at SummerSlam. And he's not happy about it. The other thing as well is, like, I just think people have come so close to beating Roman. It would be good to see them do it. And for someone to actually do it in the confines of a proper match, you know? I don't want Roman to finally be beaten because someone's come down and cashed in. I would like to see Roman be beaten. I'd like to see it actually end the way that you'd want to see it end, you know? It'd be kind of like the Undertaker's streak ending by count out, you know, or something like that. Like, you don't want that, do you? If the Undertaker's streak's going to end, you want it to end. You don't want it to be that there was a count out or there was outside. Imagine that Undertaker streak's end because there was outside interference. Don't want that, do you? So I feel the same about Roman's title reign. If it's going to end, let's end it properly. 1, 2, 3 in a proper match. So, but yeah, I agree. We've got 10 minutes to go. I just want to grab a quick drink. Give me a sec. Oh man, I tell you what, we've had some good conversations here. We've been live for about an hour and 50 odd minutes. Hope everyone is well. Hope everyone is excited. We are about 10 minutes away from the kickoff show. Not expecting the kickoff show to have any matches. There's been none announced. I don't think anything that's already been announced is going to be on the kickoff show. It's probably just going to be video packages and whatever. That's the normal kickoff show way. But, should be good. There should be some interviews. I think there should be some sort of solo Usos tease. Be interesting to maybe hear from Cody. I'm sure we'll hear from Sami and Kevin and Riddle. Probably might hear from Bianca. Maybe Rhea, who knows? Some of the interviews could be quite interesting. But we are getting close now. We are getting close. We are just over an hour away from Backlash actually starting. 10 minutes till the kickoff show. Days wearing my sombrero. I read that. Godfather So, shout out to you. What time does it kick off in the UK? Kickoff show in 10 minutes. Backlash in an hour and 10 minutes. Maggie said, they're ruining my night. My tribal chief is going to get beaten. I'm breaking out in a rash. No tribal chief tonight, buds. So you don't need to worry about it. Kian said, Days, according to reports, it might be Seth versus heel Drew at the finals of Night of Champions, become a new world heavyweight champion. Thoughts? Yeah, down for it. I like heel Drew. I think heel Drew is the way I would go. Here's the way I would go. I like him with a bit of an edge, to be honest. I think that as a babyface is a bit too smiley and it doesn't quite fit for me. It's all right, but I don't know. It didn't. When he won the title, I wasn't giddy about it. He's the first British champion in WWE history, world champion in WWE history. So you'd think I'd be going crazy. You'd think I'd absolutely love him, and it's got nothing to do with him being Scottish or anything like this. Because I get right behind whoever is British at the Olympics. I don't care. You know, if you're British, you're British. I don't care if you're from Wales or Northern Ireland or Scotland, England, whoever, right? So it's not that. I don't know what it is. I just don't feel a connection with Drew. I don't feel for him the same way that I do for other British superstars. Andy Murray. I used to really get behind Andy Murray, tennis player from Scotland, Wimbledon. Used to, really root for him and hope that he would win that, and he did, and it was awesome, and I was over the moon. Chris Hoy, amazing, cyclist as well, So I think that there's just something about Drew. And it might be the babyface thing. It might be a little similar to Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker down in NXT, such a great talent, but he is there's some that just I've never felt that connection with him. But now he's turned heel, I'm a lot more interested. He strikes me as a better heel. He strikes me as someone that he doesn't care what people think. He's big, is muscular. He's here to do a job. He doesn't care. Like that, not caring attitudes. I just think it works for certain people. And I think it works for Bron. And I think it might work for Drew as well. So I'm down for it. The only thing I would say is that if we're going to turn Drew heel, that's going to be a big thing, right? Because he's been face for so long. And actually, I couldn't even remember him being heel. But we had this conversation the other day. People pointed out he was heel when he first came up and joined up with Dolph, which I do remember. I do remember that now. But I didn't remember it. So for many people, they'll only know Drew as a face. I think that it'll be a big thing. I don't think he should lose that final. Sorry, I don't. I know people like Seth. They like his song. If you're going to go big with Drew and turn him heel, I don't think he should lose that final. So I think if you're going to have a monster Drew McIntyre as a heel, I think he's going to have to win it. Either win it or someone's going to have to cost him it, which means Drew then goes off and has a feud with whoever that cost him the title, right? But I think you're going to have to keep Drew really strong because that's a big thing, isn't it? That is a big thing. If you've got Drew McIntyre and you're going to turn him heel into a monster, because he is a monster, he's a big guy, and you're going to turn him into like a monster heel, I think then you've got to really push him. You've got to back him with good creative. And I think him getting to the final of that tournament would be cool, but I don't want to see him lose clean to Seth, to be honest. I think he's going to need protecting if he isn't going to win, or you have him win. We need heel Broken Dreams theme. Don't know. People love that theme, and I'm really not into giving people what they want if you're a heel. I strongly disagree with Judas being Jericho's theme. And I listened to an interview with Jericho, and he said that Tony Khan said something that made a lot of sense. Apparently Tony said that the Judas theme is so over and it gets a reaction, and in wrestling is all about reactions. So if you're achieving that, why would you take that away from the fans? My counter argument to that would be, if you're a heel and the reaction you're getting is a babyface reaction, that's a problem. That's not a good thing. That's not. Yes, wrestling is all about reactions, but it's about the right reactions, right? It's about the right reactions. So I think Jericho getting fans singing his song, enjoying and celebrating when he's coming out, when he's the heel and he's meant to be despised, is the wrong reaction. And I think that's a negative. I think it's the wrong way to go. And I think that Broken Dreams would be similar as well. People would want to be singing along. People were desperate for that to feature at Clash of the Castle. And they did have a little bit of it there. So I wouldn't go that way. I would try and give them something they don't want. Seth Drew can't be the match at Night of Champions because the finals will be the winner of the Raw tournament and the winner of the Smackdown tournament, and Seth and Drew are both on Raw, said Harley. That's interesting. Perhaps they mean it's going to be the final of the Raw part of the tournament then. Perhaps they're thinking that Seth Drew will be the winners of the two triple threats. How do I feel about that? I mean, I just stand by what I say. I think either Drew wins or someone's got to interfere to prevent him from going further. Whether that's the grand final or just the Raw final, either. Drew deserves to have the title in front of fans, said Jeremy. Nakamura's theme was changed. Mm-hmm. Tharuka said, I love Broken Dreams. James said, how would you feel about a heel Drew joining Imperium? Imperium have got that kind of German, Austrian vibe, and Drew doesn't have that vibe. So I don't know that I can see him with his like arms behind his back. The other thing as well is that Imperium fall in line behind Gunther. They're kind of, you've got Gunther and then you've got his backup. So you're either going to have Gunther and Drew as like two leaders, which I don't think Gunther would want, or Drew is going to have to fall in line to Gunther, which I don't think Drew would want. So I don't think I can get the dynamic to work in my head there. Him with Brawling Brutes was all right, because he was like up the front with Sheamus. They were, side by side, and he wasn't really a member. He was just kind of working with them for a while. But that kind of felt like it was a natural fit. I don't know that there's a faction that he could go in. I don't think he necessarily fits in Judgment Day. I don't think there's a faction that you could put Drew in. I don't think there's a faction. Maybe you could start a faction. Maybe he could be the leader of a faction, But I can't think. Could be interesting if Sheamus was to go on his own, and maybe Ridge. What if Ridge and Butch turn on Sheamus? They join up with Drew, and you've got a bit of a new Brawling Brutes. Maybe you could do something along those lines, because that dynamic works. But I don't know. I don't know that that's a story we need to tell. You could just have Drew on his own, basically. I think, to be honest with Drew, we've just gone through this period of him being all smiley and having his sword, and it's named after his mom, and none of that did anything for me. It might have done something for you guys. Didn't do anything for me. Him coming out with his swords and putting it in the stone and everything, like, I think if you're a kid, you probably enjoyed it. But I think if you're if you're an adult, you're probably like, didn't really do much for me. And yeah, getting away from that and that sort of cheesiness and making him a bit more badass, make him a bit cooler. Doesn't care what the crowd think, and I'm really down for a heel Drew. Drew is working with the idea that he leaves soon. So he and WWE can't agree on terms. So planning for him is risky. I can't see them doing it unless he signs. That's interesting. I haven't seen any reports on the Drew situation. I would be surprised if he left, because unless he's playing the game of I could go to AEW and get better money, unless he's playing WWE, putting pressure on WWE, calling their bluff type situation, then to be honest, I think would he go through with it? He might do, because AEW would take him. And now they're in the UK, and now that the Wembley numbers are doing what they're doing, it's interesting, isn't it? It is interesting. I think it's a game, personally. I think he's got terms he wants, and I think there are terms that WWE want to give him, and I agree they probably don't match. Whether one side blinks when we get closer, though, I think there's probably a chance they will. Because don't forget, if Tony isn't offering Drew the kind of numbers he wants, and actually the contract is better from WWE, is Drew going to turn it down at the last minute when it's a bigger promotion? It's better for your brand. It's better for your social media. You're going to get more money. I suppose it really depends what the AEW offer is. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, his contract isn't up, I don't think, till 2024. I think a lot of contracts are up in 2024 because I think a lot of people signed 4-year deals in 2020 or 5-year deals in 2019. So from what I've heard, a lot of contracts are up in 2024, and I believe his is one. So that's awkward, isn't it? This is one where I think Vince would probably be involved. This is a real good example, actually, of like, what would Triple H be asking Vince? This is one I would ask Vince. I'd ask Vince. If I was working in creative, this is one I would ask Vince. This would make an excellent short. To be honest, I'm going to make a note of the time. I might even put this out as a short. It is, how long have we been shooting for? 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 3. Yeah, but I think what it comes down to is, if I was to ask Vince a question, if I worked in creative, the question I would ask him would be, what do I do with Drew? Because if his contract is going to be up in around about 6-7 months' time, and he is on the verge of turning heel, how much do you invest in him? It's an excellent point from Trini, because do you ride the wave for 6 months, and then if you've still not got anywhere, turn the heat down for a few months? Do you just ride it and Vince might just say, we'll sort it? You do what you need to do. We'll give him, once we get where we get to, if we still haven't agreed, we'll agree to it, And maybe he says that to Triple H. So it's really interesting. Because, like, how do you approach it? Do you just leave him on the back burner for 8 months and not do anything with him? Or do you get 6 months and then turn the heat down for the final 2? Or do you just run with it and Vince will say, do what you need to do, and when it's time to sign the contracts, we will make sure that we get the deal over the line if it's working? Because in all fairness, you could turn him heel. And it might not work. It could bomb. And then all of a sudden, you might be a little less inclined to give him the contract that he's asking for, you know? So I would be leaning, I think, to trying the 6-month thing where we have a good 6 months this year and then we turn the heat down for a couple of months. And then at least I've got a good idea of what I'm signing and what I can expect next year, what I can get out of him. Right now, I don't know what a heel Drew can do. I don't know what a heel Drew can do. I would, if I just leave him in catering, he's going to be upset. I don't have an answer as to what I can get out of him as a heel. And I think I'd be a lot more interested in using him, keeping him on TV, using him as a heel. But then if we still haven't got anywhere with the contract, turning the heat down, putting him in catering for a couple of months at the end. I don't know. It's a great point. I love that. If my contract runs out without given the right way in court, it's not going to look good on a few. If my contract runs out without given the right way in courts, I don't know what you mean, Jax. What do you mean, buds? What do you mean? Vince loves big muscly men, says Maggie. I came here for commentary, said T995. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, there's nothing to commentate on at the moment. The show will begin in 55 minutes' time. WH Dub says, what do you think, Riddle, Sami, Kevin, Bloodline? I think Riddle, Sami, Kevin will win. Randy will come back and RKO Sami, Kevin, and Riddle. I'm not expecting Randy just because the latest reports we've seen are that he's not close to returning to the ring. He is up and about. He was expected for WrestleMania, but we didn't know how he was expected. So we didn't know if he would just be backstage. We didn't know if we would see him. We didn't know if he was just going to be in the crowds. We didn't know if he might RKO someone. But we got the answer, and the answer is we didn't see him at all. I don't even know if he was there, actually, but I would imagine he was. But he was probably just backstage, like catching up with old friends and whatever. But the reports have come out since that he's not believed to be close to like an in-ring return. Didn't get him the night after WrestleMania. We didn't get any mention of him in the drafts. I think that it's one of those where the fans are desperate for him to come back. They'd love to see him maybe reunite with Riddle, RK Bro, or maybe then do a bit of a feud, maybe be an opponent for Roman. Like, this is, I think, what the fans want for Randy, but unfortunately, I think what the fans want and what we're maybe able to realistically do, I don't know that they are one and the same. I think that there's a bit of conflict there, unfortunately. I think that it's a case that Randy is going to come back, but I don't know what it's going to look like. I really don't know what it's going to look like. And I don't know when it's going to happen either. When I say I don't know what it's going to look like, what I mean is I don't know that he's going to be able to come back and have loads of matches. He might have to come back on a reduced schedule. It was a serious injury that he had. It was serious surgery that he had. And at his age, I said it before, it's the kind of thing that could end a career. It could, if he comes back at all, just be thankful that you had him back at all, because the injury that he's had is the kind of injury that, as we said, it derails careers. But he has apparently made a good recovery, a fast recovery. He is believed to be heading back to the ring, but I just don't know when. I don't know when. I don't know what it looks like. WrestleLandy said there's a guy on the prelims now that's walking out to the Rock song. Let's go. Jacob said Sean Ross Sapp just tweeted about a Drew update. Funny enough. Okay, that's cool. Appreciate it. Let's have a little look, shall we? I'll have a look, James. Don't worry, buds. Sean Ross Sapp. Fightful Selectors posted a lengthy update on Drew, his relationship, his future, and a lot more. Okay, this is a bit cheeky because it's on Fightful Select. You have to subscribe to Fightful Select. But And normally I wouldn't read it as close to it actually being published because it's a little moody in it. It's a little moody. But we have literally just spoken about it, and this is a report that has dropped live. So let's have a look at it together, shall we? But I would urge that you subscribe to Fightful Select. It is good. I am subscribed. I've been subscribed for a while. And I really like Sean. I think the work they do over there is, well, whatever you think about him as a person, that's, you know, down to whatever. I don't really care about him as a person and his personal tweets and whatever, but I think the work he does as a journalist is very good. Is very good. I think he does have connections. I think a lot of the stuff he says proves to be true. The examples I can give is that he said that Carrion was going to be on the show, did a quick video about it, and then he was on the show that night, and he said the exact same about Dexter Loomis. I did a video about it, and he was on the show that night as well. So, you know, a lot of the things that get reported out of Fightful do seem to, you know, come from a genuine place. So with that being said, let's see what's being said here. So Drew has got the wrestling world in a stir. His deal is up in early 2024. Before WrestleMania, we were told that he operated on the possibility that it could end up being his last WrestleMania. Whilst it's been reported that he's leaning towards not staying, we're told that it's more accurate that he doesn't know. If things aren't working for both sides by the time the deal is up, McIntyre is willing to explore other options. McIntyre has worked injured and has had a few injuries. We're told that he is adamant he wants to get through WrestleMania to work with Sheamus and to put Gunther over. However, there's said to be frustration and that he's not on the same page as WWE. McIntyre, who usually is told about draft plans ahead of time, was one of several that was left out of the loop. There have been several miscommunications over the past few years between WWE and Drew. Drew is said to be very hands-on with his creative, and while there's been pitches for him to return as a heel, those involved expect him to push back and make sure that the creative makes sense. He's been adamant about not making dramatic changes unless it creatively makes sense. In regards to his contract, many talents aren't sure how the new deals with Endeavor are going to affect them. However, WWE has had a different approach to renewals in the last few years. So an update, but not much. I mean, there's a couple of bits there, isn't there? So it certainly sounds like Drew has got some issues backstage. Sounds like there's been a few miscommunications. Sounds like he doesn't know what his future holds and he would be willing to walk away. I think that all sort of falls in line with what we've just been talking about. I think if the terms are good and creative is good, I think he would re-sign. There's nothing there that says that he's done, he's gone, he's leaving, right? There was nothing in that report that said that. It says that the key line was, while it's been reported he's leaning towards not staying, we're told it's more accurate to say that he just doesn't know. So he just doesn't know. He doesn't know whether to stay or go. And it seems like these miscommunications, creative and a few other aspects, have resulted in him not knowing. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff there that needs to be sorted. If they can get that sorted, get it cleaned up, get some good creative going, give him the terms he wants. I mean, it is a lot of bending over backwards here, but in all fairness, if you're one of the bigger names like Drew, you probably do. You're right to expect that sort of courtesy. You know, I can tell. I mean, like, this is his career. This is his life. He needs to know that he is being looked after. He needs to know that this company values him. And how he wants that to be shown is that he gets the terms he wants, the contract he wants, and that he gets told what the creative is going forwards so that he knows exactly what it is he's doing. I don't think that's unreasonable. It might be a lot to request, but I don't think it's necessarily unreasonable. He knows what he wants, you know? And yeah, I think that would be an interesting one that I think, you'd want to talk to Vince about. How do we deal with Drew going forward? What do we do? Where are we with Drew? I mean, Triple H might not even be in those conversations because Triple H isn't talent relations. Triple H is in charge of creative. There's a different talent relations. So if the superstars have got a problem, I'm sure they can grab Triple H, but I'm also pretty sure Triple H is running around like a man on fire, just going from place to place, speaking to person. So I would imagine that they probably talk to talent relations and a lot goes through there. And Triple H will check in with those people. And I'm sure he'll check in with people, the superstars at different points. But is he going to know every detail of everything that's going on? Probably not. So, it'd be very interesting, wouldn't it, to be a fly on the wall. I tell you what, if they want to push up network subscriptions, Peacock subscriptions, just put a camera in the boardroom. How much would you love to see the conversations being had in there? I mean, it could be an absolute flipping disaster, but finding out what they're planning on doing, what we're doing with Drew, all that juicy stuff that everyone finds just as entertaining as the storylines on the show. People would love some more of that kind of behind the scenes stuff, even if it airs like 12 months out of date. Imagine that. Every week you get a video of a boardroom meeting, but just to protect people, it's a year out of date. So you get all that behind the scenes stuff, but just from 12 months ago. Oh, and obviously you'd censor a load of stuff that you need to censor. Probably the whole thing would have to be censored. It's probably absolutely zero way you could do that. But that would be a show that would get very, very good ratings. I don't think that's what AEW All Access is. I think that's what I wanted AEW All Access to be, but I don't think that's what it became. 3MB reunion for Drew, please. Make it happen, said Tritium Cascades. We've had over 1,000 votes now in our poll. Over 1,000 votes. Who leaves as United States champion? Theory, 55% Bronson, 19% Lashley, 25% so. Funny, actually, because it seems like, obviously the vast majority of you think that Theory is going to retain. 19% of you have got Bronson, and 25% of you have gone with Lashley. And the reason why I say that's funny is because I actually think Bronson is one of the bigger names. I actually think that he is someone that stands a really good chance of winning tonight, and you lot have got him right down towards the bottom, so just shows how out of touch I am. Hollywood Guy, shout out to you, my friends. Hollywood Guy said, Days, what is going on with this new rule in the tournament match where a SmackDown wrestler can wrestle in the tournament? I thought it was Raw exclusive. What's going on? It is a great question, my friends. It is an excellent point. It is a topic we've touched on. It's one I don't mind just briefly touching on again. I think that they have just caused some confusion with this, clearly, by saying that this belt is going to be on Raw and it's open to Raw superstars, and then all of a sudden going, but SmackDown can play a part. I can't see any way other than either the SmackDown people aren't winning, so it doesn't matter, right? So either the SmackDown people don't win, or when we get to the final, or once the tournament actually starts, it's mentioned that if a SmackDown person does win this tournament, they get drafted to Raw or traded to Raw. There is a thought out there that if a SmackDown person wins the title, could they be traded and swapped with Cody? Which I think is great. I mean, that makes so much sense. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. Because I don't want Cody to win this new belt. I want him to win the ones that Roman has got. So yeah, I think that either the SmackDown person doesn't win, or they get moved to Raw if they do, traded to Raw if they do. But could they have explained this? Yeah, I mean, that's only me speculating. I mean, I don't know that to be the case, but that's just where my thoughts are. And I do think they could have done a better job of, being a little bit clearer on this subject. But it's, as we said, it's not the end of the world. It's not a massive deal. Funky Fresh, shout out to you. Right, let me go into here and here. So I said we were going to do a quick announcement as well. We might as well do that now. Some of you might have seen this already because it is doing the rounds already. But here we go. Wrestling Shop Live. Wrestling Shop Live is coming back in the UK. So for those that haven't heard about this, this is a online store. This isn't sponsored, by the way. You'll find out why I'm saying this in a sec. But Wrestling Shop Live, they've done this 3 times in the UK, and it's an online store called Wrestling Shop that are going to have a pop-up shop. So all their figures, their range, it's going to be in London. Physical building. You can go in, touch the figures, look at them, obviously purchase them. And in the UK, other than Smith's, there are figure shops. You can go to like B&M, places like that, but there isn't really anywhere, or at least not that I'm aware of. Oh, there's one place in Portsmouth, and I think there might be one place in Newcastle. But my point is, there's not really anywhere where it's just wrestling figures, right? You go in and it's just wrestling figures. I know of a place in Portsmouth, and I've heard of a place in Newcastle. But anyway, from June 28th to July 2nd, there is going to be a wrestling shop in London. That is the weekend of Money in the Bank. I believe that is Money in the Bank. The reason why they're doing that time and those days, Money in the Bank in London, this coincides with it. Apparently, it is in the station. I've got the email. They sent me the email the other day. I want to make sure I get this right. So it is Waterloo Station. So Waterloo train station. There's a new shopping mall in there that's called The Sidings. Don't know. It's new, apparently. And it said it's got a web page. It's called The Sidings. It's in Waterloo Station. Waterloo Station. New shopping mall. It's called The Sidings. It's going to be in there. So it's not in the place it was before. It's moved. Waterloo Station, Sidings. I will be there. I will be there. I was there before. I will be there again. I will be there. I will meet you in person if you come along. Free to enter. Free to meet me. Free to get your picture taken with me. Free. I'll sign autographs, all that kind of stuff, right? We've done it before. I'm not a part of Wrestling Shop, by the way, but they have very kindly supported the channel in the past. Very kindly supported the channel. And honestly, I haven't heard from them since about 2019. This is the first one they're doing since the pandemic. So, yeah, I will be there. This is a great opportunity for me to meet you guys. Certainly if you are, I understand if you're in America, it kind of sucks. But if you're in the UK, then this is going to be a big deal. This is going to be a big deal because it's all around Money in the Bank anyway. It's a big deal that WWE are coming over and giving us such a big show. I think Smackdown is actually coming from London. So Smackdown is coming over from London. I don't know about Raw. Money in the Bank is, but this is the first time I am going to be doing a meet and greet since the end of 2019. So this will be the first time in nearly 4 years that I will have done like a proper meet and greet kind of a thing. And as I said, I think it's the first time in 4 years since Wrestling Shops took place. So this is pretty big stuff. Now, also I would say, it sounds like a Tony Khan announcement. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, so all I would say is my plan is I'm going to be there, I think, on the Thursday and the Friday. I think they're open Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm going to be there Thursday, Friday. I won't be there on the Saturday. Sorry. Right? The reason why is because I need to be here tonight for you lot. So my plan is Thursday we don't stream. So I can be there on Thursday, no problem. I can be there on Friday, but then I've got to jump on a train to get back to do the SmackDown stream. And then on the Saturday, it's Money in the Bank. And obviously we're doing the Money in the Bank stream. So I don't want to miss the SmackDown stream with you guys. I don't want to miss Money in the Bank stream. So I'm trying to find a way of doing those and also doing the wrestling shop thing. So my plan is that I'm going to go on the Thursday. I'll be there all day Thursday. I'll be there Friday, pretty much all day. You know, it's only going to take me a couple of hours to get home from Waterloo. So I can probably be there till, I don't know, 7 at night, something like that. 8 at night, maybe. Get a train, get back, pretty much walk in the door, and then start the stream for SmackDown. And then on the Saturday, obviously, I'm just here then to do Money in the Bank. It is a shame I can't be there on the Saturday because I know a lot of people, kids and people that have been at offices and everything, they'll probably go on the Saturday. So I know Saturday is the day, really, that I should be there. But I would have to miss the SmackDown stream. And not only that, but I wouldn't be able to stick around that long on the Saturday because I've got to get back here to do the Money in the Bank stream. So Miss Clown said, my God, I can get you your presents now. I know. That was the first thing I thought, you know. That was the first thing I thought. I thought, oh, if Miss Clown comes, he can drop off those gifts. Miss Clown has said he's had a couple of gifts for me. No word of a lie now. I reckon for about 3 years. About 3 years, he's had a few little bits that he's like, yeah, I just wanted to, have you got a P.O. box? And I'll be like, I'll get a P.O. box. But this is really exciting for me because I have been asked quite a few times over recent years, are you going to do a meet and greet? Are you going to do a meet and greet and all this kind of stuff? And I for me to organize it, like, would be fine. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many people would come along, you know? Because a lot of our audience is obviously around the world. We've got people watching from the Caribbean, from Australia, from India, from America, particular, Canada. You know, we've got people Europe, of course. The percentage of people that watch from the UK, I think it's like 25%, something like that. So it's still a good amount. But I don't know. I don't know, like, how it will go back. I mean, like, it was amazing in the past. We used to have so many people stop by, but that was when we were like really doing the toy hunts. We haven't done the toy hunts for very long, so I don't know. I don't know how many people will stop by, but it'll be so great to put some faces to some names. So all I would say is, come on down. It's free, right? Many things free in life, but it's free to come in, have a look around. And as I said, free to meet me. There's no charge or anything anything like that. You can just come in, have a chat, have a conversation in person. I'll quite happily do pictures, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, they've been great in the past. I love them. As soon as they hit me up and they're like, would you be interested? I was like, yeah, I'm interested. I'm definitely interested. So should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. So I will get a little short video out with more detail. The other thing I should say as well, because it's not all about me. It's largely about me. But Bill McKenna will be there again. The guy that's in charge of Mattel figures, WWE Mattel figures, the lead designer, he will also be there. He's been there in the past and he's coming back again. And apparently he will have some figure reveals. There'll be some exclusive figure reveals for Wrestling Shop Live. Bill McKenna will be there. You can come and have a chat with him if you're a fan of wrestling figures. He is the person to talk to because he designs the Elite line. So Elites, Ultimate Editions. I think he plays a part in the retros. The only thing he doesn't do, I like basics and battle packs. But to be honest, most people collect the Elites. And yeah, I think if you know anything about wrestling figures, you will know Bill McKenna. Because he's always at San Diego Comic-Con. He's always doing the walk around at WrestleMania. So he's coming back as well. Very exciting. Very exciting. I heard a rumor they might try and get a wrestler, but they're not sure. They are working with WWE on that. And in the past, they did get Trent Seven and Tyler Bate. Trent Seven and Tyler Bate were at Wrestle Shop. I don't know if it was last time, but they did get Trent Seven and Tyler Bate. They might get someone, but they've said that nothing's confirmed on that yet. So I really don't know about that. But it's one of those, it's kind of a watch this space situation. It's a watch this space situation. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. Terry, shout out to you, my friend. Terry Cook, appreciate the support. So Terry, shout out to you. Hollywood guy, we read that. We're up to speed with where we are with SmackDown and everything. Miss Clown, very excited. I'm excited that Miss Clown is excited. So, boom. Lance said you should start a fan PO box. Yeah, to be honest, they're so expensive. They are about £30 a month, you know, for a PO box, and that has been the barrier because I think if you set it up, you are probably going to commit to keeping it. Well, I mean, you know, 12 months a year is nearly £400. £400 for a PO box. I mean, that's mental. That is mental. So it's really difficult to sign up for something like that because it's not the kind of thing that you sign up for a month for, because apparently it's a process and they have to like create the PO box and all this kind of stuff. So it's not the kind of thing that you can, I think, you jump in and out of like a Netflix subscription. I think like once you set it up, you're really committing to it. Well, I mean, I'd rather not spend £400 a year, to be honest, if I can avoid it. Because that's quite the expense. So that has always been the barrier. If it was like, I don't know, $9.99 a month, I mean, it would have been a no-brainer, fine, yeah, not a problem. But it's like 30-something pounds for a PO box. It's mental. It is so expensive. And I think that I have looked into it. There are a few like alternatives that you can get, but they're not that much cheaper. And they tend to be around like major cities. So I don't know. It's one of those. I keep looking at it and I keep going, yes, I'll do it now. I'll do it now. I'll do it now. And I looked at it just the other day again, and I was really trying to find the best price I could find. And now this has just dropped on my door. I mean, it's weird actually, because I was talking to Justin about it, because Justin wanted to send something over. And I said, yeah, I'm going to get a PO box. I was like, I'm going to do it. I've been putting it off. I'm going to do it. And then literally a few days later, Wrestling Shop got in touch and they were like, oh, do you want to be part of this? I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. So I knew this announcement was coming up. Lance said, it's too expensive, but I would like to send you something risque. Oh, okay, well, it might be worth it then, in all fairness. If you're going to be sending me something risque, then maybe I'll go for it. I don't know. You got me interested now. Killer Shark said, I'd love to meet you. I'll try my best to swerve by and have a chat. You're one of my favorite YouTubers. It would be a dream come true. That's very kind, dudes. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I know there's people that have told me in the past I was a bit nervous. I wanted to come along, but, I just couldn't do it. All I would say is, listen, I stream how many hours? How many hours do I stream? Like, there is no way that I can put up a pretense of pretending to be someone for, like, this amount of time, right? What you see is what you get. So I think genuinely the kind of person that I am is the person that you see on camera, because it's not like I'm, punching a puppy in my spare time or anything. So I think there's not anything to like worry about there. I'm not some kind of monster. I don't think you'll meet me and I'm going to be like a diva. I might give it a go, but yeah, there's nothing there to be concerned about. There's no cost or hidden cost. It's not like you're going to get there and all of a sudden, it's £20 to get in. So you ain't got to worry about that. It's normally, I don't know about this new one. The last one, I mean, it got busy at times, but I would say it was like busy. Like it never got busy to the point where you'd struggle to get in, right? But, people around, obviously, there's a lot of excitement. And this is at Waterloo, so I don't know how that's going to change things. Last time it was at Leicester Square. But what I would say is if you're in the area or you can get there, go for it. Give it a go. Even if you come down and you're just like, it doesn't feel right, I don't like it, whatever. It's still going to be worth having a look around that shop. It's still going to be worth popping in, right? And I honestly, and I'll obviously be saying this as we get closer as well. So we won't spend too long on it tonight, but I would genuinely love to meet as many of you as possible, because I really appreciate the support. I really do. So the opportunity to have a chat with you guys in person and like say thanks in person, shake your hand, pictures, all that kind of stuff. I would love that. That's why when they said, do you want to do it? I jumped at it. Yeah, absolutely. This is something I would like to do, but I have no idea. Like if who's going to come along, how many will come along. All I know is when we were doing the toy hunts, it was amazing. It was amazing. They're some of my favorite memories. But there are some videos on the channel actually of old wrestling shops where we've met people and everything. I think there are some old wrestling shop live videos on the channel. I don't know if I'll do anything. I always find it a bit awkward, to be honest, because like video wise, because I tend to meet a fair few people and get into conversations. It doesn't really allow for you to like step away and record. What I try to do is like do a quick video before it opens or at the end of the day. I'll definitely get some sort of video out, but yeah, I don't know what that will look like really. I don't know that it'll be like me interacting with loads of people and all that kind of stuff, or if it'll just be a look around the shop. I don't know. But I'd love to get like loads of pictures with people, get them like, you know, shared on social media. Like, you know, here's me with Miss Clown, here's me with Patrick, here's me with, you know, whoever. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. Right, where are we? What time is it? We got 25 minutes to go. 25 minutes. I saw someone say, will you stream? Will you stream? Lost it. It's gone. I live in Southampton, so I might not be able to, but I'll try my best. It's a shame, innit? Because I used to live in Southampton. I used to live in Southampton. Meeting me in Southampton would have been the easiest thing in the world. But yeah, that was a few years ago now. Right. Theory is going to turn face, and he'll be the biggest star in WWE, said Carlos. Greggy said, we need a day's pop. I don't know about a pre-show. Omos is putting on a show at Mania, said X Music. Are we sure there's a show tonight, says Maggie? There is. We're 24 minutes away from it. They're just going through video packages, all that kind of stuff. They're just talking. We're in a CGI studio. You're not missing anything. The pre-show is pretty flat, to be honest. And they've really stopped doing the matches on the kickoff show, haven't they, as well? Which is a shame. A real shame. Miss Clown said, sneaky beer, night one of Wrestle Shop. I honestly, I don't know. I'd have no problem going for a beer with you, mate. I'd have no problem doing that at all. But I honestly don't know what the plan is. I know that I'll be in a hotel on the Thursday night going into the Friday. So I'm obviously not coming back home and going back again. So potentially I might be free. But I know sometimes the guys, because obviously it's the owner and then the people that work there, they sometimes go out for a meal, get everyone to come out for a meal, like, and take Bill out for a meal as well, you know? Which could be kind of interesting if the opportunity presents itself to sit down with Bill McKenna, you know, and ask him some, like, maybe I'd have like some questions. So I don't know. I don't know what I'll be doing. Oh, hello. We've got Wade Barrett on a beach. The drinks are ice cold. So Wade Barrett is on a beach. A woman has just given him a pineapple with a drink inside. He is living his best life, isn't he? I don't know that drink looks that tempting, to be honest. Stay thirsty, my friends. I mean, am I jealous? Yes, I am. Joy Marie, shout out to you, said, I just remembered it's Backlash today. I almost forgot. I'm nervous for Cody because Brock just dismantles everyone he has a match with. Well, yeah, I mean, there are a few rumors going around saying that it could be a rough night for Cody. I don't believe them to be spoilers or anything. I think they're just rumors. But yeah, I think this could be a tricky one for Cody. I don't think there's any guarantee that Cody's coming out with the dub tonight. No guarantee at all. So it's going to be interesting. I think that is one that I'm most intrigued by. I think the moment I'm most interested in is when Bloodline lose. What does Solo do? And then the other thing I'm most interested in is how are they going to book Brock Cody? Because if some of them rumors are true, oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for the meltdown. Oh man, I'm going to be like Wade Barrett with my cocktail. Living my best life on Twitter. I would love to meet you. Will you give me a push? Aaron, stop by. I don't know if you're... are you in the area? You should come down. Come down. I want to, as I said, I want to meet as many people as possible, man. I'm super excited about it. I love the fact as well that it's free. I don't want to keep dwelling on it, but it's like, I understand it's going to be tricky for some people to get there, but it's also, I believe, at the train station. So as long as you can just get to Waterloo train station, that's it. I mean, like, you then just go to the new shopping centre that's part of Waterloo train station. So it shouldn't be like hard to get to, hard to find. It's free to get in. It's the first meet and greet I've done in 4 years. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. If you're sat on the fence about it, just come along. Just come along. What have you got to lose? Apart from maybe a bit of money on your train fare. What's a double main event, said X Music? That's when you've got two main events. I mean, it doesn't really work, does it? I mean, an example I always think of a double main event is WrestleMania 8, where they tried to make out that Ric Flair Macho Man for the WWE Championship was the main event, which it should have been. But it was on kind of near the middle of the cards because there was a double main event, and it was the one that actually closed the show, and that was Hulk Hogan against Sid Justice. So Hogan, Sid Justice closed the show. But, you know, the WWE Championship match, Ric Flair, Macho Man, like all of that is main event worthy. And so, you know, they had it as a double main event. But, you know, there's only one match that closes the show. I suppose in a way it's a bit like Rock Hogan. Rock Hogan's another good example, isn't it? Because that didn't close the show. But that was on the flipping cover of the poster, the videotape. It's one of the most iconic moments in the history of WrestleMania. So, you know, could you say that was a main event? I mean, to all intents and purposes, yes. But it didn't close the show. It didn't. It isn't the match that ended WrestleMania 18. So that's also quite interesting. That's another example, maybe. But it's very debatable as to whether you can have double main events or not. James said, I've got better things to do. Oh, like a dagger to my heart. Brighton said, Mr. Unfamiliar, how's that? I thought runner up, blah, 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 blah. I'm bringing a joint to get blazed with days, said Andre. Well, that could be uncomfortable. What with it being a figure shop, and I'm pretty sure we won't be allowed to smoke and there'll be kids around. But, you know, we'll see. Stones Rios said, WWE will fail. Yeah. Let's go. We get AEW will fail on a Wednesday. It's probably only fair we get WWE will fail on Backlash. What match are you most excited for, said Serious Gaming. What match am I most excited for? I'm most excited for Cody Brock as the match I'm most excited for. The moment I'm most excited for is after Bloodline lose. If they lose, I think they'll lose. Does Solo turn on the Usos? Those are the two that I'm most interested in. I think I'm probably a lot of other people are feeling the same. According to Fightful, Brock Cody is going to close the show. Bunny Priest is the third to last match. Okay. Yeah, we did talk about this earlier. We said, like, either Bad Bunny, Damian Priest closes the show, or you have them, you know, close to the end, you put a match in between like Seth Omos, because, you know, however you feel about Bad Bunny, you have to acknowledge that pop that he got from the crowd. You have to acknowledge what he means to the Puerto Rican people. And he is going to get an amazing reaction in this market, in front of this crowd. I have no problem with Bad Bunny being the main event. So if you're not going to do that, then, the crowd are going to be burnt out after his match because they're going to make noise. And so you're going to need a few matches just to settle things down, or a match to settle things down. So if it's the third from the ends, then that makes sense to me. Yeah. Aaron said, I will be in London for Money in the Bank. Let's go, Aaron. Let's go. Kappa said, Days, happy Backlash. Happy Backlash. Happy Backlash to you as well, buds. Are you all right? I'm good, thank you. I got in late. What? But are you coming to Florida? Am I going to Florida? I'm not going to Florida. I do want to go to Florida, actually. I did have plans to go to Florida very soon. Well, I say plans. They didn't formulate. I had mental plans to go to Florida. I last went to Florida at the end of 2018. And I think there's probably a really good chance that I will go back maybe next year or 2025. I think there's a really good chance I will go to Florida within the next couple of years. It's just so good for toy hunts. So good for toy hunts. I love getting up, and it's like, what are we going to do today? We're going to hit the targets, and you just hit all the local targets. You get loads of footage. And at the end of the day, you got a toy hunt. And then the next day you wake up, you hit all the Walmarts. And then the next day you wake up, you hit all of the Walgreens, or you hit all of the FYEs, or you used to be able to go to Kmart, but you can't do that anymore, obviously. But, or you go to Hogan's Beach Shop, or, you do whatever, but you're in the sun. You're in the sunshine, which is beautiful. One of the days you can go to NXT. I'd love to go to the taping. I mean, that would be awesome, actually. I'd love to go to the taping, but that would mean I wouldn't be able to stream. But I'm sure you would forgive me if you watched the show and I'm sat there in the crowd, right? And I would love to go to a house show, NXT house show. I think that would be really cool. So I can, there is nothing announced for me going to Florida, but I could definitely see it happening. Whether I do a meet and greet there, though, I don't know. I don't think we've got loads of people that join us in Florida. Don't know. That's maybe one to ponder on. Dave's been in Florida before, says Hayden. That's true. That is true. Hayden, I hope you enjoyed the coronation, but Dave's at Wrestle Shop. Me showing up, Stone Cold Stunner, then leaves. Man, that would be sick. Imagine, James, if you were walking down the street and you're filming, everyone's watching going, what's this? You just go into the shop, Wrestle Shop. I'm there and I'm like, James, you stick the middle finger up, stun me, down I go, and then you just walk back out again. I tell you what, if you come along, I will happily agree to, not that I need to agree, because you could just do it, but I will happily, I would love to see that. You coming in with, from your perspective, that'd be awesome. Forever Red said, since Roman has been champ, we have had a national lockdown, 2 major football tournaments, 3 prime ministers, a king and a queen. Jeez. Do you think it's all connected? Do you think for some reason a lot of our institutions have fallen apart because of Roman's title reign? I wonder if there is a connection. Forever Red, shout out to you. That is amazing, isn't it? If you think about like everything that's gone on since he became champion. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know what they're trying to do with him, to be honest, because when do you take that belt off of him? I mean, I wondered if you might take the belt off of him. I wondered if you might take the belt off of him at SummerSlam, but there is maybe an argument for him to just keep going to WrestleMania. One of the things that we've spoke about on the channel is what if they keep the belt on him till WrestleMania 40 and we do Rock Roman? You know, this whole thing could build and keep building all the way till WrestleMania 40, where we finally get The Rock versus Roman. I mean, you don't need the belt to be involved in that match, but it's better that he's still undefeated, and it's better that he's still the guy, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't hurt it if he's still got the belt. I don't think it hurts it too much if he doesn't, but I think if he goes into that match as this version of Roman, that's undefeated, champion, has been champ for so long, and it's this version of Roman against The Rock. Ooh. Oh my God. I don't even know how much money that would make. I don't even know what records we would break, all of them. I mean, that would just be monstrous, wouldn't it? That would just be monstrous. I mean, it'd be monstrous anyway, but if they've got that as just a rough plan, if they've just got that as maybe a thing, a thought in the background, and it's WrestleMania 40 as well. I mean, saying that, we did say Rock Roman all the way to WrestleMania 39 because it was in Hollywood. They've got to do it. They've got to do it. And I really thought they were going to do it. So there's no guarantees because of Rock's schedule. There's no guarantees, but if he's signed and you already know it's happening, that's tempting, isn't it? That's got to be tempting to just keep the belt on Roman. The only thing that would get in the way is if Roman's going to take a considerable amount of time off later this year, which apparently he is. You're not going to want the belt to be on him. And you're not going to want him to forfeit the belt. I mean, could you get away with not seeing Roman for a couple of months? I think you could. People would be upset that Roman hasn't defended the belt within like 60 days or within 30 days. But you might be able to get away with a couple of months. But I don't think you can get away with 3 months. Certainly not 4 months. Tricky. Are you watching Cejudo Sterling? I'm not, unfortunately. Our attention is fully on Backlash tonight. I'm living my best life because I'm watching a day stream, say Killer Shot. That's very kind, but appreciate it. Hayden said the coronation was awesome. Almost 70 years of making for Charles to be crowned, just like his late mother. Glad you enjoyed it. I caught bits of it. I didn't watch all of it because I was doing a bit of work. But I did see him coming back to the palace, and I mean, it looked pretty cool. I didn't see the balcony bit. I was in bed for the balcony bit. I was asleep. So there's probably a few bits that I'll check out on YouTube, whatever. But just looking at the BBC website, because you know me, guys, I love BBC. I went onto the BBC website and just kind of had a little read, and seems like it all went well, so that's good. Who do you think's going to win the tournament? I'm thinking there could be surprises, said Red Mess. Who do I think's going to win the tournament? I think it's going to be either Seth or Finn, but the latest rumours that we're hearing is that it could be Seth and a heel Drew, apparently, that's are looking good for the Raw sides. I think Finn has got a great chance. I really do. I think Finn, being the first Universal champ, could he have the title reign with this new belt that he should have had with that? It's kind of very poetic. So I think there's definitely a chance for Finn. I had him as an early favourite. I think my opinion has probably just shifted a little bit to Seth, but Seth was my second favourite. Not hearing any reports on Finn, which is what's changing my mind just a little. But for me, I'd have it between Finn and Seth still. That's what I had at the start. That's where I am now. But Drew, very interesting prospect. Very interesting. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support as always. I didn't miss your super chat. I was just trying to get to some of the other comments first. Delwyn says, have you looked more into the WWE title? It's great on the bump. They explain the details of the belt. Rather than people just say they want the old WCW World title back, this new belt represents the history of WWE, and style is great. My thoughts on the belt is I think it's like a 7.5. I started at about a 7.5. I think when they first showed it, you get that first impression reaction. And my first impression reaction was that it was what I would expect a new belt to look like. It was better than the current titles, but there's plenty about it that if they presented that belt to me and went, "Is this what you want?" my answer would be no, right? So I think first impressions are obviously very important. My first impressions put it at 7 point something, right? Then, you start to see some pictures and talk about the bout, and you see some of the detail that is in there. And so then you get to, it climbs a little bit. But I just can't, it dropped back down again, to be honest. It dropped back down to like 7.5 for me. I am a belt person. I am a big fan of belts. The more detail, the better, right? So in regards to this new title, I think there is thought that has gone into it. I think there are definitely things that are positive on there and good on there. I think that they have done a decent job with it. I don't think it's a disaster. I think they could have done a better job of explaining the belt when it was revealed, rather than waiting to explain it on the bump. I think that it still doesn't look quite right to me. Someone sent me a picture, and the picture was of the World Heavyweight Championship, the old WCW belt, and a Volkswagen logo slapped in the middle with a bit of black around it. And honestly, that's all I see now when I see this belt, is I see the old World Heavyweight Championship with like a Volkswagen logo slapped in the middle and like this black circle around it. And we were talking about it on the web. There's, I don't think there's any countries on the globe. The globe doesn't have any countries on it. I think the black background just looks a bit weird. I think the globe could maybe be gold. I do wonder if whether the red swoosh at the bottom of the WWE logo, if that should be in red, or maybe that should be in a different shade of gold. There's quite a bit of black, which, again, it might just be to make sure that WWE really pops. And maybe they've looked at a few alternatives and, it didn't pop as much. If it was all like gold, maybe it didn't pop as much. But I do think there's like some little details that I definitely would do. I think there's a lack of color in there. I mean, I seem to remember the globe being blue on the Winged Eagle belt, for example. So, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have like the blue globe. Someone actually, I spoke about this on the Wrestling Escape Pod. Someone sent me a picture of the new belt, but the globe was colored blue, and it did look a little better. I still don't think it looked perfect. I still don't think it fixed it. And actually, they sent me a picture and said, fixed it. So it's interesting, because I think there's a lot of people that are thinking along the same lines. There's some people that love it, just think it's one of the best things I've ever seen. Some people think it's trash. I have seen some people say it's trash. I think most people are probably, I think I'm in the majority in like, it's good. It's very good. It's an improvement. I don't love it though. I just don't love it. Don't love it. And the stuff they spoke about on the bump is things like the 3 lions that are on it represent the McMahon family crest. So that's why there's 3 lions on it. The crown at the top is a callback to the crown that was on Bruno Sammartino's belt. There's an eagle at the top, which represents the winged eagle. And all of that's fine, but it doesn't change how the belt looks. Do you know what I mean? It's great that it's got meaning, and it's great that it's got some more to it, substance, something more for you to like appreciate, right? It's great that there is, I think there's 60 stones around the 2 side plates or something, which represents the 60 years that WWE has been in existence, right? Lovely. I mean, they should have a graphic that comes out on their social media or that they show that breaks down all these different elements. I mean, why they have to reveal this on the bump that like next to no one watches, and it wasn't spoken about when the belt was unveiled, I have no idea. Because all of that does help you appreciate that some thought has gone into the belt, but it doesn't change how I feel about the belt. It doesn't change. It doesn't make me appreciate the belt more, and as a result, improve my score, because it doesn't change how it looks. It just means that what's there is at least there for a reason, you know. But I still look at it and think, well, you know, we could have done something better with the globe. I think we could have done something better with the side plates. I think we even could have done something better with the shape of the main belt, because the main plate in the center, I think it overhangs a little bit on the sides. And I don't know what that's going to look like around the waist. So I've got a bit of a question mark around that as well. I mean, I'm really like, but I really do. I like belts. Belts are like something really important to me, because this is what the champions are fighting for. This is the prize. This is what everyone wants. So it's important. It's important. This is why it should look detailed and prestigious, you know? So I don't think it's a disaster. I loved what they said on the bump and explaining it a little bit more. So you're absolutely right to bring it up as a point. But I can't say that it really changed my opinion on things, because I think my opinion had kind of settled and had formed. And I think it settled at about a 7.5 in the end. But it's not a disaster. I don't look at it and feel sick. I don't look at it and, you know, start chanting AEW. You know, I do think the AEW belt's better, though. I think the AEW belt absolutely destroys the new WWE belt. I would take the AEW World Championship over this new WWE one. Right, we are underway then with Backlash. The Backlash is coming, says Bad Bunny. Right, let's see what they've got in store. We've spoken and speculated. The Backlash is coming. So we are seeing Puerto Rico. Let's go, Bunny, said Lone Star Friends. San Juan Street Fight, says Knight Rider. Yes, we've got that with Bad Bunny tonight. Smile on Brock's face as he plants Cody Rhodes on those ring steps. We're just seeing some video packages intercut with some shots of Puerto Rico. It's a big night tonight. It is a big night because this is the last time that we're going to be using this current roster in the way that it's all, you know, set up. As of Monday, I mean, Monday's Raw. Oh, God. You want to talk about a big show? I actually think Monday's Raw could maybe rival the size of this stream. Maybe, you know, I don't know if people are quite as hyped about it as what I am, but I really think Monday is the start of the Triple H era. I really think Monday is Triple H putting the toys where he wants them, and is going to tell the stories he wants to tell, and new feuds, new factions. Like, it's going to be so interesting on Monday. Monday, I've said, is like the season premiere for Raw, season premiere for SmackDown, and you've got the triple threats for the tournament. There's a lot going on Monday. So, you know, the draft Raw and SmackDowns were very popular. I think these ones should be as well. We're just getting this drone shot again. This is how we started SmackDown. It is cool. I wonder if this is the live tonight or if this is the same one they used last night. It's probably live. So another drone shot to begin with. We are inside the same arena that we were in for SmackDown. Michael Cole, Corey Graves. Double main event tonight. Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, and the San Juan Street Fight. Bad Bunny, Damian Priest. Crowd are in fine voice. We've also got the Spanish announce table as well. Over there is Marcelo Rodriguez and Jerry Soto. Okay, Bianca is going to be starting the show. Bianca against Io. Bianca Belair versus Io Sky. Let's go. First match coming up. I never needed you at all. Bad Bunny. Bugs Bunny. Bianca's the first match, said Theodore. Bianca's going to win. There's a sign in the crowd that said, Asuka fan for life. Okay, Bianca Belair then. In pink. We've got flying lips, CGI as well. It's all kicking off. This crowd is so hot, man. I do think in America there, and not all of America, but just certain parts of America, I think there is a element of WWE being taken for granted just because they go to the same places fairly consistently. So, you know, if you don't see them this time, you'll see them next time. When you actually see a crowd that have not had WWE for 20 odd years and you see just how desperate and hungry they are, you know, how much louder everything is. Just how much more urgent everything is and how it feels just so important to them. Because they know there's a chance they won't get this for another, 20 years or whatever. I mean, they might get it next year. Who knows? But it's been a long time since we've been in Puerto Rico. There's probably something to be said for going to different parts of the world that we've not been to for a long time again, you know? Io making her way down. This should be a good match, man. Both of these women can go. This could be a career-changing night for Io Sky. And no Bayley. No Bayley, no Dakota. I'm sure we'll see them at some point, but Io has come out on her own. Got Samantha Irvin. Io chants from the fans. Io. She's popular, man. Big cheer for Bianca, though. I tell you what, this crowd, I flipping love them. Can we just pack them up and take them round with us? This crowd, man, they're into it. They're hot. They're hot tonight. So Io versus Bianca is our first one for the Raw Women's Championship. Days, could we get Bayley turn on Io tonight? We could. I'm not expecting it. I think it feels like it's probably more likely Io turns on Bayley. You know, Bayley could cost... Io could come down. Bayley could come down and cost Io. That could further the division between them. Bianca driving Io back against the ropes. And now we got Bianca. Let's go Io chance. Wow. Let's go Io. It's funny because we were talking earlier about Rhea being over. I think Io is really popular as well. She's a heel. I can't say she's particularly done anything wrong. But Bianca's got her fans also, you know. It's not like they're all behind Io. It's a bit split here. Nice kip out there by Bianca as Io was keeping her grounded. She takes her over. And nice reversal there. Head scissors by Bianca. Io trying to get out of it. She flips over and flips out. Io puts her hands out and the crowd cheer. It's like a football. Like football crowds cheering and chanting, and it's brilliant. Shoulder tackle, down goes Io. Lots of showcasing and showing off, showboating. Against the ropes goes Bianca. Cartwheels over Io. Io against the ropes. Sick, man. Sick. They're going toe-to-toe with showing off. This is great, and the crowd are so adding to this. You know, Bianca does a cartwheel, so Io does a cartwheel into a couple of backflips. Nice drop kick. Io down. She went to try and kip up, but she couldn't. So Bianca... Oh, split reaction for Bianca. It's so interesting. It's so over-choreographed, said Brian. You see, what I would say, though, is if you're gonna choreograph stuff like the Bucks do with their offense, where, you know, it's to do with moves, I would agree. But I actually think, for me, the chemistry here or the story here is they're trying to outdo each other with their showboating, you know? One did a cartwheel, the other one did a cartwheel into a couple of backflips, but there wasn't offense to it. It was just anything you can do, I can do better. Right now she's got a cross jacket and nice stretch being applied by Io. Io up top, tries to come stomping down onto the arm, and she does as Bianca goes over to the ropes. This is where I think this match will benefit compared to, say, Lucha Bros Young Bucks, is that this is not going to be big move, over choreographed move, high spot, high spot, high spot. You know, you're going to get the striking, you're going to get the ground-based stuff. We've already seen Io with a side headlock keeping Bianca down. Now they're over in the corner, look. She's using the rope to pull on Bianca's arm, right? If this was Lucha Bros and Young Bucks, it would be just flips, aerial stuff, missile drop kicks. It'd be all that kind of stuff. In the middle, we've got Io tying up with Bianca. Kick to the midsection. Down goes Bianca. That's a lovely hold. So Io has got Bianca down in the middle of the ring. Bianca trying to roll through, trying to find a reversal, picking up Io, planting Io down. Slamming Io down at the moment. Bianca coming over, grabbing Io. Io going against the ropes. Nice reversal. Hammerlock. Hammerlock forearm strikes coming in by Io. And driving her shoulder into the midsection. She's got Bianca in a very uncomfortable position. She picks her up. That was unorthodox. Very unorthodox. She had the arm behind her back. And then she picked her up and hurled her into the corner. She's targeted that arm a little bit. You know, she's had it wrapped around that top rope. Look, now she's going back after it again. So Io really targeting, I like the psychology of that, of targeting that Dragon Sleeper, targeting that left arm roll through there by Io. She's up and comes crashing down on Bianca's left arm. Bianca writhing in pain at the moment. Bianca going over by the ropes. Io with a big smile on her face. The crowd is cheering Io. Yeah, there's cheers for Bianca, though. They're not totally behind Io. There's a good chunk. I don't know if it's like a 50-50 thing. Io getting plenty of cheers. Io charging over. Double knees. Bianca moves out the way. Back elbow there by Bianca. Bianca in the corner. Io charging over. Bianca gets out the way. Shoulder tackle there by Bianca. Bianca jumps over the top rope. Round the back. It's rolled through by Io. Oh, into a double stomp right to the midsection by Io. Io is fired up. That's a big spot for Io. Lovely roll through into the double stomp. She gets all of it as well. But only a 2 count. Ooh. Fun match, man. I mean, this match itself is all right. It's you know, not a 5-star match for me, but it's a nice little contest. But, oh, wow, the crowds. I mean, I know we keep going on about it, but they do make such a difference. They're so vocal, chanting away. Oh, lovely forearm shot there by Io. Shot coming back there by Bianca. Louds, just louds. The crowd will kill if Bianca wins. I'm getting 50-50 whenever I'm getting cheers for Bianca when she round the houses, when she's got a bit of offense. Backbreaker. Yeah, it feels to me like it's 50-50. It feels to me like there's a lot of very vocal Io fans. She is absolutely getting support. But when Bianca's doing something, she's not being booed out the building. You can sort of hear like a murmur as well, as there's like a dueling sort of, some are cheering Bianca, some are cheering Io. There's a loud "Let's go Io" chant, though. I'd say the Io one's probably louder. Maybe it's more 60-40. Bianca in the middle. Nice suplex. Hip up there by Belair. I mean, look at the front row. You can see people with their hands in the air cheering as Bianca is coming back. Nice shoulder tackle there by Bianca. She's got Io by the hair, and shots coming down here by Bianca. Counting along as Bianca throws in these shots to Io. If Io wins, she turns on damage control and becomes face. That would be nice. Bianca has got Io up. Look at the strength. Look at the strength of Bianca. One-handed! My God, man. And she just dumped Io face first. Oh, that was not a good landing at all. Oh, that was not a good landing. 1, 2. Kick out by Io. Bianca just had Io one-handed. And unfortunately, Io sort of slipped and then just face planted. This could have been really bad, man. That could have been really bad. I mean, it's awesome that she was able to do that. Damn, man. Io just got smashed on her face. Crowd back to cheering for Io. Back elbow coming in by Bianca. Snapmare, Io in the corner. Bianca charges over. Shoulder tackle. Io moves out the way. Shots coming in by Io. Working on the arm. Io going over in the corner. Io drapes Bianca's arm over the top rope. Io jumps back up. Gets a great reaction from the crowds. Missile drop kick there by Io as Bianca goes to the outsides. Io up top. Bianca coming up, knocking her off the top. Io goes down. Bianca. Oh, knees up by Io. Knees up by Io. Bianca comes off the top. Crossface applied by Io. Io's got a crossface on Bianca. Bianca trying to get back. Io trying to get back. Io on her feet. Up in the air. She's got her up. She's looking for a power bomb. Oh, face first. Beautiful reversal by Io. It looked like Bianca was going to power bomb Io to and a kick out by Bianca. It's a good match now. It's a really good match. We've really, really got going. That's a lovely spot, man. That is a lovely spot. What are they chanting? It is a great atmosphere. Io faced dead. This match was better than I thought, said versus Sean. Lovely double knees there by Io. Double underhooks. Picks up Bianca. Bianca reverses round the back. Picks up Io. She's going to look to plant her, but roll through by Io into the double stomp. Bianca moves out the way. Bianca looking for the KOD. She's got her up for the KOD. Oh, it's reversed. Bianca spills to the outside. This feels like one of the toughest challenges that Bianca's had to face. Io in the ring. Looking out at Bianca on the outside. She just survived the KOD. And can you imagine what this crowd are going to be like when they're getting behind Zelina? Kick to the midsection by Io. Amazing crowd and match, said 24-bit. Io is jumping on the edge of the ring. She's going to go for the moonsault. Io climbing up. The genius of the sky. Oh, comes crashing down onto Bianca on the outsides. Holy chance. This crowd is one of those crowds of the year. Maybe the best crowd of the year, said Mr. Dell Jr. Damage control distraction will cost Io the match, said Jay. 1, 2. Kick out by Bianca. I don't think Io wins it, but if she does, it's probably so they can turn her face due to Bayley being upset that someone under her won said Corvids. Mr. Unfamiliar said it's not just the crowd. This is great. Preston said, is this the first match? It is. It is. And it's a big, big talking point as well. Lot of fun here in Puerto Rico. Shoulder tackle there by Io on Bianca in the corner. I don't know what they're chanting. It feels like a fight forever type thing. There's been plenty of Io chants, though. I mean, what I will say is, haven't heard many Bianca chants. There was some at the start. But as this contest has gone on, certainly feels like that crowd support is firmly behind Io. Belair, though, holding on to Io. Io again trying to get a Hurricanrana, but she can't do it. We're up in the corner. Belair looking for a powerbomb from that middle rope. She gets it. She gets it. Big powerbomb from the middle rope. 1, 2. Kick out by Io. Kick out by Io. Powerbomb from the middle rope. That is cool, man. I mean, that is a monster. Look at that sit-down powerbomb. She absolutely drove her into that mat. Drove her into that mat. She goes for the pin. She can't believe that it's only resulted in a 2 count. Here's Damage Control. Damage Control making their way down. Bayley. Oh my God, what's Bayley wearing? Bayley's trousers have got like loads of holes in. That's not the kind of thing Bayley tends to wear, is it? KOD, look, Dakota trying to distract. Dakota gets knocked off the edge of the ring. Reversal by Io. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Bianca. Oh, Damage Control. Damage Controller at ringside. I tell you what, there'll be people on Twitter right now that are in meltdown over what Bayley's wearing. This has got to be the most revealing thing I've ever seen Bayley wear. Bayley gets thrown into the ropes. Bianca going over to... Oh, kick by Dakota. Dakota kicks Bianca. Dakota kicks Bianca. Bianca's down. Io's going up. Bayley's holding on to Bianca's hair, look. Oh, he spotted it. Oh, and Io misses. Io is up. KOD. Io, 1, 2, 3. And it's a win. It's a win for Bianca. So Bayley grabbed Bianca's hair to keep her down. The referee spotted it. Oh, was that Amanda Serrano? I think was that Amanda Serrano in the crowd? I think Amanda Serrano's there. Was she with Jake, maybe? Wow, amazing. Amazing, amazing. Sky will be pushed. Io was doing great without Damage Control. So, Bayley grabbed Bianca's hair. Referee spotted it. I mean, whether that would have landed anyway, I don't know. So, referee saw moonsault misses. KOD. Oof. I tell you what, it'll be interesting to see how Io reacts. It's one of those where she might have lost anyway. The outside interference, I mean, it certainly didn't help, did it? So she could certainly look at it and blame it, but I don't know. That moonsault could have missed anyway. Great match, though. Getting your thoughts about that match. Corey said, why is it under Triple H they build it up to where we want to see someone win and then they have them lose? This is getting frustrating. What do you mean? I mean, I don't think they've built Io up, personally. I don't know that was anyone expecting that reaction from that crowd? I can't say I was expecting that reaction. I think with the Cody one, you know, he'll get there eventually.
But I never needed you.
Savio Vega, man. Damn. It's a blast from the past, isn't it? Savio Vega's, I mean, it's all in Spanish. I don't know what's being said, but he's just handed a kendo stick and a Puerto Rican flag to Bad Bunny. That is great that we got Savio Vega involved. Tell you, I mean, when you talk about legends that we just don't see, I mean, the GOAT has returned, said Wrestle with Andy. That's a name we just don't see. Savio, why don't we see more of Savio Vega when we do like Raw reunions and whatever? That's great. So yeah, Corey, I mean, it's a great point. We actually spoke about how the money is in the chase. So Cody not getting the title at WrestleMania certainly surprised me, but I think he gets it eventually. But I don't know. I can't say that I put Io in that bracket because I don't think we've done loads with her. Certainly not as a solo star. So it kind of feels like her journey is only really just beginning. And I don't know if anyone could have anticipated that kind of reaction that the crowd gave her. I mean, genuinely, I felt it was quite 50-50 at the start. But as the match was continuing, it seemed to just get more and more pro Io. And as I said towards the end, you know, you was hearing Io chants. You weren't hearing Bianca chants. But I think the big takeaway from that will be what Bayley was wearing. I think that'll be the big takeaway. I don't even need to look at Twitter to know. There's people that are literally just exploding all around the world right now in just sheer joy. Right now, they're just talking about the World Heavyweight Championship tournament. We did cover that on SmackDown. It starts on Raw, continues on SmackDown. And looks like coming up next, Seth freaking Rollins against Omos. I'm surprised this is not later, actually. I'm surprised this isn't like the co-main. So, Seth Rollins, Omos, if you are just joining us, great match to start this event off with. Great match. Banger. Lots of people saying 4.5. Seth versus Omos. This crowd are going to sing Seth's theme, yeah. Mike said, Cody wins the Raw tournament. Roman wins SmackDown. Roman loses to Cody. Roman doesn't lose his belt, but Cody gets the belt and a win over Roman, says Mike. Bayley does not look comfortable dressing sexy. I don't know that it's sexy. I mean, to be honest, what I think it is I think it's damn hot in Puerto Rico. Hotter than I think what you tend to get in America. And so, I mean, Florida's got a warmth to it. Absolutely it does. But I think Puerto Rico's just a whole different level. So I think this is just trying to dress a bit more comfortably. So I don't know that she's like, I'm going to dress sexy today. But it's probably the most revealing that I've ever seen Bayley look or clothes I've ever seen her wear. I can't see Seth losing this unless to start a feud with a surprise interference. Michael said Seth is a hell of a talent. Chrome's Chosen said it's 4+ out of 5. Ghost Robe said, Days, is it possible to show us Bayley's pants? I do have some screenshots that have been taken for the video after. I don't have any image on this computer. I'll be shocked if Bayley doesn't trend. Bayley, respectfully. I don't know if there is a good picture. Lots of videos, but I don't know if there's a good image. That's not bad. Here we go. Okay, Omos making his way down. there you can see like there you don't know she doesn't normally wear like those sort of trousers that have got like bits cut out like that, you know. It's just not a Bailey thing at all. Like she normally wears just black pants and that's just it, but this had like these sections cut out of the front bit and all down the side and on the rear as well. Like around the back there was bits that were cut out. It wasn't like loads that you could see. Yeah, but it was, as I said, this is more than what we're used to seeing from Bailey. And then, like, even the top, you know, there wasn't, like, it's not loads to it. Pop in as well. That's a great color, isn't it? That kind of fluorescent yellow type color. So, yeah, Bailey looking great. Dakota looking great. Io looking great. Bianca looking great. Just great all round. Great match. Great crowds. Everything's great. Lovely way to start the show. Okay, we're going to continue these sexy vibes because now we've got Omos stepping into the ring. Let's go. Let's go. Right, Omos in the ring. We're waiting for Seth. This crowd, you're right. I mean, this crowd are going to go crazy when Seth comes out. Daisy, you need to do a video on Bailey's outfit. Guys, breaking news. Bailey's outfit. Look at this. Oh, my God. Right, here's Seth. Crowd singing away as Seth makes his way out. We got 7 matches tonight. We've had 1 done already. Seth winning makes sense here if his favorite to win the new belt says Austin. That's true. Equally, I would argue, though, could he lose here, give Omos a little bit of a push, but then, you know what WWE are like with their 50-50 booking. You know, Seth is over. People love Seth. If he was to lose here, he doesn't lose anything. You know, could he go into, say, that triple threat on Monday doubting himself? Like, you know, losing on Saturday has really hurt my confidence. I just don't know. You know, I really needed to win on Saturday, but I need to try and put that behind me. I've got a big opportunity tonight. And then, oh my God, he wins the triple threat, gets through to the final, wins the final. He's going to Night of Champions. You know what WWE are like. This could be an opportunity to give Omos a much needed win, to be honest. He lost to Braun. He lost to Brock. Crowd singing away. Boot by Omos. Thank God. Coach Co said it's Puerto Rico. It's 80 degrees. I suppose that's not that hot, I suppose, in comparison to, say, Florida. Because I think Florida's around that, isn't it? So, I don't know. But they've just had, like, Wade Barrett on a beach with a pineapple and a drink and all this kind of stuff. Like, I think there's definitely an image, a perception of it being, like, hot. I don't know what the actual temperature is today, but it just sort of feels like it fits in with the show with her wearing like that kind of a get-up. She's never wore anything like that before. Crowd is still singing away as we're up and running with Omos and Seth. Coach Co dropping in his facts as always. Appreciate it. William said Omos should win most improved wrestler in 12 months, says William. It's an interesting thought. But Starch said, you did a video on Scarlett's wardrobe malfunction. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a wardrobe malfunction on from Bailey, though. So there wasn't any issue there. Seth is down. He just got chucked across the ring. See WWE after San Juan, Puerto Rico are bunny ears. Are you million? Azizul, shout out to you, buds. We've got Omos with Seth in the middle of the ring. MVP in a sharp white suit on the outsides. Over the top rope goes Seth. Spills to the outsides. 40 minutes into this show already. 40 minutes into this show. Banging opening match. And Omos in control. Looking good. Looking dominant. Seth on the outside with MVP. Days, is it confirmed that Sarah Lee committed suicide? An autopsy has confirmed. It says C-dub-D. Very sad. Very sad. Into the ring post goes Omos. How crazy is it? Brock showed up more this year than Roman. Says Jet. That is crazy. Through the rope, suicide dive goes Seth. Collides into Omos. Seth against the ropes again. Choke slam into the apron. Omos in control. Picking up Seth. Scooping him up. Looking to plant him on the edge of the ring, maybe? Or chuck him back in. He's managed to pick up Seth. That's amazing. That is amazing. I tell you what's amazing about that is that he's just picked up Seth. But he's done it with no assistance by Seth. Normally, if you pick someone up, they can like jump and they can assist and they can help. He just like had to like pick him up. Like it's just, and there as well. He's just grabbed him, scooped him. It's just effortless. It's like a man with a child. Against the ropes, big boot. I wonder what he can bench and everything, a guy of that size. I wonder, like, because his arms are going to obviously be bigger just naturally. So I wonder what he benches and what is like in the gym. Because the way that he just picks up, and we saw him do it to Brock as well. Just pick up Brock. But here, there's a couple of times where he didn't get any assistance from Seth. Again, scoops him up. Got him up on his shoulder. Seth trying to fight back. Seth's got a sleeper hold on Omos. Seth goes over. Seth in the corner. Omos charges over. Enziguri kick. Seth going to the outside. Looking to springboard. Knee strike. Side of the head there by Seth. Omos stumbles backwards. Low kick. That's good. He's trying to chop down the big man. Good work there by Seth as he's kicking away at Omos. Against the ropes goes Seth. Duck underneath. Duck underneath again. Basement drop kick. Omos goes down. Oh, lovely kick there by Seth. He's sort of got him in permission. Oh, he's going for the pedigree. Seth is looking to pedigree Omos, but he can't do it. Omos. Back body drop. Seth going over into the corner. Corey said it's absurd that Omos just did a back body drop from his knees. Omos charging over. Seth moves out the way. Crowd singing Seth's theme. Face first, into the ring post goes Omos. Seth jumping up. He's looking for a tornado DDT and he gets it. Wow, Seth with a tornado DDT. Seth going to the outsides. Going up top. The crowd are fired up. Omos is down. Seth on top. Frog splash connects. One. Just a one. Just a one. One count. Omos kicks out. Wow. We are... Oh, Days, this crowd is the best crowd of the year. Thoughts? I don't know. The Montreal crowd were mental with Sami. Were they this loud all throughout the show, though? I don't think so. Yeah, I think there's an argument. There's an argument this is the best crowds. I think Montreal was very special, though. Forearm strike there by Seth. If you are annoyed, go watch UFC. UFC is tonight, yeah. That's a shame. Can't keep the giant down, says Keelan. So Seth in the corner, looking to charge over, looking for the curb stomp, couldn't get it. Omos trying to get up to his feet. He grabs a hold of Seth. He's looking to plant Seth down, going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, it's just a 2.9. 2.9. So Seth is down. Yeah, I mean that stomp would have been it, but Seth gets planted. Let's go, Rollins chant. Omos grabbing a hold of Seth, picking him up. Big strike coming in there by Seth. Seth going against the ropes. He's got him on his shoulder. Sleeper hold being applied by Seth. Backed into the corner. Tell you what, this feels like quite a long Omos match, doesn't it? Sleeper again being applied. Simon said Omos is a beast. Seth should put him over. I mean, Omos would be scary if he was to get a win streak going, you know? The problem with Omos is that he just keeps losing. He lost to Brock, he lost to Braun. He might lose here to Seth. At some point, we've got to start building him like the giant that he is. We've got to start putting him on a win streak, you know? Omos is down in the middle of the ring. MVP trying to get involved. Jessica Carr going over, having a word with MVP. Oh, the curb connects! Curb connects, but MVP still distracts. Super kick to MVP. Seth just hit a curb stomp. He wants to go for another. And he gets the second. He rolls the giant over. 1, 2. Kick out by Omos. Omos kicks out of 2 curbs. Kicks out of 2 curb stomps. And Seth can't believe it. 1 curb stomp would put most people away. Omos kicks out of 2 curbs. Oh. I mean, even if the big man loses, they're giving him some shine. Just like in his fight against Brock, where he was chucking Brock around. And at the end, we were like, no, that was better than we thought it was going to be. I'd say this is better than I thought it was going to be. But at some point, you've got to start giving him wins. Not saying that comes tonight, but I'm just saying at some point, you've got to do it. Seth, up top. In the corner, perched. Seth is looking for the stomp off the top. Gets it. The big man's down. 1, 2, 3. Seth Rollins picks up the win. So a curb from I think it was the middle rope. A super stomp. And the crowd singing away. Wrestler Danny said, we are witnessing the best Omos match of all time. What a time to be alive. Seeing the super stomp, we've got Seth comes crashing down. Bang! Connects. Omos goes down. He fully mounts him as well. But full mount there for Seth as he gets on top of Omos. This crowd, they are so good. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, Mr. Dow Jr. is, I think, probably right. This probably is the best crowd of the year. I mean, Montreal was so special, but I can't say that they were this loud all the way throughout that show. You know, they were loud for Sami. They'll equal anything when it came to like their support for Sami. But this crowd, I mean, this crowd are amazing right now. They might even go to a whole different level when Bad Bunny and Zelina come out. That dude wants his sign signed. And there we go. We go to commercial break. At first, World Heavyweight Champion Hollywood Guy said the Giant is 0-3 in big matches. Let's go, Omos. Let's go. Ray said Seth is used to mountain. Never mind. A 10,000 out of 10,000 show so far, said Godfather 14. Dizzledog said it's unfortunate that Omos was stuck in that position as Seth climbed to the top rope. What's this? Another what is this? Commercial? Normally we don't get this, do we? Normally we just get little video packages. Oh, it's that Harder Lemonade. They're like one of the sponsors of the show. Mike's Harder Lemonade. It's good. I'm not used to seeing adverts on the WWE network like that, but it was for that Mike's Harder Lemonade. Okay, 2 matches down. We've got I don't know what's coming next. Corey Graves said it's my first time ever here in Puerto Rico. Just talking about the press conference. Right, show is better than I thought it was going to be, said JP. Maria said UFC 288 is on. Can we vote? No. It's WWE tonight, buds, unfortunately. We are primarily a wrestling channel, so if there's a big wrestling show like this, we have to prioritize this. CWD Wrestling said WWE has confirmed to hold WrestleMania 43 in Nissan Stadium, Tennessee, the same location SummerSlam took place. WrestleMania 43? They haven't announced 41 or 42, have they? I don't know where do I know where 41's coming from? I don't think I do. 40's in Philadelphia. Don't think I know where 41's coming from, or 42. Do you mean 41? Do you mean 41? Double main event. They're just showing graphic for the San Juan street fights. WWE is the best, said Christopher. Would you say Clash at the Castle crowd was good? Definitely. Yeah. I wouldn't say they were this good, but they were good. I mean, I think it's hard because in a stadium of that size, a lot of the sound goes up and out of a stadium. It's very hard for it to be this, because it's all contained within the arena. I tell you what, London, if you're going to Money in the Bank, the flipping gauntlet has been thrown down here by Puerto Rico. If you're going to Money in the Bank at the O2 Arena in London, you better shut up. You better make noise. If you're just going to sit on your hands, you're going to do us dirty, because this crowd is red hot and they are setting the bar. Bray. Wish it was Bray. Bray. Why do I keep saying Bray? Bobby versus Theory versus Bronson. It is time for the United States title. So we've had over 2,000 votes. Who's going to leave us champion here? 53% of you reckon it'll be Theory. 18% say Bronson. 29% say Bobby Lashley. So our poll well underway. Good sample size. Over 2,000 votes. Over 2,000 votes, and 53% of you think that it's going to be Austin Theory. Bronson Reed making his way down. Do you think Solo will attack the Usos tonight? I think it's just a guess to say yes. It's only a guess. I think he will turn on them at some point. I don't know that it's tonight, but I think he will turn on them at some point. But I'll go with yeah. Why not? Let's go. So Bronson Reed making his way down, and he's wearing green. Black and green for Bronson Reed. Do I like the outfit? Do I like the attire? It's okay. He looks great. What's the tattoo here? I feel like I always keep meaning to ask that. I think it says Paige. It always makes me think of Soraya. Is he a big Paige fan? I'd imagine it's like a name of one of his kids, you know? Probably got a daughter called Paige or something. I always look at it and think of Soraya. Here's A-Town Down. Austin Theory is in Puerto Rico. The United States champ making his way down to the ring. Next challenger for the United States Championship should be Grayson Waller or Cameron Grimes. Couldn't imagine seeing Bronson coming off the top rope coming down on me, said Knight Rider. Oh, that would be terrifying. That would be terrifying. I think there's a chance they do go with Bronson, but because I don't know, are we going to free up Austin Theory to be involved in the world heavyweight title scene now? Well, actually, saying that, I think he's moved to Smackdown, hasn't he? I'm still not used to the rosters yet. So, I don't think he can be. With that being said, unless he wins that tournament, of course, because we know Smackdown people are involved. Could we get Seth versus Austin Theory in the final? Seth representing Raw, Austin Theory representing SmackDown. Do that match at Night of Champions. Winner is the new world heavyweight champion. Put this belt on Bronson. I don't know where Bronson went, so. If Bronson's on Raw, then no. Well, 3 guys in the ring. Let's see how this plays out. Wrestler Andy said, what next for Omos? Hope he doesn't become a dancing giant like Carly or Shanky. I think it's too early for us to do that, to be honest. I just think we need to just start giving him wins. It's pointless him coming out and beating jobbers on Raw if whenever he has a big match, he loses it. What's the point in him looking good against jobbers to then go to a pay-per-view and lose it? Like, he's got to win. He needs to be in a bit of a feud that he then wins. So he needs to be involved in someone that's going to put him over and make him look good, you know? It'd be good, actually, if we could get some segments where he starts talking about, or MVP starts talking about how they've been working on certain things and he's starting to get it. You know, he knows where he's been going wrong and, you know, we can start making some changes. Bronson Reed. Bronson. Lol. Right, Bronson won't win because Gunther's on Raw and they would have 2 mid-card. So he is on Raw. Right. I agree then. If he's on Raw, he won't do it. But as I said, I haven't got my head around where everyone is yet. People like Bronson, Shotzi, I don't care. I don't care what brand they're on. But if it is Raw, then yeah, they won't have 2 mid-card belts. Bobby has got Austin Theory up in the air. Alex said, former Mae Young competitor Kimberly has announced her retirement. She says her heart isn't in wrestling anymore. I think there's been a lot of drama around her, hasn't there? Wasn't she like the one that alleged that the MSK guy and all of that had like been assaulting her and people are like questioning it and I don't know, it's messy. It's all messy. I think MJF doesn't believe her. He came out and made some comments saying that he didn't believe what she had to say. So, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. So that's a shame. Dizzledog said, Bibby is going home with the belt. Thanks for the stream. Dizzledog, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the support. Okay, Bobby is in the middle of the ring here. He gets sat down as Bronson collides into Bobby. Bronson and Theory are just beating up Bobby. They're working together at the moment. Do what I say, Theory just said to Bronson there. Do as I say. Okay, Theory charges into Bobby in the corner, but Bronson isn't happy with how he's being spoken to. He collides into Theory. And so Bronson collides into Theory. And now Bobby's starting to fire back. He plants down Bronson. He picks up Theory, plants Theory. Simon said if Jay or Jimmy lose the match, Sikoa will attack them both. Yeah, could do, but definitely something that's spear there by Bobby. Definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on. Bronson grabs the leg of Bobby to prevent him from pinning Theory. Duck underneath there by Bronson. Super kick by Bronson as Bobby goes down. Bronson on the edge of the ring. Bronson, comes crashing down. Comes crashing down onto Bobby. Amazing. Well, Michael Cole said, that's like getting hit by a falling boulder in an avalanche. So we've got Bronson Reed climbing up. Bobby Lashley down in the ring. We've got Theory. Going to interrupt. Jumps in the ring. Grabs a hold of Bobby. He's got Bobby up on his shoulders. Bobby round the back. He's got a hold of Theory. Hurt lock applied. Hurt lock applied. Hurt lock. Bobby with the hurt lock. And he's wearing down Theory. Where's Bronson? Theory trying to power out of it. Oh, is he going to reverse out of it? Oh, massive. Oh, Theory makes the save. Oh my God, that was monstrous. That splash by Bronson off the top. I mean, that surely would have put Bobby away. It was monstrous. Lovely reversal by Theory. I would question if his shoulders were both down as well, though. I think he might have just got this one up, his left shoulder up. But either way, it was broken by Bronson. All three guys down in the ring. So we are up and running with the triple threat. This is our third match out of 7 this evening. Bronson going for a shot. Back elbow there by Theory. Another big strike there by Theory. Theory rolling through. Ooh. Blockbuster by Theory on Bronson Reed's. Bobby Lashley still down. The #1 trend in the United States. Hashtag WWE Backlash as Theory tries to power Bronson Reed up on his shoulders. Power slam there by Bronson. Theory down. Simon said, I wonder if a Smackdown star wins the world title. Would they go to Raw? I think they would, buds. And the Raw superstar goes to Smackdown in a trade. The thoughts are Man, it's fast-paced, this. Really fast-paced. Bobby gets chucked out the ring. Theory going for the pin on Bronson. And he gets it. Theory retains. Theory retains a frustrated Bobby Lashley. Because Bobby had done the work. Bronson was there for the take-in. And it's Theory that did that take-in. And Austin Theory remains the United States champion. A town down. In regards to, the trade, there's a few people thinking it might be that the winner could come from SmackDown and then they get swapped with Cody. But that's just a thought, you know? It's just a thought. But Theory is the new Orton, says AR1. Corbin said 3 matches so far and 3 predictable wins. Justin said this pay-per-view has been fire from the door. Bronson has nothing to be ashamed of, said Knight Rider. Austin said Bobby versus Roman soon. Great match, 3.5, said WWE Fan 1000. Ray said that was a really good match. Hope it furthers the Hurt Business agenda since Bobby didn't get to Mania and didn't win the title. Bobby and Big E are doing a little DraftKings advert here. Who will attempt the first pinfall? You can bet on this on DraftKings. Do you think the match will spill out into the crowd? I tell you what's interesting about this, you know. I don't really get how this works. Because what's stopping the wrestlers that know what's happening? What's stopping them telling family members and betting on it? You know? How do you protect against that if you're DraftKings? I don't get that bit. I heard that there's maybe some sort of an agreement that they tell DraftKings the planned finishes and what's going to happen. But then how can DraftKings set the odds? I just don't get it. I don't understand. If they tell DraftKings what's going to happen, then DraftKings are going to know how to place the odds, aren't they? So you can't really do that. Plus also, who knows? Someone could change during the match. Someone could make a mistake. And then all of a sudden, WWE have screwed over DraftKings. But then if you don't have that agreement, what's stopping like one of the wrestlers just telling a friend, listen, put money on this because I am going for the first pinfall. Put a couple of grand on it. You're going to make money, yeah? That would be like insider trading stuff, wouldn't it? Don't know. That DraftKings thing is really interesting. I mean, there is you can bet here in the UK on who wins the Rumble, for example. So, you know, but they're only like little things like that once in a while. It's not all the time. It's just once in a while. This seems to be something that we're doing on a more regular basis. It's interesting. I don't understand how they would be setting fair odds, said Lance. Anyone that participates is a fool. DraftKings shouldn't be allowed to begin with. DraftKings is a partner with AEW. I find it odd they're advertising on WWE, says Corvids. The odds are created by the bettors, says William. Yeah, but you've got to set an opening odds, haven't you? You set an opening odds and then it moves from there. So the bookies have to set some sort of opening odd. CWD Wrestling said WrestleMania 41 is in Minnesota. 42 is rumored to be in New Jersey. 43 confirmed to be at Nissan Stadium. Haven't heard the news that we're going to Minnesota for 41. And how weird that we've not announced 42, but you're saying we've announced 43. Where have they announced this? Where's this been announced? Timothy said Theory is Vince's ass. Hashtag fire Vince. Hashtag fire Vince. Tell you what, if you feel that way right now, let's see what happens in that Cody match. I used to work at security at a casino, and the contract I signed stated that I couldn't, and family members couldn't, have an account with DraftKings because they had a partnership with the casino, says Jordan. Yeah, I mean, that's cool and very interesting. I really appreciate knowing that. There's no way that that's going to stop friends, though, is it? If you've got a mate that likes, you know, to have a little bit of a gamble, whatever, and, you know, maybe they're having not a hard time, but, like, you know, they could do with a bit of help. What would stop a wrestler from just saying to him, like, you know, do this? I mean, look, betting in sports, it's one of them, innit? There's lots of people that speculate that there's cheating in boxing and everything, you know? But betting in, like, wrestling, which is predetermined, is an extra level interesting, isn't it? Right, Rhea Ripley making her way down. This crowd are going to be so hot for Zelina. This crowd are going to be going banana. Okay, so Ripley against Zelina. This is going to be our next one. She's got her mammy choker on. She's come down on her own. There's no Judgment Day. It's WrestleMania 46 in Nashville's new stadium, says Bob. Rhea looks great. Both women's belts have always been in white leather, said Justin. Evan said they could make Theory into the next legend killer since he's beaten John and Ray. He could continue maybe Edge feud since they're both on SmackDown. White leather Rhea, said Mr. Unfamiliar. I don't think this works for her, to be honest. I mean, she's a heel. I don't know. I don't really like her in white. She wore white, or a bit of white at WrestleMania 36. I just didn't think it was I didn't think it worked for her. There'll be people into this, though, you know. I don't despise it. So, Rhea in the ring. Timothy said, what is a double main event? We spoke about it before. Like, it's a way of saying that these two fights both really matter. They're both really important. Zelina all in port. Wow. Oh, my God. Mattel right now are wetting themselves. Mattel right now are like,
I never needed you.
oh, yeah. Dig it. It's the macho woman, Zelina Vega, making her way down. She's making her way down. She's got like this cape. That's the Puerto Rican flag. It is very macho, man. It's like proper wood reinforcement, so that when she holds it out, it like really does look like Macho Man from back in the day. The macho woman. So she makes her way down. She's drenched in Puerto Rican colors. Goes over to, I think that was her mom. Zelina Vega in the ring. Big smile on her face as she obviously gets a great reaction. She's going to lose. WWE love having people in their well, I don't think this is her home country. I think it's like the descent of her family. I think her family come from here, but Sami in Canada, Drew in the UK, Zelina in Puerto Rico. But yeah, right now Mattel are like, ah! She's crying. She's actually crying. God bless her. Crying. Oh. Crying! She knows the finish. This might be her biggest match ever. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I can't think of anything that matches up to this. Don't think she's ever been women's champion, so even to compete for this title, but to do it in Puerto Rico. Isn't it disrespectful to dress in country dress for short clothes? I don't understand Western culture. Isn't it disrespectful to dress in country dress in short clothes? No? No, I don't think that's a problem. Simon said WWE and DraftKings would have to follow rules and gambling laws so that all employees and wrestlers... Let's go down. All employees and wrestlers and their families would be banned from entering. I get that. But what's stopping the wrestler telling their friend this is what's going to happen? Because in sports, you don't know what's going to happen because it's competition. But in pro wrestling, the wrestler will know the finish. They'll know, they'll have an idea as to, you know, who's going to go for the first pinfall or whatever it might be because it's predetermined. So I'm not saying they've placed the bets. I'm not saying their family has placed the bets, but there is no way you can govern them passing that information on to a friend, you know? Crowd are olaying away as we are underway with Zelina and Rippers. Paddy Power did betting on WWE in the UK. A few do. They do it for the Royal Rumble. So it's something that we have seen before, but the... you would get the significance of that flip-flop, a chatra. Zelina held it up and hurled it at Rhea Ripley. Yeah, so the gambling thing, we've seen it in the UK. For the Royal Rumble, you can place some bets, maybe even WrestleMania. The DraftKings things just feels a bit different, though. It just feels like that is going to be more consistent. It's going to be something that's going to happen on a more regular basis now. I think it's more of a long-term agreement. Doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered. If they do tell some people the finishes and their friends make money, fair play. It doesn't bother me, but I just wondered how they would prevent that or what they've thought about that or how that would work. Right, Rhea Ripley in control. Flip-flop. I don't know what it is, do I? Never heard of it. A chiqua or whatever. It's a flip-flop. Flip-flop's just threw a flip-flop at her. Her mum gave her a flip-flop. She chucked it at Rhea. I mean, that is literally what I just saw. This looks like Demetrius Johnson against John Jones. Shoulder tackles there by Rhea. Chastity said, have you ever thought about twerking on the desk whilst doing a show? No. Because then people will stop watching WWE and they'll just want to watch me twerking. And honestly, there is good money in that, in all fairness. Rhea taunting Eddie. I say taunting. She was doing the shimmy. She had a big smile on her face. He strikes to the midsection there by Rhea. Zelina gets hurled into the corner. Malachi Black, Buddy Matthews, wife, girlfriend are facing each other right now. They're both no doubt in the crowd somewhere, says Corvids. In the words of Austin Powers, who throws a shoe? That's a good point. Who throws a shoe? The Gambling Commission would monitor all bets that were placed. If there's any irregularities, they would investigate, and it would be legal to hand out information.
I never needed you at all.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to the bottom of this, to be honest, because my point still remains. I know that it would be wrong, but again, what is stopping a wrestler doing that? If they spoke to someone and said information and that person went and placed a bet, I didn't tell them that. I haven't said anything. And if they're good friends, the person's, just going to place a bet. How would you trace it? How would you even know that they are friends? If it's family, that's different. But friends, I mean, even if it doesn't look great, I mean, I ain't done anything. Prove it. Prove that I said something. So, it doesn't change anything. Like, maybe they are thinking that will either happen and it'll just be so inconsequential, right? Because it ain't going to be for any massive amount, because that would stand out. And maybe it's not going to be on a consistent basis, because that would stand out as well. I think it would be naive to think that wouldn't ever happen. How many people do you reckon are in wrestling? If this is going to be a consistent thing, I heard that they might look to do Raws and Smackdowns and everything. So this is going to be a lot of shows, and a lot of people involved as well. And there's no way you'd be able to trace all the places, the bets placed and all that kind of stuff. You'd have to be real stupid to get caught on that, I think. You'd have to be doing it for large amounts that stand out, or you'd have to be doing it on a very consistent basis to stand out. If it's just the odd thing here and there, it's going to go under the radar. Sure, it would go under the radar. Because how are they going to know that John Smith in Ohio knows Rhea Ripley? It's not going to stand out, is it? Again, doesn't bother me. I ain't bothered. I was just making the point of how are they going to stop that? And I don't think they can. 619 by Zelina. Zelina going up top on the middle rope. She does the shimmy. I feel like every show someone does some sort of tribute to Eddie now. 1, 2, kick out by Rhea. Coach Co said you can bank on it. Pedicure, manicure, Kit Kat claws. The way she climbs up and down them poles, looking like one of them pussycat dolls, trying to hold my Wordle back through my drawers. No idea. If anyone knows what hip hop track that is, feel free to let Coach Co know. Fired up crowd here as Zelina gets back up on her feet. Shot coming in there to Rhea. And again, obviously a very loud crowd. Kick coming into the head as Zelina goes down. Zelina dragged into the middle. Oh, Rhea going for the riptides. Oh! 1, 2, 3. Rhea Ripley wins with the riptides. I ain't sleeping and everybody but me. Rhea Ripley retains. 2 out of 5 match, said Theodore. Nice try, Zelina, said Dark Sides. Simon said, footballers in the UK have been caught out doing it. If they get caught, they'll be fired and face jail. The reason why we don't seem to be able to escape this conversation, but the reason that we started it is because obviously other sports are competitive and you can understand betting on that because there's an element of unknown. But with this, there isn't that element of unknown because there are people that know. And, I mean, you're right. You're not wrong. If they get caught doing it, they're going to have to face very severe consequences. And is it worth gambling that? Is it worth doing that? But I wonder, many stupid wrestlers that have been through the doors of WWE. That I have no doubt there would be people that would get involved in such things. But then saying that, as you've just said, there's people that get involved in football and in boxing. You know, we know people have took dives in boxing. So maybe it's just something that they're willing to accept might happen. And if it does happen, hopefully we just catch them. Zelina on her feet as the crowd give her a great reaction, great response. Don't know what they're chanting. Chanting something in Spanish. It is like a football crowd, man. It is just like a football crowd. They're chanting away, cheering away. It reminds me very much of a soccer game. I don't know how many times we keep saying it, but I feel like we'll keep saying it many, many times over. Great crowd. Amazing crowd. Really, really making the difference. We've got we've got Butch and Ridge talking about a new Arnie TV show. Let's go. Butch and Ridge discuss new Arnie show on Netflix. We've got what's he doing? He's making notes on other tag teams. He's made a note that Omos is tall. Random. Just random. Hollywood guy said Bianca won. Now the title swap begins. I don't want to watch. If they do it on Monday or Friday, I just don't want to see it. I'm going to look away. It's like when old Yeller gets put down. You're just like, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. It's going to be like that when we do the titles. Just tell me when it's done. Tell me when it's over. They know I knew for a while. It's just a waiting game, said Jax. If WWE want a new venue for the 2026 Casement Park, Belfast would be awesome, says Simon. Don't know that. Casement Park. That's interesting. Arnold is 98 years old, says AR1. Bryson said, I totally didn't know Omos was tall. We all do now, buds. We all do. Tick it off. Things we've learned. It said Omos is Hall of Fame material, said Dortna. Is that what it said? It said Omos is Hall of Fame material. I didn't pick up on that. Amazing. The food bar trailer looks good, said Leo. Butchers are bad dudes. C-Dub D Wrestling said breaking news, Kurt Angle reveals him losing his hair gave him less confidence in wrestling. Kurt also declined the request for him to show up at the drafts. Don't look, Days. It'll be horrifying, said Smurfy. The crowd is better than a sold-out Wembley. This crowd is better than a sold-out Wembley will be for AEW, said Simon. Lance said, is Ridge to blame for Big E? Nah. No, I don't think he's to blame for Big E. I think it's in wrestling, it's one of those things that happens. I do think that he made a slight mistake. I think he rushed it. I've watched it several times. Do you know what I haven't seen, actually? I haven't seen anyone talk about the technical side of it. There's been a lot of people that have spoken about, like, do you blame Ridge? Do you blame whoever? I think the honest truth is that when you do a belly to belly, one thing that you want to do is you want to allow the person that you grab a hold of to actually jump, right? When you do a belly to belly, it's not so much you lifting them, it's them jumping to get that extra kind of elevation, right? So that you've got that real spring so that you can get up and over. In many ways, what you're doing is you are jumping over the person and they are helping to rotate you as you are kind of in the air. Watching it back, it seems like it's quite rushed. It seems like Ridge actually wants to show his strength and he picks up Biggie, right? He actually like picks him off the ground, and then they do go momentarily down, but it's only fleeting. It's not really for like even a second, and then boom, they're straight into it. It means that Biggie just couldn't seemingly launch. He couldn't really explode into the belly to belly. So it means that it's, you know, it's lacking that extra momentum. And then he arches over, and so the end result is that they go up, and by the time Big E's coming down, he hasn't fully rotated, and he ends up coming down, going onto his head. That's how it looks to me. So could you say that it's Ridge's fault? I think you could definitely say that move clearly should have been executed, maybe with a bit more thought and patience. I do think these things happen in wrestling. I think that's a tough lesson to learn, man. That's rough. Do you know that was Butch's first day on the main roster? Not Pete. Pete Dunne, I think, has made a few main roster appearances before, but literally the segment before that is where they introduce Butch. They're like, "This is our new friend, Butch," and then they go into the match, and then that happens. It'd be interesting to know what's, to blame him, like, and put all the blame onto Ridge. I think that'd be harsh. Yeah, you know, in wrestling, these things do happen. It's one of those where you've only got to just get something slightly wrong, slightly off, and the consequences are horrifying. Right. Simon said, I think they'll swap the titles backstage. Casement is a GAA arena in Belfast. Yeah, I think that with AEW, we will start to see them like go around a little bit more now. So, I mean, I think that did they do Northern Ireland and Ireland on the most recent tour? They do tend to try and get over to Ireland. I think they might have gone over. So if there is like a new venue that's opening up, I'm sure that'll be on their radar. Listen, the battle for different countries is on now. AEW have sent shockwaves through WWE. I've no doubt about that with the Wembley ticket sales. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, as we said, WWE going around, going back to certain countries a lot more. Okay, I think it might be Bad Bunny, Damian Priest next. What would you say has been the hardest video you've uploaded to make, be it time, amount, location, etc.? Hardest video, time, amount, location. Oh, that's a good question. I would say probably the one that comes to my mind would probably be the one with Cesaro. Just because, like, I had to stay in London to actually do that. So, like, it wasn't just a case of go out, do the toy hunt. Like, I ended up obviously having to go to London, stay the night in London, go to Smith's. But then not only that, I didn't film it on my phone. I used an actual camera for that. And I don't know how to use cameras. I mean, I can get it to work and to record, but I can't get the settings, like, you know, I can't do the white balance and get the saturation looking good and all that kind of stuff, you know? So that was a real challenge for me. I should have just used, I don't know why I didn't use my phone. I don't think I had confidence that the sound and everything was going to come out really good. And I really wanted this to look good. So I would, and I think it looks okay, but I don't think it's any better than a phone. If anything, maybe a phone might have been better. So, yeah, I would probably say that was the most stressful. And obviously, it was a very short window. With Cesaro, I had one opportunity, and that was it. If it got messed up, there was no rerun. So it had to be right first time. So there was extra. You know, if you mess up a toy hunt, doesn't really matter, does it? Just go back the next day, do it again. But you ain't going to do that with Cesaro. You know, that was a one-off opportunity, and it was a great opportunity. I really enjoyed it, and he is such a nice guy. Keep saying it, but he is so nice. He was lovely. I mean, he was just so nice, so patient. So yeah, I'd say that, but good question. I like that. Alex, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, and Simon as well. Appreciate the information. As I said, I think there's a good chance they will go over to Belfast. I think they're going to want to go as many places as they can to make sure that AEW aren't making too many inroads. Okay, this is one of our co-main events. The question has been asked about double main events. We've said before, WrestleMania 8 was a double main event. So, you know, you've got Macho Man against Ric Flair for the WWE Championship. That should be the main event, but it ended up going on near the middle of the cards. And what main evented, what closed the show, was Hulk Hogan and Sid Justice. But WWE made sure on the cover that both matches were represented. And obviously both matches were built up as being, you know, the main event, the thing to see. But I don't think it works. I think normally whatever closes the show is the main event. Good reaction here for Bad Bunny. But as we said, you know, you've got WrestleMania 18 where you had Rock Hogan. I don't think anyone would say that that wasn't the main event, but it didn't close the show. Okay. I'm guessing this is one of his songs, is it? That he's coming out to. People singing along to it. Look at him, man. Oh. He's got chain around his neck. What I will say is it looks like he's hit the gym. It looks like he's got some size to him. He's definitely not a stranger to go into the gym by the looks of it. So I will give him that. He looks like he's been working out a bit. But if this is the main event, we've only got a few matches left. There's only a few matches left, yeah. Okay, crowd are singing along. Bad Bunny's come down. He's got a trolley full of weapons. So he's come down with the trash can and kendo sticks and what else has he got? The chain around his neck. He's got the few chairs and everything. This is going to be a street fight. There's maybe a chance Bad Bunny wins this. There's maybe a chance Bad Bunny gets the victory here. I mean, they have just had Zelina Vega lose to Rhea Ripley. It would be a bit moody to have Bad Bunny lose here to Damian Priest straight after. Hardcore. Are you covering UFC? We're not, unfortunately, John. Just can't do it tonight with two big shows colliding at the same time. Bell has sounded. Bad Bunny in the one corner, Damian Priest in the other. Damian Priest, who for some reason has got Puerto Rican colours on him. I don't get that. I understand he's from Puerto Rico. I understand he's going to want to represent, but he's meant to be the heel here. I'd expect Damian Priest to be calling this place a dump, to be saying he's glad he doesn't live here anymore, blah, 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 blah. Not coming out in Puerto Rican colors. Bad Bunny stepping up to Damian Priest. Damian Priest grabs Bad Bunny, drives him back in the corner, goes to throw in a big right hand. And Damian gives him a little pat on the cheek. Slap there by Bad Bunny. Damian in the corner. Bad Bunny scooping up Damian. And driver by Bad Bunny. 1. Kick out. 1 count. Damian looks at Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny goes to the outsides. Goes over to the trolley. Grabs a couple of kendo sticks. Where's that? Where's the kendo stick he got given by Savio Vega? Is it in the trash can? Yeah, it is. There's a kendo stick in the trash can, which is the one that Savio Vega gave him. Bad Bunny in the ring gets caught by Damian Priest, driven into the corner. Shots coming in there by Damian Priest as Bad Bunny goes down. Crowd booing here as Damian Priest is in control. He's got the kendo stick. Snaps it, breaks it, chucks it out the ring. I mean, there's loads. There's loads of other ones. If that was the only kendo stick, that would be interesting, but there's about 20 in that trolley. Judgment Day can help Damian, but I think the LWO will help Bad Bunny, said Gobble. Maggie said Bunny wins by shenanigans. Corvid said, why have a wrestling company if anyone from any other industry can show up and pin your biggest stars? Well, do you know what? We've been down these roads. So, you know. It is what it is. It's always been that way as well, in the sense of Mr. T was in the main event of WrestleMania 1. So, and Lawrence Taylor, of course, was going up against Bam Bam at WrestleMania as well. So, and we'll never forget Snooki. Let us never forget Snooki. So, shots coming in here by knee to the midsection. By Bad Bunny. I mean, you can make the argument, though, that we wouldn't even be in Puerto Rico. We wouldn't be enjoying this crowd if it wasn't for Bad Bunny. So I'm going to give him that. Damian in the corner as Bad Bunny starts throwing in some big right hands. Damian with Bad Bunny. 1. Kick out by Damian. Bad Bunny goes over by the ropes. Tries to throw in a big right hand. Damian grabs the arm of Bad Bunny. Chop. Forearm strike. Bad Bunny goes down. Usos should be next. Usos. Damian Priest got Puerto Rican descent heritage. Damian actually born in New York, says Hayden. I'm not a fan of Bunny, but he's loved wrestling since he was a kid. He's done the work, says Vicente. Damian could have got the pin there, but he actually picked up Bunny. Can I just say, I really hate that he's done the work argument. I really hate that. I really hate that because he hasn't done the work. Doing the work would be going to NXT, doing house shows. That's doing the work. Just showing up for the big shows, that's not doing the work. That's not doing the work. Let's not pretend like that's doing the work. Like the bare minimum is that he turns up and has the match. And so if he's going to take an extra step to, you know, do a bit of training for that match so that he doesn't look like a douche, because he ain't going to want to look stupid, is he? He ain't going to want to look like an idiot in there. So, of course, he's going to put in some degree of work. But the idea that, you know, you do a little bit of training and that's meant to, I don't know, satisfy the fans. I mean, it clearly works for some people. For some people, that is enough. For me, it's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. Priest going against the ropes. But again, it does bring me back to the fact of you can't deny that he is super over with this crowd. We probably wouldn't be in Puerto Rico if it wasn't for him being involved in this event. So, you know, I'm not moaning about it. I am moaning about it, but I'm not crying about it. Kick there by Bad Bunny. Bunny looking for tornado DDT, and he gets... Does he get it? I don't know if he got it or not. Looked like Damian might have reversed it. Bad Bunny with a clothesline. Damian goes over the top to the outsides. About a few weapons involved. Still very vocal. Bunny is going through the ropes to the outsides. Eye pokes, let's go. Big time Baxter, shout out to you. Crossbody by Bad Bunny. Big time Baxter said, I know Mercedes is a big name, but how many are clamoring for an appearance? Surely there will be some great matches, but the division has got no heat. What, for AEW? Yeah, I think that Sasha's got fans around the world. Mercedes got fans around the world. I think that to see her in this character with this Mercedes Moné gimmick, I think that would be something people would like to see. I think Sasha is a draw anyway. But this version of her has got that little bit of extra intrigue because you know she's doing what she wants to do. Trash can lids. Smacking Damian. Damian goes down. We're on the outside of the ring. Bad Bunny picking up the kendo stick. He's got another kendo stick. It's not the one that was given to him by Savio Vega. He's trying to get into the ring. Damian on his feet. Kendo stick here by Bad Bunny. Walloping Damian. Damian grabs Bad Bunny, hurls him over into the corner. Bad Bunny launches himself at Damian. How far into this up? Wow, we're already 1 hour 47 into this. Wow. Damian is up and gets planted. Another driver by Bad Bunny and a kick out by Damian Priest. A modification of a Falcon Arrow. It's a bit of blood around the mouth of Damian Priest, seemingly. I don't know where that came from. Right. Bad Bunny will win, said Foul. Okay, fans still chanting away. We've got Damian Priest on the outside. He's over by that trolley. Again, he's having a little look at the blood here. So Damian Priest is bleeding. He's looking at the blood. He's looking at his hand. He's going over to the ring. Bad Bunny draws a line in the sand. Damian Priest is walking away. Damian Priest has decided he'll take the L. Bad Bunny grabs the trash can, goes charging after Damian. Damian with a big boot. Bad Bunny goes down. God, if you was Bad Bunny, you'd be like, let him go. I'm about to get the win here. I'm about to pick up the victory. I mean, I know it's not the most babyface way to pick up a win, but a win's a win. There might be like a winner's bonus or something. I'll have that all day long. Keep walking. Nah. Trash can lid to the back of Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny rolling over to the barricades, writhing around in pain. Damian Priest with that Puerto Rican kendo stick. Oh, and he uses it. He uses it on Bad Bunny. So it's Damian Priest that's got that Puerto Rican kendo stick. He wallops Bad Bunny with it. So Priest uses the kendo stick. Bad Bunny gets hurled into the timekeeper's area. So Bad Bunny into the timekeeper's area. Where's Damian? What's that little box doing there? There's a little box that Damian Priest just stood on. We're in the crowd right now. Shot coming in there by Bad Bunny. And again, another right hand coming back there by Damian Priest as Bad Bunny goes down. 9. What's that clock? What's that clock say? 9. There's like a timer. Is that counting the match? 14, 15. We're in the tech area. So is that like a clock that tells you how long your match has been going for? It's interesting, isn't it? It's like a TV screen with a number on it, which I honestly don't know if that's... We're on some sort of platform. I always thought the ref told them, people at ringside told them. I wouldn't think you'd be able to see that number, would you? From the ring. Maybe you can. Shot coming in there by Bad Bunny, wobbling around on top of this platform. And again, lovely shot coming back there by Damian Priest. Picks up Bad Bunny, drives him into a table. Damian Priest, Bad Bunny, driven through a couple of tables that were in the crowds. Damian Priest down. Bad Bunny is down. Oof. Falcon Arrow from the top of this platform. It wasn't a very high platform. It's just a couple of travel crates stacked up. Planted them through a couple of tables. Adam Pearce has come out to check on Bad Bunny. So Adam Pearce is out there. Jessica Carr is out there. They're showing some concern. It looks like it's scripted concern. This isn't done because I'm not done, says Damian Priest. Adam Pearce saying that he doesn't think this should continue. Damian has picked up Bad Bunny, is parading him back to the ring. So Bad Bunny on the shoulder of Damian Priest. Bad Bunny being dumped at ringside. Damian Priest, Bad Bunny is on his knees. Kick coming in there by Damian Priest. Bad Bunny still down. Love this match, said David. Last thing I saw was Theory retain. What have I missed, said Trini. Oh, I can't remember. What else have we had? I think Rhea beats Zelina. That was after, wasn't it? And now we're underway with Bad Bunny and Damian Priest. Kick there by Damian Priest as Bad Bunny moves out the way. Damian Priest kicking the ring post. Damian Priest is having a word with the official, but another kendo stick has been grabbed by Bad Bunny, who's walloping the leg of Damian Priest. Shot there by Damian Priest. Bad Bunny goes down. Damian Priest hobbling over to the corner. Half of Puerto Rico wants Bad Bunny. The other half want Damian to beat the living bleep out of him, said Vincente. Bad Bunny delivering, says Michael. Michael. Bad Bunny colliding into Damian Priest. Let's go, Priest, said Christopher. Bunny on the outside of the ring. Bad Bunny is wailing away on Damian Priest. Grabbing the leg of Damian Priest and wrapping it around the ring post. Got there by Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny wailing away on Damian Priest. He's effed up his knee, says Kaz. Justin said, as far as the pay-per-view, I will quote the three wise men. Banger after banger after banger after banger after banger. 5 stars all the way, says Justin. We've got chains being wrapped around the legs of Damian Priest as Bad Bunny is wrapping Damian Priest's leg around the ring post. Bad Bunny over by that trolley. I don't know what the fans are calling for. The chair. Bad Bunny gets a steel chair. I'm surprised Bad Bunny hasn't reached for a table. It's normally tables that the fans most want. That'd be the most babyface thing to do, wouldn't it? Go under the ring and get a table. Bunny with a chair in his hand. Damian Priest is still down, selling the knee injury. Damian Priest telling Bad Bunny, he says, I'm hurt. Bad Bunny standing over Damian Priest. Damian Priest is pleading. He's pleading, please, Bad Bunny, please. Don't do it, I'm injured. And Bad Bunny is like, ugh. Damian Priest kicks him in the face. Bad Bunny goes down. He was playing possum, but he wasn't really playing possum because he's hobbling on one leg. Damian Priest with a chair, but it's a low blow by Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's got the chair again. Here comes Judgment Day. Bad Bunny trying to deal with them, but the numbers are too great. Judgment Day getting involved. They're stomping away on Bad Bunny. I've got a feeling Kendall Jenner is about to be back on the market, says Corey. I didn't even know they were going out. Rey Mysterio making his way down. Rey Mysterio trying to come down to make the save. Is it Carlito? Is it? It is Carlito. Damn! There is a making his way down. Damn! No way. That's sick. Carlito has come down. Damn! That is so good. Backstabber, Carlito. And he looks ripped as well. Carlito looks great. Carlito grabs an apple. Yeah! He looks great, doesn't he? He looks in great shape as well. He looks in great shape. So, Carlito. God, we've got so many people in this ring now. It's I don't even know where Bad Bunny and Damian Priest are. I think they're both down in the corners. Dominic gets spat in the face by Carlito. So we've got Finn and we've got Dominic being chased to the back there. Now Savio Vega's coming out. Savio Vega. Savio Vega making his way down. Of course, in great shape. He's been an active wrestler and a trainer for the past 20 years, says Corvids. Savio Vega is blocking the way out for them. So we got Savio Vega the one side. We've got Carlito. We've got Carlito and Ray on the other sides. I tell you, I mean, they've got to be looking at this thinking we need to get back to Puerto Rico again. I mean, they can't leave it this long. It's fantastic. Here's the LWO. Here's Santos. Whacking Wilds. Savio Vega sending the LWO down. There's a big brawl in the entranceway. So it's a big beat down at the moment. Finn. The Dominic. They've all gone after Dominic. And now that leaves Savio Vega and Finn Balor. Shot coming in there by Savio Vega. Kick. Down goes Balor. Look at Savio Vega, man. Awesome. Chop to Dominic as well. And again. Bang. Dominic goes down. Judgment Day running away. We've got Ray chasing after them. LWO chasing after him. Savio Vega chasing after him. I think Carlito might have gone as well. You got to have Bad Bunny win now, surely. So many good vibes. I can't imagine Damian Priest getting the win. Goes for the kick. Doesn't land it. Damian goes down. Bad Bunny has got Damian. Bunny looking for the figure four. Figure four leg lock applied. Middle of the ring. Damian Priest. Screaming in pain. And again. Damian Priest gets up. Almost got pinned there. Didn't, though. Teasing that he's going to tap. Oh, I thought he... That was so close to a tap. He proper went... and just stopped last second. He's looking to finish off Bad Bunny with a roll through. 2. Kick out by Damian Priest. Damian Priest back up on his feet, hobbling around. If Priest loses, I will be embarrassed for him, says Jim. It's just the way that it feels. It feels like with all that kind of moving parts and everything that just happens. Oh. On his head. I don't know if Bunny just dropped himself on his head. He tried to I think he tried to do a bit of a blockbuster type thing, but I think he ended up dropping himself on his head. I mean, he's still up and around and moving around. Jesus. Bad Bunny in there with the chair. Wallops Damian Priest with the chair. Another chair shot as well. This match, I tell you what, they've given this match time, haven't they? I don't know how long these two have been out there for. Wallops Damian with that chair. Damian takes those shots. A Bunny Destroyer. Oh, yeah, that's still got to come, isn't it? Kick to the midsection. Oh, is he going for it now? He's got him in position. Goes over and hits the Bunny Destroyer. Flops on top. And the Bunny Destroyer wins it for Bad Bunny. Well, there we go. Put in your thoughts. Priest, you're fired from Judgment Day. Theodore said 7-star match. Darwin says, what a match. 5 out of 5 said WWE Fan 1000. How will anyone take Damian Priest seriously as a wrestler going forward, says Corvids. Miz made him look better, says Mike. Ended the match with a Bunny Destroyer. AR1 said the crowd is lit. That's definitely a good match, 4.5 to 5. Jadam said, you know that you love that finish. Hayden said 5 out of 5. Cynthia said amazing match. Bad Bunny is no just turn up and have it easy win. He puts the work in like a pro. Max says great match, 5 out of 5. Bad Bunny versus Corbin versus Roman on day 999 of the streak. 5-star match. 4 out of 5 said 1987 big fan. They should have been the main event. Days, you watching the UFC cards tonight? I'm not, unfortunately. Here's LWO, the LFO area, with Carlito and Savio Vega. However you feel about that match, there is an audience for that match. And the Puerto Rican fans are in loud voice as Bad Bunny celebrates in the ring with the LWO. That was fun and entertaining. You need to consider how popular Bad Bunny is, says Lance. Dawn Knight said, wasn't a great match until maybe the end, but the fun around it made it goods. Christopher said 0 out of 10. James said I'm 5-0 on predictions. Let's go, Bad Bunny. Match was 1,000 out of 10 for the Carlito return. Michael said that match was trash. Theodore said I've got high expectations for the last 2 matches. Joshua, shout out to you. Kappa said Bad Bunny put his heart and soul into that match. 5 out of 5. Only saw a few minutes of it, but it seems like it was good, says Trini. Carlito versus Roman. Book it, says AR1. Okay, so we've got all the people in the ring at the moment. Bad Bunny walking around. Damian Priest is gutted on the outside of the ring. He's just touching hands with the fans. Head into the back. Savio and Nakamura should become a tag team, said John. I think they could win the belts. Jess said, it's a good match because the crowd made the match. WCW Halloween Havoc 98 vibes. Damian Priest sells so well, he could put over a mop. Is he friends with Omos? A mop and Omos. Let's go. Tag team. Right, we've got Night of Champions. History begins here, advert. History begins here. Legacies will be defended. Looks like Roman is going to be on that card. No surprise there. It is Night of Champions. Be more surprising if he wasn't, but they are using Roman in that advert. Okay, San Juan, Puerto Rico. Simon says, welcome back, Carlito. They look good. Carlito look good. Bad Bunny's got a song that translates as "I twerk alone." Michael Cole just asked, Damian Priest just asked Michael Cole to name one other Bad Bunny song, and he named this song that translates as "I twerk alone." And right now, Corey Graves just can't keep a straight face. Guys, I want you to picture Michael Cole twerking on his own right now, please. Thank you. In his pants, in his boxers. It might, in fact, I reckon he wears briefs. I want you to picture Michael Cole in his briefs. There might be some stains on them, I'm not sure. In his hotel, twerking alone to Bad Bunny. Picture it. Picture it! Right. UFC prelims were awesome, said Theo. A great KO on the featured fight before the pay-per-view main events. Night of Champions will be an early show, 5 p.m. UK time. My eyes! My eyes! Michael Cole. I love Carly. I loved that man. I grew up watching him in the early 2000s, said Trey. Ava Cookie Dough said, I pictured it and I now don't want to eat my popcorn. Okay, so coming up next is the this could be a big talking point tonight. Solo Usos versus Sami, KO, and Riddle. And the big question here isn't who wins. Does Solo turn on the Usos? Michael Cole in a Speedo, a.k.a. the banana hammock. Let's go. Rule 34, Michael Cole, I twerk alone. Is he coming back full time, says Tommy? I don't think so. Jim said, no one needs to picture Cole twerking. Go on, Jim. Go on, Jim. Do it, Jim. Michael Cole twerking away. But he just does it for hours on end in his hotel room. But he gets to like 4 a.m. It's like, I really need to get to sleep. I should go to sleep with them. Let's go. Simon said, I didn't need that picture. 20 more days and then Roman gets to 1,000, says Austin. Well, can he get past Night of Champions? Because I think that's before, isn't it? I think that's before. Ooh, dancing's day one-ish. Day one-ish. 6-man tag match. Bloodline versus Sami, KO, and Riddle. Dun 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 dun. There was some hostility between Solo and Usos on SmackDown, I noticed, said Ghost Rob. Yes. Look at this photograph. Every time I look at it, it makes me smile, makes me laugh. What photograph? I can only think of Michael Cole twerking now, says Abe. We all can. We all can. What was the task that Solo was given a couple of weeks back? He was making his way down to the ring. He was heading towards the Usos. We know that he constantly is strapping up that, well, I do exist. Hashtag feed your wild side. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? I do exist. Hashtag feed your wild side. There's some sort of creature behind Michael Cole. What the hell was that? Guys, you need to tell me what that was, man. What was that? That's a Nickelback song. It's Bigfoot. What? I mean, Bigfoot. It was Bigfoot. I mean, it makes me think, Wyatt. Yes, of course, but it didn't take you anywhere. It didn't take you anywhere. What was that? I've got the image. I'll show you. I know many of you will have just seen it, but I don't understand it because it didn't take you to a website. Simon said, what will Roman do if Sikoa wins the world title and he turns on the Usos? Roman will be on his own at Night of Champ. That's interesting, buds. That's really interesting. Yeah, it's a really good point.
I never needed you.
Right, I want to show you this picture, don't I? I've still got this picture of Bailey loaded up. I do exist. Feed your wild sides. Hashtag feed your wild side. I mean, you can't sneak in dressed like that, surely. And if they were going to cut to the commentary team, they would know that was there, wouldn't they? I mean, it's right behind them. But it doesn't take you anywhere. It's just a hashtag feed your wild side. Couldn't you? I mean, if you look at hashtag feed your wild sides, you're just going to see people talking about this. It's not going to take you anywhere, is it? I don't know. I don't know. It could just be some really good advertising for like a local company or something. It's beef jerky. Ah, it's Slim Jim. So is that I mean I'm in the UK, so I mean I don't know. It's Slim Jim. Hashtag feeds your wild side. Is that a so is that like I don't know. Is that like a catchphrase? Is it for beef jerky? That's cheeky, that is. So that's what? That's... got you. So that's what, like a new way of doing some guerrilla advertising. Feed your wild sides. Jack Links. Jack Links. So they've... Oh, that's cheeky, man. That is cheeky. That's really cheeky. That definitely had like a Bray Wyatt vibe to it. But you're right. It is the catchphrase for Jack Links, which is a protein beef jerky thing.
I never needed
Cheeky,
you at
cheeky.
all.
Cheeky, cheeky. Makes reminds me of the Cheeky Girls.
I never needed you.
Right. Ole, ole. Sami said, I think Bray and Alexa return. Well, they will come back, and they have hired new writers. Anything like that that's got that sort of White Rabbit vibe to it, you know, little thing in the background. That is so Bray Wyatt. There was nothing there that said beef jerky. That is a different way of promoting a sponsor. Because they will have paid for that. And they, I think, are playing on that. And that's cheeky, man. Beef jerky swerve. I didn't see that coming. So, Simon, shout out to you, buds. Muse said it's an ad for Slim Jims. That's a kind of jerky. The only ad I recognize is Macho Man. Step into a Slim Jim. Not some stupid Bigfoot. Stupid Bigfoot. Yeah, but Sami, I really liked your point before when you said, what will Roman do if Solo Sikoa wins that world title? Gotta think if he's in that tournament, he's going to stand a good chance. He probably won't win it, though. It's maybe a bit soon. So I think we'll worry about it if we get to it. But if he does win that world title, that would be very interesting because chances are, yeah, he'd go to Raw. Roman would be left on his own. He could turn on the Usos tonight. It could all get quite juicy. They like their meats. The marketing worked. We would have been talking about it for 10 minutes. We have been talking about it for 10 minutes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It has worked. But it has also left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. It doesn't make me want to go and buy the product. I just think it's really cheeky. Because it felt like it had been planted. And it felt very White Rabbit. I can see that. I can see both sides because you're right. People will be talking about it right now, which is, you know, if that was just a sign that said eat Slim Jim or something, people probably wouldn't talk about it as much. They're talking about it now. But once people find out it's just an advert like I did, it does make you go, oh, really thought we were getting something juicy there. And now I just hate Slim Jim. I mean, not that it makes any difference because I don't think they're available in this country. So, but now I hate them. If you're watching Slim Jim, shame on you. Shame on you. Solo just tagged himself in. Solo coming into the ring. Who do you think will win this match? If they lose, Solo will Samoan spike them. Well, I think the faces. I think that I suppose you could have the heels win, and then again, we still don't know which way it would have gone, you know? Solo with Sami, driving Sami back in the corner. Shot to the midsection there by Solo, unloading on Sami. Headbutts coming in here by Solo. Days is snapping into a Slim Jim, says Helicards. I'm so hungry for beef jerky now. Had it been a Bray Wyatt QR code, people would be paying even less attention now, which to this show, which isn't much. Billy said, brother, can I have some Slim Jim because I'll put you in one. I don't think we have them here. I really don't think we have them. Don't hate Slim Jim, hate the game, said John. Solo won't turn on the Usos, says Theo. He'll turn on Roman for The Rock when the time is right. Owens, Zayn, and Riddle will win, said Simon. Have some beef jerky. I want some pretty bad for some reason. But does this mean KO will eat jerky at the press conference? Yeah. Well, was it Snickers, wasn't it? And he was loving it last time at, was it WrestleMania? Is there a press conference tonight? I would imagine there is. Back in the corner. Sami is in the wrong part of town at the moment. I mean, look at this. Sami obviously used to be in with these guys. Solo again tagging himself in. As long as you do your part, we're going to do our part. Brave. That's brave from Jimmy, isn't it? Saying that to Solo. Stump coming in there by Solo. Pickles and jerky. I would rather look at Cody Rhodes in a Speedo before I look at Riddle. How do you feel about Michael Cole twerking in a Speedo? That's where the conversation was. And then it moved on to beef jerky, which feels like a natural follow-on conversation, actually. Kick there by Jimmy. They're slowing the pace down at the moment. The principal sponsor is Xfinity, so I'm not sure, says Adam. Days, who do you think Roman could win the World Heavyweight Championship? No, he's not allowed to compete for it, I don't believe. So I don't expect him to be announced in that tournament. Simon said, if it was Slim Jim trying to get a cheap advert, WWE will hit them with a huge sponsor bill. Oh, no, it'll be above board. You're absolutely right. If they were trying to get onto TV and do some subliminal, then, that will be dealt with. But no, I think the way the camera just happened to cut to the commentary team at that point for no reason. We never cut to the commentary team in those moments. We do like in between matches, but I think the participants were already in the ring. So, that was a very unusual camera cut to go to the commentary team at that point, and it just so happened that thing was in the background, which is, why I said it felt like it was planted, which is why definitely Wyatt went into my head. I didn't get it. I couldn't tell you what it meant, but because of it being so White Rabbit-esque and planted, your brain does just go, Wyatt, it does. Mine did. It didn't go Slim Jim. My brain didn't go, that's beef jerky, though. I mean, that's probably the curse of living in a different country. I can't make those connections because I don't see those adverts. Right, we've got Riddle in the one corner. We've got Kevin Owens down. We got Sami Zayn in the wrong part of town. So it's all about the Usos at the moment. They are very much in control. They're going to announce who's in the tournaments for Raw and SmackDown tomorrow, said Psychemy. Michael Cole eating beef jerky whilst wearing Speedos might be the most disturbing visual ever, says John. You say that? Well, oh, no. Went for the cover, but Sami got his shoulder up and Jay is not happy. They've just cut away momentarily. The referee just wanted to check on Sami. Little sloppy there, maybe, but there might have been a legit concern momentarily as Sami is down on his knees. Solo comes in. Solo with a big shot there as Sami slumps down. Don't forget, after this, we have got Cody and Brock. Snap into a Slim Jim. You talk about a lot of stupid stuff, says Michael. Mm-hmm. Miles said Jesus is king. Slim Jim street fight people hitting with Slim Jim kendo sticks. Randy Savage, LA Knight in a year match. I can see a problem with that idea. Chop coming in there by Solo. Sami up top looking for a tornado DDT. Gets it. Sami gets it. Sami is down. Do you think WWE will create new titles for the women's division? Maybe. I think they should just rebrand the belts and maybe change them as well, yeah. I don't think we need women's titles named after Raw and SmackDown. Because then you get the problem with the draft where if they go to different brands, you have to rename them and swap them and all this. We obviously don't have that problem with the Intercontinental belt or the United States belt or the Universal belt. I suppose a little bit with the Universal because of the colour of the strap. Exploded by Riddle. Both the Usos are down. Riddle collides onto the Usos. They roll into position. They get sentoned. Brotoned. Kick coming in there by Riddle. We got all three on the outsides. I would say this is quite choreographed. Because we did just have both the Usos like Rollins get closer to each other. They then quickly had to get out the ring. Solo had to quickly come round just so that Riddle could jump onto them. But that is modern wrestling, isn't it? Shoulder up by Riddle. Yeah, I can't remember what I was talking about. Riddle's tights are smaller than Gigi's. Oh, yeah, changing the titles. Do I think they'll change them? It's difficult. They could. But once we've swapped them, there's probably not a pressing concern. Riddle going up. Looking for... so like a belly-to-belly type move. Off the top. Right now, we've got loads of people down. Kevin Owens getting back to his feet, though. Kevin Owens managing to get back up on the edge of the ring. Owens climbing up in the corner, perched, looking for a big splash off the top. Oh. Kick out. That's the problem with these spots. They get a bit cartoonish. I do agree. I mean, I think if the spots can feel natural, like, you know, there's a way of performing them so that they feel like the opportunity was there and the wrestler took that opportunity, you know? But with that there, that was clearly a sequence that was like, I need to be here, I need to be here, I need to go there. Oh, wow. One Uso super kicks the other. I couldn't see which one it was. I think it was Jimmy super kicking Jay. Powerbomb by Owens. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Guys, this is going to be major news if the Usos lose, because obviously then attention turns onto what is Solo going to do. Riddle is 95% naked. So is Michael Cole. So is Michael Cole. You haven't seen him for a while, but he's whipped his clothes off. He's in his Speedos. He's getting ready to twerk. Kevin Owens going up top. Belair is not the longest reigning women's champion. Moolah held it for 30 years, says Michael. That's true. But she said in the modern era. So, and we've spoken a bit about what the modern era is. I think that means since 2016. I think it means since 2016. Because she's not held it longer than Rockin' Robin. There may even be some other champions that have held the title longer as well. Forearm strike. But I think didn't she say if she retained, she would be the longest reigning in the modern era? So I think you're going to hear quite a bit about that now. There might even be like some sort of celebration or something on Smackdown. Because she's a Smackdown star now. Kick to the midsection by Owens. Super kick coming in there by Jay. Owens on his feet. Goes against the ropes. Comes back with a super kick of his own. These two exchanging kicks back and forth. Owens, big clothesline. Jay goes down. Jay goes down. So there's no one else in the ring. I don't know. I didn't see where. Well, is Solo still recovering from being landed on top of? Number one trend in the United States, which is pretty good if you think that UFC is on right now. The number one trend in the United States right now is WWE Backlash. WWE Backlash, the number one trend in the United States. Blue Thunder Bomb by Sami. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Sami. Went for that Blue Thunder Bomb. Sami goes to the outsides. He's looking to go up top. Solo's taking a nap, says Heavy Chevy. Another kick coming in by Jimmy. Stumbles back. Jay coming in. Sami is up top. Riddle is on the outside. You can see him watching the action. Help, Riddle. Why don't you get up and help? I don't know that was a good camera angle, to be honest, because you could just see Riddle watching on the outsides. Sami is perched, comes down, he gets super kicked by the Usos. 1, 2, shoulder up by Sami. Shoulder up by Sami. Solo is thinking about that walk out at the moment, says 24 bits. He's probably thinking about what Bailey was wearing earlier. We need an RKO out of nowhere, said Knight Rider. Simon, appreciate the support, but really supportive tonight, this evening. Says they have a red and blue Universal title. So if it changes shows, they just use that branded title. They have a red and blue Universal title. So if it changes shows, they just use that branded title. That is true. Yeah, they just changed the strap on it. We did see it go from red to blue when I think, was it Bray that brought it over? I seem to remember it being revealed on the Funhouse. Okay, so Sami is down in the corner. Jay was just shouting at him. Sami looking to put this away. Solo's going to tag himself in. Solo tags himself in. Jay just stares at him. Solo and Jay. Oh, Jay just tagged himself in. Oh, my God. Oh! Jay ain't taking that from Solo. Get out, Oos. Get out, Oos. And Solo does get back out. Oh, man, he's going to lose, isn't he? Oh, here we go. Here we go. We eating now. We eating now. Big boot. Oh, haluva to Solo to the outside. Exploder into the corner by Sami. He's already haluvaed Solo. Haluva connects. Connects. Sami 1, 2. Solo makes the save. Solo makes the save. Ah, we're eating. We're eating. We're getting the good stuff. Solo tags in. Jay tags in. Solo is haluvaed. Jay is haluvaed. But the save is made. Well, I think we can agree the Bloodline are not on the same page. They are not on the same page. I don't even think they're reading the same book. Oh, Solo is looking at Sami and he is looking at Jay and he goes walking over to Jay. Is like, doesn't know like what to do. Oh, stunner! Solo, kick. Owens. Oh, Samoan spike. Oh, he's grabbed a hold of Jay. Solo has got a hold of Jay. He's got the... Was you going to hit me? You're going to hit me? I'm your brother? Oh, Jay collides into Solo. Jay rolls up Sami. Sami kicks out. Super kick by Jay. There's a moment there where Solo has got Jay by the throat and the arms extended. Oh, Sami catches Jay. 2. Oh, kick out. Jeez Louise. Super kick. Tag. In comes Riddle. Riddle in the ring. Shot coming in there by Riddle. Unloading on Jay. Jay ducks underneath. Super kick by Jay. Knee strike by Riddle. Tag. Back slap. Tag. In comes... Riddle doesn't know. He doesn't know. It's Solo. Solo grabs Riddle. Samoan spike. That might do it. 1, 2, 3. And the Bloodline win. The Bloodline win. Wow, Bloodline win. Bloodline win. What does that mean? Plenty of teases in this match. They are not on the same page, and they know they're not on the same page. Solo uses the Samoan spike. That is going to be an awkward ride home. Jimmy's like, okay, we want everyone. We want, yeah. You got Jay, you got Solo. They're all just looking at each other. Jimmy looks over at Solo, Kevin. They're throwing up the wands. Solo in the ring. He's looking over at Jay. He could go, man. He could go, couldn't he? I mean, he's staring at him. He could just go, but I think they might just be teasing it a little more. They might just be teasing it a little more. Backslap tag. Riddle didn't know it had been made. Samoan spike gets the victory. Okay, look at Jimmy, man. Jimmy's awesome. Jimmy's like, okay, look, we've, you're good, he's good. We're all good, everyone. We're all good. We're all friends. Solo screams out to the crowds. All right, put it away. And nothing happens. Oh, jeez Louise. The suspense of it all. Solo almost spikes Jay. Ooh. Samoan spike to the throat. Solo, do something. Don't get over with already. That was insane, said Cynthia. Clearly the story being told now is Solo side with his brothers, or will he side with Roman, says Corvids. I was hoping Bloodline would lose so that Jay and Solo had an argument. Solo, Simone spikes Jay, Jimmy, before walking backstage. He wanted to spike him so bad, said Zokiller. This is a great pay-per-view, said Wrestling Jay. Let's see what happens on Friday. Jay won't forget that, said Jay Love. Solo does not act like a brother. That's true. That's true. That's a really good point. I love Solo using Umaga's move. They're going to turn at Night of Champ, said Austin. Solo never throws up the wands. He will turn on the Bloodline for sure, says Arturo. It's crazy that Sami is now likable, said Mr. Quake. Roman's going to pretzel a few Usos. Can we get a poll for Brock Cody, said Corvid. Sure. Let's go. Let's do it. Who wins now? There's been rumors. Certainly nothing concrete, right? So no spoilers, because I haven't even seen these reports, but I've had enough people tell me there are rumors of a squash win for Brock. Oh God, I so want it to go that way. I just want it to go there, and I just want to spend the next hour on Twitter just reading the tweets as they're coming in. That's just how I get my kicks. Some people like to go fishing. Some people like to play football down the park. I like big, upsetting, controversial moments and then watching the fallout on Twitter. That's my hobby. But we'll see. We'll see. I haven't seen anything on that. But there's been a few people saying, there's rumblings worth doing the rounds. Honestly thought Solo was going to Samoan Spike, Jay, said Cynthia. Do you think Grayson and Theory will become a tag team down the line, said Ezra. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think they would be pretty fun together. But, I mean, I have no idea. Would they work well together? Sure. You could put them together. Be pretty fun. But I mean, I haven't seen anything saying that they're going to look to do that. Watching Twitter burn can be fun, says James. Oh, God, it's the best. Certainly when you don't care. If it's something that you feel quite passionate about as well and you're really invested in, that sucks. But I've already spoken about, like, if Cody did lose by a squash, like, why I don't think it would be the end of the world. And it's got nothing to do with not being a Cody fan or anything, so I like Cody. And I really want him to get that WWE Championship, but I just feel really comfortable that he will. I just feel like he will. I mean, I did think he would at WrestleMania as well, in all fairness, but I feel pretty good he'll get it at some point. So a loss here, you know, I think he can take a loss here, Cody. He can take a loss here. We could always do the rematch at Night of Champions. But who knows? Let's see. Cody's got to finish the story for his participation title, said Ernest. What do you think of Canelo Ryder? I feel pretty good for Canelo. I feel pretty good for Canelo winning. William, shout out to you, buds. They should squash Cody and have it come out Triple H was behind it and go back to the Attitude Era. I love that. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it would be hard to tell that story because you can't come out and say this is scripted and that Triple H booked it that way, right? So it would be difficult to present that you'd have to present it a certain way, you know? The fans would be upset with Triple H if Cody was to get squashed here. And then you would just have to kind of build on that heat. Have Triple H come out after at the press conference and say, listen, Cody suffered a couple of big losses. He's a big star for this company. And I think he's got a bright future around the mid-card title. I really do. I think he's got a bright future. Maybe he should look to go after the United States title. You know, I think he'd be a good challenger for Austin Theory. And I really think that's a belt that I think he stands a chance of winning that. And so, you know, you could have Triple H come out making comments like that, which is going to only further antagonize the fans. You know, the fans will be like, you want him in the mid-card. You want him going after a mid-card belt. This guy's meant to be finishing the story. You want him going after the mid-card belt. So, you know, there's little seeds that you could plant to just, you know, upset people and, you know, he's being held back. It's because of AEW and all this kind of stuff. I really like that, though, William. I agree. I think having Cody be held back by some sort of authority figure, you know, that could be pretty fun, man. That could be a good story. We'll probably watch it now, and Cody will probably just win. But Brother Brock versus Brother Carlo Monday WWE event. If he loses like that, what a downturn for Cody if it happens, said Kewan. Triple H is very vocal about enjoying upsetting people, said NH. Let's face it, people seek out things that make ourselves angry as much as we seek pleasure. Remember, everyone thought Mox had a chance against Lesnar at WrestleMania once. Nope, said Ernest. I was wondering if there was a press conference. I believe there is. I haven't seen confirmation of it, but there was a press conference before, and we I think we've seen one after all the Triple H shows. So I think there is. Brock needs to use a Johnny Cash song with this new cowboy image. Okay, here we go. I'd like to see Authority return and play some sort of part like they did with Daniel Bryan, said Richards. Solo will turn on his brothers for a part-timer who haven't done anything for him. Hand pink waving. Hand pink waving. Oh, that was an emoji. What's hand pink waving? Right, here's Cody. Cody, about to blow. Cody making his way out and getting an all right response. Not a crazy response. Whoa. Nice whoa bit, though. Pyro going off. So, double main event, but this is the actual main event. Cody Rhodes against Brock Lesnar. When does this show end? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, it's been going for 2 hours 50. So, it's been going for 2 hours 50. We've got a match coming up now. This thing could be that it lasts, you know, we finish in 10 minutes and this thing just goes a couple of minutes. Or it could be that we're going to sneak our way to about 20 past or something, you know. Triple H versus Kurt Angle, greatest match of all time, says Trevor. Cody is AEW, who took shots at WWE. He has to lot to win, says Hurricane Mayhem. Every time I look at Austin, it's just like saying hello to people. Austin, you're so popular. Okay, Cody in the ring. Patrick said no UFC tonight. Sadly not. Big UFC show against a big WWE show, and it's just... this is what we tend to cover during the week, so it's unfortunate, because I really wanted to watch UFC tonight. I love UFC. I'd love to be watching... I mean, I'm good. I'd love to be watching... Cejudo against Sterling. Cody has made his way down, so Brock Lesnar coming out next. As I said, I haven't seen these rumors. They might be true, but we've got nearly 500 votes. 63% of people have gone with Cody winning. 37% have gone with Brock winning. Here's the beast. Ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-ba-dum bum. Here is the beast, Brock Lesnar. Steps out into the arena. He's such a bad-looking man, isn't he? He's so cool. Brock bouncing round. Pyro shoots into the sky as Brock starts heading towards the ring. This thing, I mean, this match, you could have this at SummerSlam. You could have this at WrestleMania. This is such a big match. Just doesn't necessarily mean much at the moment. I mean, obviously, you know, Cody wants revenge for being beaten up. Dun. Simon said, I think Triple H wants Raw as the Attitude Era and SmackDown as a PG show, but USA and Fox just won't let it go that way. It's interesting. But yeah, I wonder if he would be interested in splitting the shows in regards to their rating. One being a little more extreme than the other. That could be pretty fun, couldn't it, actually? That could be quite fun. Thing is that I think it's good for sponsorships that you are PG, because people... Oh, Cody dives at Brock. Starts unloading on Brock. He's jumped Brock. He's unloading on Brock. So Brock was walking around the edge of the ring, and Cody with that top of the commentary table, forearm strike there by Cody. I wonder if that'll be a meme, Cody going to the steps. Cody with the ring steps, wallops Brock in the head. Cody just walked over to the ring steps like... I don't know why you walk like... Who actually walks like that? He deserves to get beat just for that. Let's go. Brock said King Yeti won. Brock chair shot to the back there by Cody. Brock getting into the ring. So Cody with a chair, jumping in the ring as well. The referee grabs the chair from Cody. Bell has sounded. So now the bell has sounded. Cody rolling back. Shot coming in. He's got Brock in the corner. He jumps up. Brock grabs Cody. Drives Cody into the other corner. Cody goes down. Shot to the face of Brock. Cody goes looking for a lovely enziguri. Springboard enziguri. Going for another drop kick this time. Brock goes down onto his knees. Cody. Looking for the Cody cutter. I kept thinking he was... oh, my God. So Cody went for the Cody cutter. Brock got him, but got him quite high. And then went into a German suplex by the Beast as Cody rolls out of the ring. So a Cody cut. Look how high he's got Cody there. Oh, into a German. And, right, this match, it's certainly not going to be like a 7-second squash or anything. The bell has sounded. If Keith Lee and Brock had a baby, it would be named Broccoli, says Cole. Well, I don't know that it would, but I'm sure they'd give it a different name. Nice. Caught in the air. Fall away slam there by Brock. Brock with a fall away slam. That is power, said Knight Rider. Do you remember when Brodus Clay used to suplex people and shout Suplex? Look, we've seen a couple here. Lovely fall away slam. Lovely German. Threw Cody like a rag doll, said Knight Rider. Crowd are chanting away as Brock gets back up to his feet, goes over to Cody. Brock is a bad dude. Another suplex. Brock staring over at Cody. So now Brock is in control now. I missed the Rhodes sticker on your beards. I missed the Rhodes sticker on your beards. Is that something to do with the kids magazine? Can't even remember that. Cody gave him a low blow. I'm shaking. Cody had better win, says Miles. Kappa said, crowds are against Cody already and WWE wants to wait for WrestleMania 40. Oh, I mean, in all fairness, this crowd have been cheering EO. I think that Cody is over. I think he's popular, but I just think, you know, if you see Brock's so cool. I think it's hard, isn't it? Some of the heels are so cool. Rhea's really cool. EO's cool. Brock's cool. Suplex City chants by the fans. I mean, in all fairness, Brock never comes over to the UK. So if he was to come to the UK, I think the UK fans would be like behind him as well because he's such a special... He's such a legend, isn't he? I mean, he's a first pick Hall of Famer. Hit coming in. I don't know where he is on the Mount Rushmore conversation. But from a legitimacy point of view, he might be one of the first names you start chiseling. He might be one of the first faces you put on a Mount Rushmore. Ever of all time. WWE. That'd be interesting. I wonder who would get onto that Mount Rushmore of most legit. And would Ken Shamrock make it? Would Haku make it? Would Andre make it? I feel like Brock would make it. Would Reggie make it? I mean, these are the questions you got. Would Michael Cole make it? Cody grabbing the top turnbuckle and wow, that was nice. I like that from Cody. He grabbed the top turnbuckle. The turnbuckle's been exposed. He got German suplexed, and as he got suplexed, he took the turnbuckle pad off and then chucked it up. Made a great visual. That will have gone flighted. Listen, if you're in the crowd, you just got one hell of a souvenir. You imagine that. You're watching the action, a turnbuckle pad smacks you in the head. Imagine it hit you in the head and you don't even get to take it home because some stupid kid got it, the rebound. All the pain, none of the gain. Elbow by Cody. Oh my God, another suplex. He's just been chucking Cody around, man. Chucking Cody around. Brock is laughing at the moment, laughing his head off. Look at this. Let's go, Cody, chant. Let's go, Cody. Brock driving his shoulder into the midsection of Cody here. So Cody in the corner. Brock with a smile on his face. Backing up a little bit. Brock charging over. Oh, face first into the corner. That exposed turnbuckle. Oh, he's busted, man. He's busted. The beast is bleeding. The beast is bleeding. He's human. He's human. The beast bleeds. Oh, my God. I thought he was a machine. I thought he was a robot with animatronics. He's human. Unless he's got, like, red oil. Look at the blood pouring down the face of the beast. And they're not showing it on camera. It's the crimson mask. Shots coming. Oh my God, it's busted. Ah! There's blood everywhere. It's all over Cody. It's all over Cody. It's all over the ring mat. Against the ropes, looking for the Cody cutter. Ah! Connects. Cody connects. He's covered in blood. I think the referee's like, oh man, look at his face. Look at his face. Oh, this is sick. This is sick. Oh, Crossroads. Crossroads. Look at it, man. He is gushing. 1, 2. Kick out by the beast. Oh, man, if you're Cody right now, you're probably like, I don't want this match to end. I don't want to have to go backstage and talk to Brock. Brock face first, and it's legit, man. He catches himself. Oh my God. Yeah, if you're Cody right now, you're like, oh, I don't want to have to speak to Brock about this. Oh man, that is going to be a peed off beast in there. You've made him bleed. You've made him bleed his own blood. Lesnar picks up Cody. Bang! F5. F5. 1, 2. Kick out by Cody. Well, it's not the squash. I think if Cody loses this, I don't think we can say this was a squash. The rumors, I think, have been proven to not be true. Man, look at the blood. The blood is so added to this match. You never see blood in WWE. Or rarely do you see blood in WWE. And this wasn't intentional. There's a towel. Helen Hart. Wrestle with Andy. Helen Hart, I think, has just thrown in the towel. The referee kicks the towel out there. Oh, my God. Helen Hart strikes again. Kimura locked in. Simon said, I think Brock won't come to the UK because the money isn't there. He would be afraid of a program with Connor. I think Brock wants nothing to do with him. That's a jump, isn't it? To say he's not going to come to the UK and Connor. He would be afraid of a program with Connor. 1, 2. I do not think. Oh! Cody's got the pin and the win. Cody managed to... So the Kimura was in. God, that finish came out of nowhere. Cody wins. Cody wins. The Beast on his knees, blood pouring down his face. The Kimura was locked in. Cody rolled over. It's one of them screwy finishes again. You know, like how Lesnar beat Lashley? He was in the hurt lock. He kind of went over and Bobby's shoulders were down. It's one of those. Brock had the Kimura in. Cody went down, managed to get Brock's shoulders down. 1, 2, 3. Cody, I mean, he doesn't. Stealing it might be a bit unfair, but it's you know what I mean? You didn't lay out the Beast and beat him. Brock on his knees in the middle of the ring. It's a win for Cody. Towel gets chucked into the ring for the Beast. I'm really not sure about that finish. I'm really not sure about it. Cody is back on the road to finishing the story. Where does this leave Brock, I wonder? Where does this leave the Beast? Brock in the ring with blood pouring down his face. Brock just looking around at the crowds as we see video package. So I don't know, really interesting because we didn't get the Solo turning on the Usos. We didn't get like the squash of Cody. There was some nice visuals. I like the Zelina, what she was wearing. Carlito coming back, I think's really fun. Savio Vega being involved is really fun. The EO Bianca match I thought was really fun. Like there's loads of really fun stuff on the show. But I don't know, it's definitely one of those that's like, I think people are going to have enjoyed it. I think it's fun for a Saturday night, but it sort of feels like we've got other things going on, you know? This doesn't feel like there was anything that seismic. I suppose it's hard to do anything seismic when you're going to completely change the rosters on Monday, you know? Right. Get in your thoughts. Great pay-per-view. Awful final 2 matches, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Put your thoughts in. This was a 10 pay-per-view, said Wrestling J. Who bleeds more, Moxley or Flair? Oh, Flair bled all the time. All the time. I think Moxley's got a long way to go to get up to Ric Flair's level of bleeding. Too much blood, had to finish early, says Matty. Brock 100% lost too much blood, which resulted in that early finish, says Kai. Match could have been a bit longer. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think they could have wrapped it up a bit early because of Brock's injury. Jay said, I didn't enjoy the pay-per-view. The first show in year I've checked out for most of the matches. Love the opener. Didn't care much for anything else. 9-7. Joy Marie said, I am smelling the revenge for Brock soon, maybe. That's interesting. Justin said 9.99. If EO had won, it would have been a 10. Jake said definitely a 10. Crowd made it a 10, but it's actually an 8, said J Love. Nita Nitro said 7. Kewan said 7.75. 7, it was a bit too predictable, said Crone's Chosen. Match was supposed to be longer, but it got cuts. Cody and Brock probably just improvised, said Lone. I agree with people. I think it's a good shout. I think it would have benefited from being a bit longer. I think that it probably would have been longer had it not have been for that injury. The only thing I would say though is that the injury probably cuts the match time down, but it probably doesn't change the finish. So I think that's the finish we got is probably the finish we were always getting. It's just we got to it quicker. I just don't like the finish. I don't like that little roll-ups type situation, you know, that little... We saw him do that against Bobby. I know it's designed to protect people. You know, it's designed to still make Brock look like, oh, we had him. You know, a few seconds longer, Cody would have tapped. Same with Bobby and Brock at Elimination Chamber. If he'd just had him a bit longer, he would have tapped type situation, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Bunny Priest carried this show, said Kai. 9-7. Re-sign Carlito to SmackDown or Raw. He can wrestle a lot more yet, said WWE Fan 1000. Opening 2 matches were great. Rest of it was average, said Christopher. The King's Coronation is on, said Holly Cards. I love Dakota trying to stop Bayley from coming out during the match. It's subtle, but a nice little bit of the story. More like Zero Sources. Who? Chill, dude. Has this come from Zero News? Or I don't know where the squash rumor came from. I never saw that rumor. I said I never saw that rumor. So I don't know who's reported that rumor. But Carlito has never stopped wrestling. It would be a step down for him as far as money and status goes if he went back to WWE. Would it be a step down in money and status? In status? It wouldn't be a step down in status. Wouldn't be a step. Whatever he's doing now is not as big as if he went back to WWE. WWE is a global brand. So, I mean, granted, however he's being used, he might not be booked all that great.
I never needed you.
I don't see him going back anyway. I know people are going to want it, but I don't see him going back. I think you know, he's a good name to bring in for this show, but I can't see it being a permanent thing. Simon said that was awesome. It's a 10 out of 10 pay-per-view. Every match was 4 to 5 stars. I enjoyed everything. The crowd was buzzing all night long. Simon, really appreciate the support, dudes. Really appreciate the support, and I'm really pleased that you enjoyed the show tonight. And you're not alone. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed the show as well. There seems to be some really good reaction here to the show tonight. As we said, it's not a seismic show. It's not a show that's got loads of OMG moments. It's got some lovely little moments. That visual of Solo almost going at Jay. And Jay going, was you about to hit me? Was you about to hit me? Of course he was. I mean, we could all see he was. But it's a good visual. And as was pointed out earlier, you know, Dakota Bayley. I keep coming back to Bayley's attire, but I'm just saying. You know, what Bayley was wearing, amazing. What Zelina was wearing, amazing. There's some nice visuals here. Some nice visuals. Jim said 7 out of 10. No one bleeds more than Abdullah the Butcher. Well said. Juan said, you need a Red Bull. Understandable. Never seen you drink one before today. Have you done it before? Are you tired? No, I've drunk them before. To be honest, sometimes I don't really drink them so much for energy. They're a good thing to have to give you a little boost. But sometimes I am just like dry and I need a drink. So to be honest, I was going to get a drink. I could have grabbed some water, but why not grab a Red Bull? You know, just give you that little extra kick. But I needed it more for, because I'd been talking for a couple of hours already. So just felt a little dry. Brock just getting paid regardless, win or lose. Cody needs to finish the story. It was Zero Sources that started the rumor. Well, I mean, look, it's for people to decide now, isn't it? You know, it's there for you to decide as to who you want to use as a reliable source or whatever. For me, I pay attention to Sean, I pay attention to Dave, I pay attention to Wrestle Votes. And then, you know, if things get said, we'll talk about them because there's news coming from lots of different places. But for me, those are the ones that I really listen to. Those are the ones that I'm really interested in. So it is what it is. Right. Okay. I think we're done. I think we are done. Really appreciate people joining us and stopping by. Don't forget, I already mentioned it earlier, but Wrestling Shop Live is returning to the UK around the weekend of Money in the Bank. I will be there, so you can stop by, say hello, free, get your pitch taken, all that kind of stuff, talk wrestling, catch up in person, be really cool. So I am going to be there. We'll be talking obviously more about that as we get closer to it, but that is a big announcement for tonight. There is going to be a meet and greet thing, but also Monday, man. Monday is so big. That is going to be the start of the new rosters, Raw, everything like that. I mean, that is going to be, I don't want to say unmissable, but I feel like that's going to be as important as tonight, because tonight was a big night for Puerto Rico. I feel like Monday is an important night for WWE. New roster, new champions, because Bianca's no longer going to be on Raw. So she's no longer the Raw Women's Champ. The belts get swapped. It will be Rhea with that Raw Women's Championship. So, you know, new champions in a way. We could have new factions, new tag teams, new faces. Don't forget the NXT call-ups all start on Monday as well. So there's, you know, so much. It's going to feel so different and fresh. It's a big night Monday. It's a big, big night. So looking forward to that. And I'm glad that so many enjoyed the show tonight as well. Even if it wasn't the biggest of cards or the most dramatic of cards, it's just good, isn't it, to have something fun to watch on a Saturday night. Awesome, guys. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for joining us. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.